largest holding? Great question, Errol. Errol's so smart. I love talking to Errol. Errol, you're one of my favorite people, period. I just want you to know that. Um, that you know what? I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's Amazon. I got to double check, but I think Amazon is where I have my biggest holding. I gotta look. I can't remember. I buy so much stuff. I don't always remember everything that represents my biggest holdings. But then again, it's a style, it's a preference, right? Some people invest in a way where they know exactly what they hold in every area all the time. What I do is I look for evidence that tells me that there's a possible catalyst that could push a stock price up, and I add good stocks to my portfolio. And in fact, in a little bit, I'll give you guys a couple of stocks that I identified that I like that I bought. I just bought shares of these companies, and that can kind of help you guys. Also, if you are interested in weed, in what's going on with the weed industry, not smoking weed. I'm not going to smoke with you, but I will invest with you. I want you smoking. I want you to be smoking the kind of weed where you make your weed out of the dollar bills. You crush your dollar bills up and you smoke them. I'm joking. I'm being stupid. But anyway, that's what I'll smoke with you. And so I have a list of cannabis stocks that I pulled together. That if you did not get that list yet, let me know if you all got the list. I sent it out via text. And what I'll do is I'm going to grab the link again today and put that back in the chat so you guys can have that list of cannabis stocks. And y'all got to forgive me. I'm looking all over my computer screen. I got stuff everywhere. But yeah, I call them canna stocks. That's because I just make names up and stuff. But yeah, so the list of canna stocks, it's in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I find it, I'm going to share it. Don't let me forget to share it because in the mornings when I have all my stuff out everywhere, sometimes I get a little bit lost with stuff. All right, so with that being said, and the reason that I'm really interested in cannabis is because I just really believe it's going to be legalized. I don't think that the world we live in now can persist. I think that when you talk about cannabis and crypto, those are just two areas where there's too much legal ambiguity, and so I think that there will be more clarity, regulatory clarity when it comes to crypto, which will benefit a lot of cryptos. In fact, right now, there's an Ethereum ETF that is pretty much approved or close to it. And I think that that's a good reason to be invested with Ethereum. Also with Bitcoin, we've been talking about Bitcoin for a while, and I mentioned to you all that I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. And so there's a lot of opportunities out here. And so let me share this list of the cannabis stocks. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and you guys can grab that if that's of interest to you. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Sheesh, I tell you, it's like there's so much information to keep up with. It's kind of hard to. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Sonia. Sonia already shared it, so looks like Sonia's on her game. What would I do without Sonia? All right. So anyway, so there's the list right there inside the chat as well. So Sonia also provides her link as well. So let's see here. What else am I noticing? All right. So in terms of opportunities, I do believe that, and I heard an analysis by Kathy Wood, who is interesting. She's super smart, but sometimes she's just wrong. And I don't know if she's wrong about this or not, but I know that it did make sense. She was saying that based on certain historical data, that there's evidence to say that companies that small cap stocks tend to do well in this kind of environment. They don't do well right now, like they're undervalued. And that what's happening right now in the market is that everybody's flocking toward these big companies, these big tech companies. And what tends to happen is that whatever everybody else is flocking toward, that's not really the place you want to be long term. Like everything that's overperforming right now is going to underperform at some point in the near future, and everything that's underperforming now is going to do well later on. So there are some small cap companies that I took a look at that I actually invested in. And again, this is not investing advice, but I'll mention them to you. One is a company called Magnite, Magnite, and the ticker symbol is MGNI. I invested in this company solely for the fact that when I did my research on it, the analysts like it, and also it's a small cap company that should have some possibilities later on down the line as the market evolves. So again, if you want to go take a look at that company, it's MGMI, and the name of the company is Magnite. And so feel free to take a look at that. Again, this is not investing advice, though. Now, what else is happening in the markets? I'll just kind of give you a quick summary. A couple of things going on right now. Basically, the economy is holding pretty steady. There are some risks and catalysts in the economy, particularly in the areas like commercial real estate. A lot of people are concerned about commercial real estate. In addition to that, if you want to look at sectors that seem to be a little bit overvalued, tech is a little overvalued. So all the big tech stocks that everybody loves, a lot of people believe that they're priced so high that even though these are great companies, they may not be great investments. Because remember, a great company does not make for a great investment, and a bad company does not mean it's a bad investment. Also, the Federal Reserve is expected to maintain interest rates higher for longer, which means that these rate cuts that they've been talking about that would have been positive catalysts for your stocks, they're probably not coming for a while. They may do a rate cut in the summer, but for the most part, they're not going to likely do the rate cuts that everyone expected to see, right? And also, some people believe that GDP is going to slow down a little bit in the third quarter of 2024. They're not predicting a recession, but there could be. I mean, they're supposed to be. The economy's done so well that at some point you've got to slow down. You've got, that which goes up has to eventually come down. And so you can expect some sort of economic downturn to occur in the near future. All right. So what I want to do is look at some of your questions here. Let's see. The first question I see comes from Genia Ardrey. She says, I have P&G stock with a holding company. Should I leave it there or move it to another platform to build in order to buy, sell options? Well, if you're talking about buying and selling options, Procter & Gamble is not a stock that we talk about much in the Prime program. Right? So, in terms of options, you'd have to have a lot of shares of Procter & Gamble stock, I expect, to be able to generate a decent income from options. However, if you wanted to move assets over to pursue a particular strategy, you can. But what I do is I sell my options and stuff like that, and that's how I generate my income. But I don't put more than, say, 20%, 15, 20% of my portfolio in that direction. Because you got to remember that every type of investment involves risk. The stocks that give you the most income tend to also have the most volatility. That's why the options market is so active. So in my view, I wouldn't sort of get overly enthusiastic when you see the money come out. I mean, it can be nice though. If you're able to kind of stomach it and just kind of ignore the things that should be ignored, then it does work. I sat with a student this morning who every week he generates about $3,000 a week on his options. And but he was a saver. He saved up over $100,000, and so he's able to put that money in that portfolio and just use that as his income driver. So he doesn't have to work if he doesn't want to. So this is an easy out. And those that are interested, if you don't know about the Prime program, a lot of people like it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look at that. It's a really great way to make money. Let's see. Jennifer says, did Dr. Boyce host a private Q&A for Prime members this morning at 10 a.m. Central? No, I did not. Did that pop up on the schedule or something? Did you get a notification or something? Because sometimes Zoom does weird stuff like that. It'll send out stuff announcing that I'm going to do something and I know nothing about it. So if that happens, we've got a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will take care of you. They'll make sure that, that everything that should be a certain way is done a certain way. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you see anything like that, because sometimes I don't catch everything, and so I would love your help in terms of figuring out how we can do things better in the Black Business School. I keep trying to help everybody understand that we are a university, right? A lot of people don't believe a Black man can actually run a university, but my PhD is just as real as the white guys. So we are getting it done, and we educate. We educate people on Black wealth better than any institution in the country. There's no HBCU, there's no white university, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. None of these schools do what we do the way we do it because we are kind of the Black wealth surgeon. So that's our specialty. That's what we selected, and that's where we're going to stay, right? So if you want to see how we can help you, just email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Thank you, Rianne, by the way. I see you in the chat. Rianne is on our team. She's in the chat right now. She can answer questions and help you out. And the ticker symbol for the stock I mentioned earlier is MGNI. MGMI, I just bought shares of that stock this morning, and this is how I want you to get into the habit of buying stock. I want you to not make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Just get in there and buy consistently. And when you see stocks that appear to be good opportunities, just buy it. Just do it. You know, just like you go to the store and you buy bread, or you go and you buy a pair of socks. When you buy a pair of socks, you don't sit and spend 6 weeks wondering if you should own socks or not. You just do it. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. Man, look at me. I got bars today. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. And that is literally my best advice for you and I don't give it investing advice. So let me just take that word back, but you get what I'm saying, that this is how I do it. Just you find stuff that you think is a good buy and you invest it. Because here's the deal. Look, Magnite, the company I mentioned earlier, they provide technology solutions to automate the purchase and sale of digital advertising inventory for buyers and sellers. It features applications and services for digital advertising sellers, including websites, mobile applications, and other digital media properties. Okay, so Magnite, the ticker symbol is MGNI, Mary, Gary, Nancy, Ignition. Basically, think about this. So this stock is $12.60. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now that I bought this stock this morning. I bought a couple $1,000s worth of this stock. If you ask me 2 months from now, hey Boyce, do you own Magnite? Did you buy any shares of Magnite? I won't remember. I'm going to literally be like, I don't know. Let me check, because I buy anything that looks good. And here's why I don't overthink it, why I don't let it stress me out. So let's say that you buy a few shares of the stock, and let's say that it doesn't go up at all. Let's say that it drops by 40%. Well, what else were you going to do with that money anyway? I mean, maybe you could have bought a different stock, but you don't know. You can't predict stock prices. There's a whole theory called the random walk hypothesis, and I've told you all about this, that says you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. You can make a guess. You can kind of look at sectors and kind of figure some things out, figure out what the risk profile is, but you really don't know. You don't know. So stop trying to know things that you can't know. And stop listening to people who tell you they know things that are really unknowable. This again, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a financial scientist. So I can tell you that the financial science, the research says you can't predict. So stop stressing yourself over things that you can't control and things you can't possibly know. Here's what you do know, though. You lean on what you do know. Here's what you do know is that people who consistently buy stock have more money than people who don't buy stock. Do we agree on that? Give me a yes if I've convinced you of that, if you understand this, if you believe me. This is what the research says. Again, I'm not a financial influencer, I'm a financial scientist. This is what the science says. That's what you do know. So, and what else do you know? Well, you do know that if you save your money or put it into some sort of asset, you're going to have more to show for it than if you take it to the mall and buy a bunch of clothes. Do we agree on that? That if I buy this stock at $12.60 per share, and I put my money in this stock, even if the stock goes south 5 years from now, and let's say it drops from $12.60 to $9 a share, at least I'll still have some money left over. What happens if I go to the mall with that money? And this is the thing. People will avoid investing because they're scared of losing a little bit of money, but will go take that same money and go shopping, which means you're going to lose all your damn money. There ain't hardly nothing you bought in 2017 that you're still using right now. Probably not even your car. So why not try? And here's the third thing. Here's another thing you do know. I could name 20 things that you do know, and then I can name a bunch of stuff you don't know. But here's another thing that you do know. You do know that keeping your money is better than giving it away, right? We do know these things, right? We do know that if I keep my money, I'm going to have more money than if I give my money away. So when you buy stock, what you're really doing is you're putting your money into what they call a store of value. A store of value is like putting my money in a bucket. And if I put my money in a bucket, another thing I know, this is another thing you add to the list, is I know that if I buy this stock, sure, it might go down. But also if I buy this stock, it might go up. And I know that I don't know if it's going to go up, but at least I know that if I'm in the game, I have a chance to win. If I'm not in the game at all, I have no chance at all. So I buy this stock not because I know it's going to go up, but because I have a reason to believe that there's a good chance it could go up. I also know that if I save my money, I'm going to have more than if I give my money away. And then also I know that this stock might double or triple or something. And then because I'm in the game, that's how you win the game. Do you understand? Like when I show you all this stuff, let me show you. This is exciting. I saw INSM, and it's fun. Investing, the fun side of investing, it's okay to have fun. Is when you get these like Christmases in July kind of thing, or these like really exciting surprises. So let me show you the big surprise for today that really just is going to make my wife want to give me extra kisses today on her birthday. Today's her birthday. And I love my wife a lot, and she's just sexy as hell. She's 50 years old. She wears the same size she wore in college. How about that for a miracle? And she ain't on Ozempic, and she don't smoke crack or nothing. So she actually did it the right way. She actually went to the gym and busted her butt. So shout out to all the hardworking Black women in the world. You deserve the best of us. So here's what happened today that is going to make my wife give me extra kisses when she wakes up. Look at this stock. This is INSMED. The ticker symbol is INSM. It's a pharmaceutical company. I bought these shares because I felt that there was some possibility this stock would go up. It was what I call a pregnant stock. And by pregnant, I mean that the number one driver of stock prices is information. Information is everything. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she traded on inside information. And y'all remember what happened to Martha Stewart? Does everybody know that? Let me know if you remember what happened to Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to prison because she traded on inside information. And basically the idea is that to maintain fair and orderly markets, you have to make sure everybody has the same information, so that when that information gets released, it moves prices, and it's not fair if somebody knows what's going to happen before it actually happens. So here, with this stock, based on the volatility characteristics of this stock, I said, okay, I don't know if this stock is going to give birth to a boy or a girl. I don't know if it's going to give birth to a pretty baby or an ugly baby, but you can look at the options activity of a stock and figure out if that stock is pregnant. So INSMED was a stock I pointed out because it looked pregnant. I sold some call options on the stock, made a few $1,000s on that, but I gave up a lot of my upside, and the stock just did a kapoof, right? It went from $22 or something to $46.82, and it doubled in price overnight, pretty much. And this happened. Now, did I know this was going to occur? No, I did not. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be some sort of financial magician that can predict these things. You can't predict these things, but because if it was predictable, the stock wouldn't have been trading at 22, would have been trading at 46 all along. But I knew there was a chance, and I knew that in order to get a chance to win, you have to be in the game. So I quietly, sort of slowly, consistently bought shares of this stock, and I did mention it to you guys. I mentioned the stock to you. And actually, I think in the moneymakers list, or actually, I sent something out to you guys on Prime about this. So here with this stock, it's up here. Now, here's what I did at this point. What I did now was, because of my particular style of investing, my goal is to not be greedy. I don't need to make every single nickel. I'd rather protect a dollar than risk a dollar to go try to make a dollar, especially when I'm already way ahead. So just like a basketball game, if you notice, a basketball coach plays a different strategy when he's winning than he does when he's losing. So because I'm the coach that's 30 points ahead in the game, I'm not trying to shoot a lot of 3-pointers. I'm not trying to get 60 points ahead. I want to protect the lead. So, but at the same time, I want that upside. I want it just in case the stock keeps on running. I want to be a part of that. I want to still be in the game so I can have a chance to win. So what I did was I was going to sell some call options on the stock at this price, but the stock moved so much that when I looked for the price of the calls, there was no market for the calls of the stock. Now that might have changed, but when I looked this morning, I literally looked. The current price is $46.74. From what I understand, yeah, you can't, at least not on Robinhood anyway. Maybe on the other apps it's different, but you can't sell a call option on this stock with a strike price above 40, which is just interesting to me because I'm curious to see when that's going to change. The other thing that I did was I didn't buy puts, but what I did a trailing stop loss order. I sold a little bit of my position just to get out, and then I did a trailing stop loss, and that basically means that I gave instructions that say that if this stock keeps going up, then keep holding it. But if it drops 10% above its previous high, get me out. I'm out. I don't want to keep losing money because there's nothing that's really connecting me to this company. There's no reason that I see to want to be a long-term investor. I've done well. I'm happy. I want to put my money into other stable securities. Also, with the market being so strong, I'm stockpiling cash because I told you guys, as I always tell you, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Sunny days don't last forever. Winter is coming. There's going to come a day where you're going to start seeing a change in the headlines. You're going to start seeing all these announcements that the market is going south and it drops again. The Dow has the biggest drop, 2-day drop in history, or whatever. You're going to see that bad news. But the good news about bad news is that bad news really ain't bad news unless you want it to be bad. The good news about the bad news is that bad news can actually be good. So it can be bad, not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Shout out to Run DMC. So basically, when you start seeing those negative headlines, if you are prepared and you have the cash available, then you can go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities, because there are people like the Warren Buffetts of the world who just sit back and they stockpile cash. They're just loading up the gun. They're just loading up the gunpowder, putting the bullets in the holster. Or, well, you know what I mean. Don't put bullets in a holster, but you get the point. And they're just kind of getting ready. They're ready to cock and squeeze whenever the market dips. Warren Buffett's sitting on $170 billion in cash, and he's not using it because he doesn't see anything worth buying. But I guarantee you that if the market starts to dip, you're going to see Warren Buffett make some major acquisitions. Now, here's one thing I want to mention. I see your question, Anthony, on doing a class on how to do trailing stops. There is one training I did. I did that class. I did a special training on that, and I called it Stormproof Investing. And so if you go to stormproofinvesting.com, stormproofinvesting.com is a training. It doesn't cost that much, and it's yours for life. And I literally went through 6 or 7 different strategies that you can follow to prepare yourself for an economic storm. And so the trailing stop was part of it, but then there's other strategies that we lay out. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. And not only do we allow you to share anything that you do in the Black Business School with your family, you can share your membership with other people in your family. Just try to be respectful if you can of what we're doing. And not only do we allow you, but we encourage you to do that. So each one teach one. So feel free to do that. Do you do contract trading? You mean for stock options? If that's the case, then yeah, well, that's drboyceprime.com. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or if you want an introduction, you can text the word money to 87948. And I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It really does work. It's very effective. And so if you want to take a look at that, you can just text the word money to the number 87948. Now, one of the company I want to show you that was really interesting too. Just this one gives me, this is like, sometimes you think about an old girlfriend and you kind of smile to yourself, but I don't do that too often because I'm married now, so I'm a good boy. But still, this stock is like a beautiful old girlfriend or something from 20 years ago, and it's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And let me show you this. This happened in class. This is pretty cool. This stock was trading about 60 something, and one of the students in the prime class came to me. James Wilson was actually teaching his whole entire church how to trade stock options, which not trade stock options, but generate income from stock options. That's very different from trading. There will be 3 categories of investing, in my opinion. There are long-term investors. There are traders, which, is very stressful, very tough to make consistent income. And then there are income generators. Income generators are more on the conservative side. You're not buying risk, you're selling risk. So he's teaching his whole church how to increase their income with stock options, because you have all these people in the church that have, that $40, $50, $80,000 or whatever in home equity or in their 401k, and they want to activate some of that money and generate income from it. Maybe they want to quit their job. And so he's showing the whole church how to do it. And I just love that. So anyway, James came to me with this company, and he saw that the options premiums were really high. And I said, okay, so you got a pregnant stock on your hands. Something big is about to happen. So what I did with this stock was I bought a bunch of shares. I not only told him that I like it, but if I like something, I'll invest right along with you, right? I'm in the same game you are. So I bought a bunch of the shares. I sold options on some of the shares, but I didn't sell the options on all the shares, because I said, if this stock does take off, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the party. So this stock literally went from $67 per share up to $290, and it did that like overnight, just like that. And so it was like Christmas in July. I don't know how much money James and his wife made, but I'm willing to bet you it was quite a bit because it was how they were positioned. But I don't mean to talk about anybody's personal business. And I made some money too. And so sometimes these things happen. But the thing about it, though, in my opinion, is that in terms of investing strategy, you don't want to think of the market as a casino. Some people, sorry, the company's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. Good question, Stephanie. You don't want to think of the market as a casino. A lot of people sort of invest where they're hoping to hit it big, almost with a lottery kind of mindset. And I don't think that that's a healthy way to invest because you usually don't hit it big like that. And then sometimes you can hit it bad. And really, the reason we created a whole department called Black Financial Therapy is because sometimes when we hit it bad, we don't know how to handle that. And so, really, I want to encourage you all to make sure that you understand that emotions are a big part of investing. You can feel the euphoria when you make money, but euphoria is very dangerous. Euphoria can get you in trouble. So even when I made this money today, my first thought was, wow, all right, this is awesome. Then my next thought was, okay, calm down, Boyce. Let's protect what we have. Because once you get wealth, remember, I've mentioned to you all the 4 steps of wealth, right? Let's go through that really quickly. Number 1 is you have to know where the wealth is located. That's financial consciousness. We do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern because a lot of people, they'll never be the money because they can't see the money. They don't know where the money is. Money can literally walk right past them and they will literally wave at it and go in the other direction. So how are you ever going to have the money if you don't understand the money, if you don't know where the money is, you don't know why some people get wealthy and some people don't? That is an awareness that you have to have. And if you ever want to be wealthy, and you'd be amazed how many people talk about, I want to make money, get money, ride or die for money, money over bros and hoes. And, like I die for money. I love money. Well, if you love money so much, then why don't you understand it? Why aren't you studying money? You should be studying the thing that you love. I love my wife. I study my wife. I watch her. I pay attention to what she likes, what she doesn't like. I understand who she is as a person. So the things you love are the things you're going to study. So if you ain't studying money, then you really don't like money the way you say you do. You don't really want financial security. You just want to talk about it. It just sounds good, right? Just like I would talk about wanting to lose weight, but I didn't really want to lose weight because I didn't go to the gym. So that's the first thing is consciousness, awareness, knowing where the money's at. Then once you know where the money is, then you have to have a plan. You got to make a little strategy, lay out the plan. What's the plan to go get the money? How are we going to connect ourselves to the money? The third thing you got to do is you got to execute. You have to follow through on the plan. So you know where the money's at. You made a plan to get the money. Now you got to get up and do the work. So again, we talked this morning in financial consciousness about level 1 versus level 2. Most people are at level 1. Level 1 means everything is one day. One day I'm going to do this. One day I'm going to do that. One day I'm going to have money. One day I'm going to be successful. One day I'm going to work hard. One day I'm going to lose weight. But to me, my question is not what are you going to do one day? My question is what are you going to do today? Level 2. So today I'm going to invest. Today I'm going to learn. Today I'm going to go to the gym. Today I'm going to execute my plan, right? So that execution is really, really important, critical. Put that on your list. Number 4, fourth step in wealth building is once you have done those first 3 steps, you will probably be wealthy. Once you have economic awareness, you've made a plan, and you've executed the plan and you've allowed time to grow your wealth because when you are executing the plan, you're planting little seeds. And when you plant seeds and you let them grow, they grow into big sycamore trees. So now you're sitting on money, you're sitting on success, you're sitting on all these things. Well, the fourth thing you have to do is you must protect that. You must protect that because remember, especially when you're Black, this is really true when you're Black. I hate to say it, but it's true. When you get money, you're sitting in the middle of a space sometimes where nobody has money except for you, where most people don't have the success you have. They don't have the prosperity you have. They're not doing as well as you, right? You know what I mean? And so what happens is you kind of end up becoming vulnerable to those who want what you got. When I started making money, and I was a single man, I suddenly became very handsome. I didn't know how handsome I was until I had money. My jokes were funnier. I was the most interesting man in the world. I got attention from women that didn't pay me any attention when I was a broke student in grad school. And that was new. I didn't know that. I was like, I'm the same guy. Why am I being treated so different? This is weird. But now as I read books about it, it's natural. It happens, right? So same thing happens with when you have money, you get more friends. Everybody wants to be friends with the rich guy, right? And so what I would say to you is that protection of the wealth, it really sticks out in a lot of different ways. And I'm not going to go through all the different ways because it would take all day. Because remember, I spent a lot of time studying risk management, which is basically an awareness of all the vulnerabilities and threats that exist around you. That's what that is. And I studied risk management under a guy named Renee Stoltz, who is probably one of the top 3 leading experts on the planet in risk management. He would travel all around the world and teach banks how to manage their risk. Right. So I edited a textbook for him when I was in graduate school. So I spent a lot of time thinking about risk and vulnerability and how to protect yourself. And that there's a long list of ways you have to sort of know how to protect what you have, because if you don't protect your wealth, you're going to lose it. 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in 2 generations. So why in the hell would you work your ass off for 20, 30 years, bust your butt, grind into the ground to build all this wealth, and then you hand it to your kids and they just literally take the ball and throw it out of bounds, like a basketball game. You work really hard to get the ball down the court and you pass it to your teammate and they throw the ball out of bounds. Or you are a football team and you work really hard and you grind it to run the offense and get all the way down to the 18-yard line, and you set the kicker up for a great field goal and he just kicks it he goes wide right. Like, that's got to just make these guys so mad because they work so hard to get to that point. And that's what I see when I see families that work hard and grind and push and do everything you got to do. You make a plan, you execute the plan, and then you pass the ball to your kids, and your kids are not trained to protect the ball, so you lose everything. So in this case, that doesn't just exist on a macro level, it exists on a micro level. So on a micro level, when I had this win, when the stock doubled overnight, I'm like, woohoo, this is great. My next thought was, how do I protect this? How do I protect this? And that's when you go into defense mode. Now I went from playing offense. We got down the field. Now we're going to play some defense. So you got to defend your positions. And so what I would encourage you to do is this. Right now, the market's doing really well. Right now, it's raining money in the stock market. And if you've missed this, I feel bad. I hate that. I hope I can convince you to go take a look, because the money is everywhere. But it ain't going to always be everywhere. Winter is coming. Bad things are going to happen. So what you do is you buy your umbrellas when the sun is out. You never buy umbrellas in the rain, because when the rain comes down, everybody's buying umbrellas. So the price of umbrellas goes way up. So you buy your umbrellas in the sun. So when I'm in the middle of the sun and I'm feeling good about this win, first thing I do is try to protect that win by shaving some shares off the top, maybe looking at some put options, maybe some stop loss orders, all that other stuff. Okay. So again, if you want to take a look at that training where we spent the whole day going through that, it's free. Well, it's not free. I'm sorry. It's a very low cost, and it's yours for life, though. Just go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and share it with your whole family. You don't have to just, it's not just yours. It's anybody in your family you want to share it with. Also, someone was asking about the options training. Yeah, if you go to drboyceprime.com, that'll get you there. So, Rianne, I see someone mentioned that the links aren't working. Can you talk to that student for me, Rianne? So I see Rianne also put text the word money to 87948 for the training. So it's about an hour-long presentation I did on how to make money without working. I know you're gonna like it. So feel free to text the word money to 87948, and you can also go to drboyceprime.com. Okay, I think you're in there. Is Rianne, are you still in there? I assume Rianne is in there. So let's see here. Okay, thank you, Rianne. Yeah, it looks like Kevin has a question too. So maybe y'all can even talk offline or get an email address and share information that way too. So help each other out. All right, so let's answer some more questions here. Kevin says, it's the method that Boyce uses to pick his stocks, which he presents in Stock Market Tuesdays, more oriented toward fundamental analysis or technical analysis. You know what, Kevin? I use fundamental analysis. Technical analysis is not really so encouraged amongst financial scientists. If you go to academic finance, when I was working on my doctorate, if I'd said that I believe in technical analysis, there's a good chance I might have got kicked out of my program. But there are some caveats to that. There are some exceptions for sure. There are some areas of technical analysis that actually do hold true. Which technical analysis, in case you all don't know, it's kind of like when you're looking at charts and you're looking at these bands of trading and resistance levels and stuff like that. And I'm just going to tell you, if you went to MIT, with some of the best financial scientists on the planet, and you said that's how I trade stocks, there's a good chance that a lot of them would not take that seriously. But I don't think that that's completely accurate. Just because that's what they believe doesn't mean that's 100% true. Part of my dissertation was actually on a type of technical analysis that focused on reversals and momentum. So sometimes it makes sense if you think about how human beings operate. It kind of means, when the prices go up, there's a good chance they're going to kind of get pulled down because people take their wins and they make adjustments, they sell their shares and stuff like that. And so, yeah. But I'm more of a fundamental analysis person. And really, fundamental analysis long term, in my opinion, is more effective as an investing strategy for one basic reason. It's very rare that you're going to find a good company with good fundamentals that knows how to make money, where that investment in that company isn't going to lead you to make more money over the long term. If you look at almost any company that has growing revenues, growing net income, growing market share, just a good, solid, quality business, quality management, all that, and you invest in that company over, say, a 5 or 10 year period, you're usually not going to lose, right? And definitely not if you do it in a portfolio, right? Most investing really should be done in a portfolio. You should not be, according to financial science, you should not be focused on any individual stock. Okay. So I don't really get caught up in individual stocks. I look at them as collectives, as groups. So that style of looking at stocks, that fundamental analysis, is consistent with how Warren Buffett invests. If you listen to Warren Buffett talk, which I think everybody should, I like that guy a lot. He's accumulated his $200 billion in cash pretty much by investing in quality businesses. He's not into the technical analysis, none of that. He just tries to figure out, do you have good management? Do you have good product? Do your customers like you? Is your revenue growing? Your income growing? That kind of thing. That's what Buffett does, and it works. And why? Well, because Buffett is a buy and hold investor. He's not a trader, right? But that doesn't mean he knows everything, though. There's been many occasions where he's missed out on lots of money because he didn't try to time the market, or he didn't participate in a market frenzy or whatever. So Buffett ain't perfect, but I like Buffett's style because it's solid. It's conservative. He learned how to invest from a book by two people named Graham and Dodd called Value Investing, that was written like literally in 1932 or 33. But him and Charlie Munger are pretty old, so they're probably teenagers or something. I guess for them, that was a hot, hip, cool new book that was out there. Okay, so has Boyce bought anything so far? Yeah, MGMNI. There we go. Thank you, Joni and Margaret. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's MGNI. That was the stock I mentioned earlier. There's another stock that I actually bought today. Let me see here. What was the ticker symbol was RCKT, and it was a pharmaceuticals company. Let me see. I'm going to read about the company and tell you guys more about it. Okay. And these are more long-term investments. So just so you know, these are investments that I believe will do well in the next, 5 to 10 years. I'm not talking about stuff that's going to do well tomorrow. Okay. So let's not get caught up in that casino mindset. So yeah, Rocket Pharmaceuticals, it's a clinical stage biotech company which engages in the development of gene therapy treatment options for rare and devastating pediatric diseases. So just based on my research, that's a company I decided I want to take some ownership in. So there we go. All right. So let me answer more questions. And by the way, that list of cannabis stocks that I mentioned, or I call them canna stocks because you say that other word too much. I don't know, if I put in an email or something, they'll think I'm selling drugs. I like those canna stocks. I'll share that link again for those of you that didn't get it. I can't even find the freaking link. Just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Or you can also email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you the list. Because I can't. I got too many screens open, and I'm confusing myself. So, all right. So, yeah, and I know y'all didn't come here to listen to me be confused. Okay, so Jennifer says, what are the pros and cons of using margin to buy stocks? The pros of margin, Jennifer, is that margin is debt. Debt is an economic accelerator. Debt is something that will push you faster in whichever direction you're going. So if you're going in a good direction, debt will make more good things happen for you. If you're going in a bad direction, debt will accelerate the pain and the badness of your situation. So debt is like driving a super fast car, and it's going to get you to your destination faster. But if you drive it sloppily, it can crash and get you killed. So I'm a fan of debt, especially if it's used responsibly. Most millionaires and billionaires have used debt to get to where they are. If Elon Musk did not have access to debt, then he would not be the guy that he is right now. He would not be the billionaire that he is today. So debt can be a good thing. Don't let anybody tell you that debt is always bad. But at the same time, um, people that tell you that you're a sucker if you don't use debt or you're stupid if you don't leverage to the hilt, those are people that have a gambling mindset who've never experienced the kind of devastating losses that can occur if you go too deep in debt. So debt is something that has to be used very carefully. But I do trade on margin because I like margin because margin is basically access to capital. Access to capital is sometimes more important than actually having capital. If you gave me a choice and you said, Boyce, which would you rather have? Um, $10 million right now or the ability to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours. I would rather be able to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours because I could make far more than $10 million in 6 hours with Warren Buffett's money. Or maybe it might take a day or something, but still, it would be far more than $10 million. The ability, so this is why I mentioned to you all, say it in the chat for me, please, because I have to keep repeating this to make sure we know this. What's the most important thing that a young person can have that's more important than a college degree? Somebody answer in the chat. I know some of y'all know. I know Errol knows the answer. What's the most important thing that you can give your children that will set them up for life? More important than a college degree, more important than a good job, more important than a nice car or a $20,000 prom. Right? It's a capital base. It's a capital base, and I need everybody to understand what a capital base is. A capital base is a collection of assets that you have that are available to you that allow you to generate the income you need to live your life. And because if everybody had a capital base, you wouldn't have to go to work every day. You wouldn't have to go get a job. The reason you have to get a job is because you don't have a capital base. Which means that you have to depend on someone who does have a capital base for you to get the income you need. So you have to ask them to help you because no one made a plan for you. And so what the Black Wealth Master Plan does is it positions everyone who cares enough about their future of their family and their children to just exactly a direct path to building a capital base. So that when you drop that 22-year-old off in the game of life and they're out here in this economic struggle, they're not going out here butt naked. If they go out here butt naked with no, financially speaking, of course, if they go out here butt naked with no support and no capital base, they're going to have to beg a capitalist to pay their bills. They're going to have to sell themselves into slavery. And this is the biggest problem people have. The biggest stressor that Black people have is who they work for every day and having to get up and do something they don't want to do. That's not connected to your passion. That's eating up all your time, taking you away from your kids, make you do things you don't want to do. Even medical doctors are in a trap too. We think that, if I go and become a doctor or a lawyer, then that's going to liberate me in a certain way. Well, no. I mean, if you go to school for 12 or 13 years so you can make the income of a surgeon, which let's say that's $500,000 a year, a capital base will be better than that. If your parents saved up for you and got you 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, you could sell options on Coinbase stock at the age of 21 and make more money than a surgeon. So what would that take to build the capital base? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock only costs about $240,000, and Robinhood will loan you half of that money. So you come up with 120 grand, which is far less than what a house would cost. You can make almost as much money as a surgeon without a college degree. So I'm telling you all, I don't think that I have not seen a single person anywhere say this. Like, when I started doing this stuff back in 2006, 2007, there are things I started saying back then that no one was saying then, and everyone's saying them now, talking about generational wealth and all that. Well, this is the thing I'm saying in 2024 that no one else is saying now, but everyone's going to be saying this by the year 2030 because I'm going to repeat it until I'm dead. The most important thing you can give your kids is a capital base. Not a degree, not a good job. None of those things are as good as having a capital base because when you have your own capital, you have your own life. You have literally bought yourself out of slavery and you can really get to the business of living. Donald Trump was 28 years old, not chasing corporate jobs. He was not paying off student loans. He was not struggling to pay for an apartment. He was 28 years old, purchasing a $400 million building. I don't like this man at all. I'm not putting him on a pedestal. I don't care what your politics are. But shit, when rich people are doing stuff on that level, when they're playing above the rim, I would encourage you to pay very close attention to how they got to that level. So get past your emotions. Get past this Democrat Republican nonsense. Figure out how they did it. Reverse engineer that. So capital base, capital base, capital base. There you go. I hope that sunk in. All right. And if you don't, if you want to get started on that, I should give you, just to give you the resource, go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's free. It's the $5 a day plan. That'll help you build that capital base for your child. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. All right. So let's keep going. Okay. What are your thoughts on APLS? I got it when you mentioned it. Okay. APLS. Let's look at that stock. I think I still own it somewhere. APLS is Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay, it's had a rough month, 16% decline. I think it's a great company for long-term ownership. If you're trying to do an option strategy with it, it doesn't work so well for options, but I do like it as a long-term investment. And remember, when I pick the stocks on what Dr. Boyce is buying, these are stocks that are expected to do well. Like you got to hold them for a while. They're not, it's not like instant microwave food. It's the kind of stuff you got to leave in the crock pot for a while to really make it work. So some of these stocks may not show their strength for a year or two or three. So don't buy a stock now and then try to see how it's doing 2 weeks later. That's not really how investing ends up working out. You make these investments long term. And by the way, if you want to take a look at the, I do the stock picks for what Dr. Boyce is buying. If you want to go take a look at some of that, I think you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. So every week I research and curate a list of about 5 stocks that I like as long-term investments. So go to drboycestocks.com if you want to take a look at that. All right, so let's see. ASGG says, what do you recommend for beginners like me, single mother with 2 kids under 7? Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's a great place to start. So there you go. That's the $5 a day plan. And anybody can do it, even if you don't have a high income. $5 can't even buy you a value meal at McDonald's, but they are coming out with the $5 value meal again, though. And the franchisees are complaining because they said we can't possibly sell our product for $5 because that's not enough profit margin. And so literally I set the $5 a day plan because I had a lot of people that I got tired of hearing their criticism. I call them the Negro naysayers. These are the people that create a problem for every solution. They don't know what they're talking about, and they'll sit down and argue with a PhD all day instead of hearing what I have to say. And a lot of these people have never taken a class in finance. They don't know. They're living in their mama's basement, and they'll say things like Black people can't afford to invest, and investing is only for rich people and white people and all this other stuff. And so to break that myth, I created the $5 a day plan. And I said, so if you think Black people can't afford to invest, I just asked, can Black people afford to buy chicken? And of course, the answer is yes, because we buy all the chicken. And so I said, okay. So because I said, look, if I took a Popeyes chicken restaurant and put it in the poorest, most depleted neighborhood in America, there would be a line out the door, around the corner, and down the block by that afternoon, full of people that shouldn't even be eating fried chicken, but they're going to go get it. So if we can afford chicken, then we can afford to invest. So I did $5 a day. And if you don't know, some of y'all know this, but repetition is important because I want this to become part of the culture. So basically, after 10 years of taking $5 a day or $35 a week, or you could do $150 a month, whatever pace you are comfortable with, you do that in the S&P 500 based on historical averages, you have roughly $29,000 liquid. That means you're not poor anymore. So after 1 decade, you're not poor. You're out of poverty in a decade. A decade is not very long. A lot of y'all been in bad relationships for a decade. There's a lot of things. I know people that have been thugging in the streets for a decade. I know people that did a decade in prison. People that have had horrible jobs for a decade. So a decade is not a long time to sacrifice. So you're out of poverty in a decade. After 20 years, you have $100,000 liquid, roughly, give or take a few thousand. After 30 years, you have close to $250,000. After 40 years, you have close to $750,000. So you do this for your child on the day that they're born. By the time they are 40 years old, you've broken every generational curse. You officially have a wealthy family because most families don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars liquid, right? So so once I created the $5 a day plan, those criticisms pretty much went away. There was nobody who would ever come into my face and tell me that Black people can't afford to invest because they know that I could easily shoot it down with that simple argument. And so what I've also done though is I challenge those of you that can do more than $5 a day or more than $150 a month to really, really push yourself. It doesn't make any sense to me if you're only investing $100 a month, but you're spending $500 a month on a car note. I'm not judging you for that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but I think you should judge yourself. I think you should say, dang, why would I give more money to the car dealer than I give to the future of my own family, and still feel good about that. The reason that you do that is because you were trained to do that. That's what you were taught that Black people do. We're supposed to give more to other people than we give to ourselves. And I'm not telling you not to get the car. I want you to get if you want to get the Mercedes, get you a Benz. I want you looking nice when you're driving around the city, but I want you to handle your business first. So in my view, one perspective is if I'm a good parent, I'm not going to spend more money on the car dealer's kids than I invest in my own. So if I'm spending $600 a month on my Benz every month, I'm gonna put $600 a month in my stock portfolio every month. And that is not just my children's wealth, that's our family wealth. We are connected. We are connected. If I do for you, I'm doing for myself. That's an ecosystem. Stop thinking that it's either me or them. That's nonsense. That's very anti-family. It's very anti-wealth. It's very anti-community to say, well, if I take care of you, I'm not taking care of me. And that feeds into the crabs in the barrel competition that we see that ends up destroying us so much. If we are an ecosystem, then when I pass you the ball, I'm passing the ball back to myself. When I take care of you, I'm taking care of me. So when I'm putting this money in this account, it's not like I'm only doing this so that my children can do well 30 years from now and I'm going to be depleted and live a horrible life. No, that's your money. You're investing your money and your money becomes their money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I need y'all to really meditate on this point. That wealth is a team sport. So when I'm helping the team, I'm helping myself. Stop thinking that if I help the team, I'm putting myself last and all that. You got all these people doing these stupid internet conversations. Well, I got to put me first, and I had to value me and know my worth because me. If there's a we, and I'm taking care of we, and I'm taking care of us, then I'm also taking care of me. You understand? Like it doesn't have to be one or the other. Stop thinking that way. If I take care of my wife and my kids, I'm taking care of Boyce too. Boyce ain't gonna be depleted. Boyce is gonna live good. So when you're building that wealth in the $5 a day plan, that is your money. I don't even think you should put it in the name of your kids until they are ready. That is your money. That is the family's money. And your job as the steward of the family's money and the family's wealth and the family's protection and the family's freedom, your job as the steward is you must protect the family legacy. That's your job. Like, okay, I have responsibility. It's like if we have a big corporation and let's say I'm the fifth Disney to be able to run the Disney corporation, my job is to take this thing that's kind of mine, but really it's not totally mine. It's really ours. So while I'm in charge, it's like we're all in the same damn car and I'm the one who's driving. In a little while, my brother's going to drive. After a while, my kids are going to drive. But right now, when I'm driving the car, I got to make sure I don't crash the car. That's it. So it is your car, but it's not your car. But it's not your car, but it is. Do you understand? So you get to enjoy the car, even though it's not your car. Do you follow? Does that make sense? And I think that if we think about it that way as a group, then we get around all this selfish bullshit that you see all over the internet. Like if I get married, it's like, well, I can't do this, and I'm not gonna sacrifice that and all that. Everybody has to sacrifice, but everybody wins from everyone's sacrifices. We all sacrifice for each other. That's how you succeed as a team. The Chinese get that, by the way. The Chinese get that. I showed you all that video the other day of the little Chinese kids dribbling basketballs together where they had like 50 of them sharing the ball, and then they would dribble for a second, then they would move, and they would go to the next ball and the next one. And literally if one kid messes up, the whole thing falls apart. And what they're doing is they're training them to understand that we are a collective. We are one. Everybody has a job. Everybody does their job. And then the whole team wins. China wins. Not just you, but China. But then you win because China's winning, because you are one of us. Let me stop. I hope that helped. I didn't mean to go off on the tangent, but it's very important to understand these things. So invest for yourself. But just know that if you invest for yourself, you're taking care of your kids. When you take care of you, you're taking care of them because they are you. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Margaret says a link is not working. So I don't know what link Martha is referring to, or Margaret is. I said Martha. I'm sorry, Margaret. Can you talk to Margaret, Rianne? Because I'm not sure what link Margaret is referencing. So if there's a link that's not working, let me know. Or if you want to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you with that because I'm not sure which link you're referencing. My apologies. Okay, so let's see. Eugene says, do you have Ethereum? Yes, I do. By small cap, do you mean small capital? These are smaller companies in the S&P 500 or even in the NASDAQ. These are just companies that have smaller valuations. And because there's so many big companies in America, it's crazy. Like small cap is like $1 billion in market value. You have like a $2 or $3 billion company, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's a little small, tiny business. So this really reflects the racial disparity in access to capital. So when we have a company that grows to say 20 million or 50 million, it's a very big deal for us. But in the whole scope of things, in the white community, if a company is $100 million company, nobody cares, nobody pays attention. They look at that almost like a small business. So this is why conversations about things like reparations are so important, in my opinion. Can you repeat the stocks? I lost connection for a few minutes. Sure, Lawanda. The stocks that I mentioned earlier are MGNI. I can give you the tickers. MGNI. If somebody could type these into the chat, I'd appreciate it. MGNI. That's Mary, Garrett, Nancy, India. And then the second is RCKT, and that's Robert, Cat, Kitten, and Tiger. In case you're wondering why I don't remember the phonetic alphabet as much as I took a break from flying. I was doing my flying lessons up until about October and November last year, and then the convention kind of got me caught up, and I haven't flown since then. I feel kind of bad about it, but at some point I want to go back out there. All right, so let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, when selling options, if the option isn't used, the seller of the options makes money on the premium purchase from the option. Yeah. Yeah. So, Ricky, that question is more so for options class. So today I want to focus more so on stocks. If you want to see examples on kind of how to handle different situations, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, you'll see that I've done a ton of trainings on it, and you can take a look at some of those. And then also you can leave questions for me. And I'd rather kind of separate the two because I don't want to talk over anybody's head for those that don't understand how options work. So that's a little bit of a detailed sort of question, but I'd be more than happy to answer it during prime class. Okay, so Jania says, to make sure I understand, P&G isn't good for options, so it's not necessary to move from a holding company to accumulate 100 shares of trade options. Yeah, I don't think P&G is great for options. It's a great long-term investment, but not so great for options, in my opinion. Donna Stroud, what is the recommended trading platform to use for someone new to options? We use Robinhood in class, but there's others out there. There's Tasty Trade. You can do stuff on Schwab and E-Trade, stuff like that too. Let's see. Is buying stocks and holding a good plan? Yes, it is a great plan. In fact, that is a plan everybody should follow 100%. Let's see. Are you still in development on the investment course for baby boomers? Gerald says, yes, we're actually almost done with an estate planning, legacy building training. And I mentioned to you all, we do money in the morning. And because some of you had specific questions about specific areas, I said, okay, well, let's create something. We created something called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute basically solves one problem that I was thinking about, is that sometimes when we want to go study something, it requires a lot of time and a lot of work. You got to sit down for 30 minutes or an hour. And sometimes that causes us to delay or even procrastinate on these things. So I said, okay, so in Money in a Minute, maybe what we can do is have something that you can sign up for at a reasonable cost that we'll text you the lesson out every day. So we'll give you like a 90-second bite-sized lesson on some concept related to that topic that will allow you to learn within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute is what we're creating. And it happens that Money in a Minute, the acronym is Miami. So I think the URL is going to be something like drboycemiami.com, which is kind of cool, right? So yeah, so Money in a Minute, one of the first programs we're going to do options. And we're also going to do legacy building, estate planning. So this is more so for boomers, because boomers actually are part of the greatest wealth transfer in American history. They're passing trillions of dollars mostly to their wives. The men are giving it to their wives because women live longer than men. So this is going to be very empowering for women in that space, because women are going to just have a ton of money. So we got to be nice to the ladies. And then in a few years, the women will pass on and pass the wealth to their children. So the Gen Xers are going to be the richest in America in about probably a decade or so. But yeah, we'll be Gen Xers, because a lot of the boomers, I hate to say it, but time passes and you know what happens when time passes. But we love y'all. We want you here forever. All right. So Kuana says, if you had $5K to invest today, which stocks do you like best for trading options? Yeah, I like those stocks. Riot, Marathon. Yeah, those are good ones. Those are ones that I actually trade on myself. Chet, give us that name again. The risk management guy. His name is Renee Stultz. ReneStultz. Renee Stultz. Stulz. Feel free to look him up. Smart guy. Let's see. I sold call options on INSM. Now this jump. Do I have to wait until it expires? No, you don't have to. Well, you don't really have to do anything. You could wait till it expires, or you could buy the option back, but they're going to be very expensive to buy back. But that's only if you are under the assumption that the price is going to keep on going up. So it's up to you to decide how to respond to that. Let's see, Michael. If you sell 10,000 in stock options or 1,000 contracts with $10 stock, how do you buy puts to protect it? Is it put option contracts or put contracts? How many would you buy? If I have 1,000 contract or 1,000 shares, I would buy 1,000 puts. 1,000 contracts is actually 100,000 shares. So I think you mean 1,000 shares, which is 100 contracts. Or sorry, 10 contracts. Sorry about that. So 10 contracts is 100 shares because every contract is 100 shares. Sorry, let me say that again because I think I said it wrong. 10 contracts is 1,000 shares because each contract is 100 shares. So you have 10 of those, and that's what you would do with that. Kevin, is it a good or bad idea to buy a bond fund on a day when the stock market is going up? Can you explain why or why not? I think bond funds, stock, or really any kind of fund like that, I would think of it more longer term. I don't really, I mean, sure, if the prices drop that day, that it could be a buying opportunity. But if you're a long-term investor, 5 years from now, you won't remember what happened on May 28th, 2024. You won't care. You won't, because there's hundreds of other days, thousands of other days that will occur between now and then. So rather than reacting to what happened that day, I would just look at the fundamentals of whether or not you feel long term that this is a good investment for you. That should be, in my view, the driving method behind how you choose your stocks. If you want to take a look at something that may help you with this, we did a Black Stock Market weekend where we spent the whole weekend going through 11 steps to deciding if a stock should be in your portfolio. We actually branded it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Method. So if you go to the DrBoyceMethod.com, you can get access to that training. It's yours for life. I think it's like $60 or $70 or something like that, but it's really, really good. So you can go to the DrBoyceMethod.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Are there any REITs you would recommend? I think REITs from companies like Vanguard and BlackRock are pretty good. They tend to know what to do with money. So you can just search for REITs, and there's plenty in there that are really good. What do you think about SDGR? Okay, SDGR. Let me see here. SDGR. Schrodinger. Okay, I've never heard of this company. They engage in the provision of chemical simulation software solutions. Okay, for pharmaceutical companies. Let me see. I don't like it. It doesn't. It looks like the company's having some problems. And if you were a holder in this stock the last 5 years, you would have lost 15% of your money. There's nothing about it that really jumps out at me. So that's my opinion. But it's not a fact. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. Kevin, a couple of weeks ago, you shared a list of energy stocks. Is that info still available? It should be. If you go and to what Dr. Boyce is buying, or if you go to drboycestocks.com, you can get access to any list that I've ever released. If I sent it out as a special release for that week or something, that's hard to go get. But if you're on the text list, you'll get stuff from me. So make sure you're on the text list. You can text the word. Another word you can text is the word stock to 87948, and I'll send you a bunch of stuff that way. So feel free to text stock to 87948. The thing I would warn you about, though, is if you get on multiple lists, you'll get a lot of messages from me because we send out a lot of information from the Black Business School. So if you don't mind me being in your inbox every day, then feel free to do that. But if you don't like it, then if you just stop responding or stop clicking the links, it'll take you off the list, okay, eventually. So I don't want to bother anybody, but I have a lot of stuff that is happening and a lot of things that we'd like to do to help you. So in in case you want to know how we run the Black Business School, is we believe everything is an ecosystem. So within this ecosystem, our belief is that if we show you value and we give you lots of support, lots of free stuff, that when we come along and we have something that does have a fee attached, you'll consider supporting us the way we support other businesses, the way we support white-owned companies and we buy things from them. We have to make money. We have a team, we have to pay. We are an independent entity. We're not like an HBCU that gets money from the government because we don't want money from the government. We don't get a bunch of corporate sponsors. We're not looking for that. We don't want that. We want We have to maintain our independence, and freedom is not free. So I hope that you'll understand that when we mention something that we're doing in the school and we say that there is a fee attached. And I hope you'll compare it to what you would have to pay if you were at a university and signing up for a class, or the amount of money that we spent going to college and getting absolutely nothing of any value. Everything that we offer you gives you value. And if you don't feel like it gives you value, then we don't want your money. And in fact, we'll give you your money back. If you do something and you're like, gosh, this isn't helping me, then no, that's not the deal. But if we're giving you value and you feel that participating in what we're doing is making your life better, then we hope that you'll also, say, okay, they supported me, they helped me level up, we're going to help them level up. And this is how you build strong institutions. If you look at, say, the Anti-Defamation League in the Jewish community, they go to the community. They say, give us money because we need money in order to build this institution that's here for everybody, right? So that's why we have to ask for money. And it's a little weird, it's awkward because there's one guy on Twitter who said, why are you always trying to sell something? And I was like, I'm not trying to sell stuff. I'm offering things. And some things I offer are free. Some things I offer have a fee. You don't have to pick any of that. But if you see the value, then why not invest in things that are actually going to help you? And also, one thing that we do really well is we're really good at educating your children. And in our Black Business School for Children, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. Our kids, when they go through our program, they have a financial literacy level that is higher than the average college educated adult. This is how good we are at what we do. And so if you want to take a look at that for your kids, you can get started at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So what we just ask people is we say, look, we don't need you. We don't want anything that we don't earn and we don't deserve. Or we're willing to prove our worth before we ask for anything. But at the same time, we just want you to support us as much as you supported that big white university that took $100,000 out of your family's pocket. Support us 1/10 as much as you support them. Because I know that those people at the University of Iowa didn't care anything about your family. They don't care anything about your community. A lot of them didn't even want you on the campus, but yet you gave them $100,000. Well, why not support a Black-owned institution that really does care about what happens in this community? And we have the track record to prove it. So there we go. There's my little spin on what the Black Business School believes and why we exist. So I hope that helps and it makes sense for you. All right, so let's see here. Next question is, how do you determine the percentage on the trailing stop order? There's no rule with that. It's just a matter of feel. So I picked 10% just because it felt right. But if it hadn't felt right, I would have picked 5% or 15%. So I would say, feelings are a big part of investing. We talk a lot about investing with emotions and stuff like that. And it's okay to have your emotions work in your favor. As long as your emotions help you, then it's okay. Right. So, when we talk about risk management, I always tell the students in the Prime program, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? Am I afraid that the stock is going to take off on me? Then you can hedge against that. Am I afraid the stock is going to collapse on me? Well, you can hedge against that too. So the question is, ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And that's how you can figure out what the right move is. Jennifer, do you think it would be wise for a beginner to buy stocks and write options using margin? It could be wise to learn, but I would be really careful. I'd be extremely conservative about the approach. And I do a few one-on-ones if you ever wanted to schedule something like that. If you email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, we could do that. Or also we have small group sessions. And in addition to that, I did create my first mastermind. I think we're almost filled up though, but it's more so for those that are more advanced. They have a little more of a capital base. And so if you want to take a look at any of those things, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, a couple more questions, and then we're going to bounce out for today. When selling options, is it better your shares are called or the contract expires without execution? You know what, Lawanda, it's not so much about one thing being better than the other. Typically, if you're selling out of the money call options, if the price goes up, that's better for you. That's better for everybody. You just may not get all the money, but it's better than if the stock collapses on you. But the benefit obviously is that if the stock doesn't hit the strike price, then you can sell that same contract and keep generating that income every week without making any adjustments. So there's a win no matter what. And the thing about investing, in my opinion, is the goal in becoming a good investor is not so much just sort of knowing how to win all the time. It's sort of knowing how to find the bright side of any situation. If the market goes up, That's a bright side. The stuff you own is doing really well. The market goes down, that's a bright side. You can buy stuff really, really cheap. So, and then also sort of knowing how to manage your risk so that when things happen, you're not going to get surprised or broadsided. It's so knowing investing is about knowing what you're getting into, not being able to predict everything because that's pretty much impossible. It's just sort of knowing what you're getting into and knowing how you want to be positioned based on what you think personally is going to happen. Let's see, how do I feel about LVMH, Moet Hennessy? That company is owned by Bernard Arnault, who I believe is the richest man on earth. And Bernard Arnault, he does exactly what we talk about in the Black Business School. He has all of his kids that they're all going to run his company. Like, it's funny, you got LVMH, the Moet Hennessy company, where all these Black people love it. Rappers rap about it. And what they're doing is they're sitting around constantly plotting and planning for the next generation. And why can't I find it? Why doesn't it pop up in Robinhood? Let me see here. Maybe I don't know. That's kind of strange. Let me see. It's on the NASDAQ. Okay. So let me see here. I like the company as a good long-term investment. And if you had it over the last 5 years, you would have made a return of 114%. So your money basically would have doubled. So in that regard, I like the company as a long-term investment. Now, if you talk about, let's talk about LVMH and Bernard Arnault. And let me do some quick research on this because I think it's really interesting how he runs his family. And I really encourage those of you that are generational wealth builders to really kind of understand this. Hold on. Because he has his kids running parts of his business. And he meets his kids. He has a monthly meeting with them, and they all sit around and he talks about different parts of the business. So he understands his role as a wealth builder and a generational wealth builder to be the teacher of his own children. He teaches them, how to run the company and how to do things. So let me tell you about some of his kids. So he has a kid named Delphine, or daughter. She runs Christian Dior, and so she has a lot of experience. He meets with all these kids every single month to make sure that they're ready. His other son, Antoine, runs communication and environmental issues for LVMH. Like, he's also the CEO of Berluti, one of his brands. Alexandra she now has a big role at Tiffany. Frederic is the CEO of Tag Heuer, Tagheuer, which is their watch division. And then there's Jean Arnault, who oversees marketing and product development for Louis Vuitton's watch division. So what he did was he sent his kids to business school and all that, I believe. But once they came home, he said, I don't need you out here serving other people. I need you serving the family business. And he did what the Rothschilds did. I taught you all about the Rothschild family. And the biggest thing the Rothschild family did was they taught their children how to operate on a code of conduct. He taught them what was important. He said, this family is what matters. This name is what matters. This is what you protect. This is what you defend. This is where you bring your best energy and your best resources. Now, I want you to compare that to the Black community. Most of us, unfortunately, are trained to say, go to school and then you can get a good job and then you can go represent a white guy. That's it. That's what we do. We all go find separate white people to go work for. And it sounds maybe I don't know if it sounds racist to people when I say it or radical, but that's what happens. There's not even a conversation about, like, okay, well, how can we pour into this family as much as we're pouring into everybody else? So when you're pouring into everybody else and you're not pouring into yourself, why would you be surprised when your wealth is depleted? Your best and brightest, your best resources, your best everything, go somewhere else. The minute you get a Jackie Robinson, you sell him to the major leagues. But the right mindset is that when you get a Jackie Robinson, you hold on to him for dear life. You fight for control of that asset. You don't give it away. You don't sell it as soon as it has a certain value. You maintain ownership. That's what you do. That's what the Negro League should have done. They should have said, no, we won't sell this guy for $1 billion. This is the tentpole for this league and future growth of this league. If you want to do business with us or with Jackie, you're going to have to deal with us as an independent entity. Maybe we arrange games. We'll go play the Dodgers, and the Dodgers can come play us. You share your audience with us. We share our audience with you. We do a partnership. We're not going to do an acquisition, because when you do an acquisition over a partnership, what you're doing, if you're the Negro Leagues, is you're selling not just the assets in your possession, you're selling the rights to those assets. You're selling all your options too. Just like if I have a little, if I see, and it's about vision. This is why we do economic consciousness training. I have to keep reminding this so you'll understand why the class has such a weird name. There's no other economic or financial consciousness class I've ever seen anywhere, but it's important because your consciousness, your vision determines how you make economic decisions. So if I look at a 7-year-old girl and all I see is a 7-year-old girl, then I don't have any vision. If I have vision, then I see what that 7-year-old girl is going to be when she's 17, 27, 37 to 40. I see this child and what they're going to be when they become a parent, when they become a grandparent, and they have, 70 great grandkids or something, or 30 or whatever, right? That's what you should be able to see. You should see everything that something's going to become, not just what it is. Because if people saw the Negro Leagues and could see in a crystal ball of what the Negro Leagues would be in the year 2024, if they continue to maintain ownership and invest in it, there's no way they would have sold their Jackie Robinson. There's no way they would have let that go. There's no way. I think we let go of things when we cannot see the value. And that's where consciousness comes into play, because consciousness requires you to really be able to use your imagination and see things that don't exist yet. See potential. Do you follow me? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So I like the story. I like Bernard Arnault. I like the way he runs his family. I like the way he understands the importance of investing in the future of the family name. I like the fact that even though he's worth over $200 billion, it seems to me like he can see what his company is going to look like 100 years from today. He sees what his grandkids and great grandkids are going to be able to contribute. And that company is going to be $1 trillion company in about probably a couple of decades, maybe less. No, not $1 trillion company. I'm sorry. His family wealth will be over $1 trillion. I bet his company is probably close to $1 trillion already. So just have some vision, man. If you have no vision, then all you see is what's in front of you. And if I look at the Black community, and if all I can see in the Black community is what I see right now, just all the chaos and brokenness and everything else, then I'm going to get depressed and I'm going to give up. The thing that gets me up every morning is because I'm not seeing what everybody else sees. I am a legit crazy person because I see things that are not there. The reason I get up every morning is because I see what B1 people are going to be when our grandkids are running things and they're living off of and they're building off the foundation that we're setting for them today. That's what I see. I don't see this shit. I don't even look at it. It's an abomination sometimes. It's an embarrassment. It's not worthy of who we are meant to be, in my opinion. So let me keep going. All right, Sybil, Dr. B, is it okay to just buy stocks and hold them instead of selling options? Absolutely, 100%. Yes. So don't feel like options are a requirement. Options are just an extra. It's like adding spice to your food. Like, just because you get chicken or whatever, you don't have to put seasoning on it. You could just eat the food without the salt or without the pepper or whatever, right? So options are a type of seasoning that just adds a little spice, but it's perfectly okay to eat the hot dog without the ketchup or whatever analogy you want to use. Should we hold or sell Uber amidst the lawsuits? Asked Stephanie. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I think Uber is just such a fascinating company because they've been able to lose money at an insane rate for a very long time and stay in business. This is, again, another type of white privilege people don't talk about. And it comes down to access to capital, because if it wasn't for the bank, Uber would be dead. Uber would not even be a thing if they didn't have the ability to access money like they can. Let's see, a couple more questions. Then I just got a note from one of my team members that I do have a meeting in 3 minutes. What should a 15 and 16-year-old do with their $1,000 check? Mutual funds, I think, will be fun, or maybe buy shares of some great American companies, maybe make it fun, make it educational. So ask them to pick some of their favorite brands and own shares of those brands and explain what that means. I taught my 16-year-old daughter's best friend how to invest in 5 minutes. And I said, okay, let me show you on my phone. And I said, what's a company that you like? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, well, let me show you this. Here's the share price. Here's how you buy. I punch buy, and I said, let's buy shares of Chipotle. And I bought it, and I said, okay, the order just went through. So now our family owns a percentage of Chipotle. And I got the best reaction. She said, whoa, that was so cool. And I loved hearing that. That made me feel good because, when you get old, you be trying to be cool and it never works. We always look old. And so to be cool, like to be the cool dad was kind of fun for me. So the point is to say that when you teach these things to your kids, make it part of the flow of just your regular life. So you're in line at the drive-thru at Starbucks, impress your kids and show them how you can buy ownership in Starbucks while you're in the drive-through line. They're never going to forget that. I didn't see this type of stuff when I was 16, and when you show them that and then tell them a few of the things that I've shared with you, this is not light stuff. Like the stuff I'm breaking down for you and we're talking about every day. This is really cutting edge stuff. You're not going to learn this in college. So give it to your kids and they won't forget it. Everybody wants money. Everybody needs money. And if they don't need it now, they're going to need it at some point. And so they're going to remember the things that you tell them. So remember, I don't teach any students. I refuse to teach any students. I will only teach you if you agree to be a teacher. I will teach teachers. That's it. Because we have to multiply the knowledge base because we got so much working against us, so many people that want to keep us in the dark. We got to give everything we've got to fight against that. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Renee says, thank you for all that you do. When's the next prime class? We did a prime class on Sunday, or was it Saturday? Or I think it was Sunday. Yeah, Sunday we just did one. I don't know the dates. If you go to drboyceprime.com and log in, the dates are in there. I don't have the dates in front of me. My apologies for that. I want to say maybe around the 6th or something like that. And we're also going to do another Prime 101. We do a Prime 101 about once every 6 weeks for those that are beginners, or maybe you're trying to figure out how to make that first move. And so if you're a Prime member, Prime 101 is free. If you're not a Prime member, there is a small fee, but it's worth it. You'll 10x the amount that you invested to learn the process. So if you want to get an introduction to what we do in Prime, pull out your phone, text the word money to the number 87948. And I guarantee you that presentation will blow your mind. You're going to love it. And it's going to rock your whole world. And you're going to, I just know these things, some things I do know. I don't know everything, but some things I know. All right. So let's see. Jania, or is that Jinja? I think it's Jania. Okay. What Dr. Boyce is buying, shares stocks to hold for long-term, not buy, sell options. Yeah. What Dr. Boyce is buying, those are long-term investments, at least 3 years or more. The Dr. Boyce Money Makers, that's in the Prime program, that's specifically for options. So if you think about it, it's almost like how, remember when you would date when you were younger and you had the times where you would date somebody that you thought might be your husband or your wife, or maybe you had somebody else that wasn't going to be your husband or your wife. I'm not here to judge, but maybe you saw somebody, you're like, you will be a great one night stand, or you will be a great person for me to date until I meet my spouse, right? I'm not saying you should do that. It's bad, right? Kind of bad, right? But as long as you kind of communicate that, right? Don't make any promises you don't want to keep, but y'all know what it is, right? There's some people that you're going to be attracted to for a while, but you're still like, no, he's not daddy husband material, but he's, he looks good, or she's pretty, or whatever, right? So same thing is true with stocks. My option stocks, those are my exciting money makers. Those are the ones where I can sell the options and get that cash flow and use the cash to do all kinds of stuff. It's very cool, but those are not always my long-term investments. My long-term stocks are a little more boring, but they have sustainability. They're not going to give me the same volatility. And so really, when I form a relationship with a stock, that's what I do. I categorize it. I put it in different categories based on what that stock can do, because every investment can be valuable for somebody based on what they're seeking to accomplish. You see what I mean? So this is where your preferences come into play, your risk tolerance, things like that. All right, so I'm gonna have to go. I know there's a couple more questions. I'm sorry I can't answer them all, but I promised someone that I do something at this time, so I'm gonna have to get on out of here. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and you'll get an invitation for financial consciousness training tomorrow. So the number is 87948. You can text the word morning. Also, if you want to take a look at what Dr. Boyce is buying, you can go to drboycestocks.com and you can take a look at that and see if that's something that works for you. Last but not least, if the options thing is of interest to you, you can go to drboyceprime.com and see what we do in the Prime program. I think you're going to like it a lot. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Hold on. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to say hello to everybody as you come in. Today, I want to talk a little bit about something that I put up on Twitter earlier that involved stallions and glorrillas, and basically kind of talking about the image of the Black female in hip hop and whether or not we are getting to the point where we are sort of allowing or even contributing to certain racial stereotypes that are ultimately unhealthy for the community, unhealthy for the Black family, and really add to the racism that we complain about. And so, so do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button, thumbs up, share. Make sure you subscribe. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope everybody's doing well. I hope that you're having a great night. Sometimes on Saturday night or Friday night, I will just go live and I will talk about some of the more interesting things that I see in the Black community. You guys know my background is I'm a finance professor, but also I love to talk about things that relate to economics. This is something that I love to do, and I love to pick topics. That's a fun challenge for me, is to find a topic that you think has nothing to do with economics and to show you that it's always about the money. Now, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, shout out what city you're from, put a B1 in the chat, B1 if you're Black first. Black first means we put our community at the top of the priority list. I want to say hello to my name is Corey and DDS, brother. Thank you for watching the chat. I appreciate you. Let's see. Kashif says, love this guy. You are greatly appreciated. Dot man, you are greatly appreciated too. Thank you so much. Trey J, Phil X, good to see everybody. And feel free to put the name of your city and the name of your business. Yoshika, the wonderful Yoshika Garner. I love seeing your name in the chat too. It boosts me up with confidence, girl. All right, so here we go. Let's jump into this conversation. I'm gonna jump right into it. I had a little bit of a debate on Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins on the number 1. And I hope that if you have a Twitter, you will follow me on Twitter so that we can participate in these conversations, because I think they need to be had. So here was the conversation we had today. This had to do with a question I asked. I just asked the question, and of course it drew a reaction. I knew that it would, and it was about rappers. It was kind of about this idea that I can't help it, but I see these rappers, 2 beautiful women. One is called Megan Thee Stallion, and the other one's called Glorilla. And I thought about, well, what is a stallion and what is a gorilla? A gorilla is a big, brutish, hairy, hyper strong animal. And a stallion is actually, in case y'all don't know, how many of y'all knew this? Give me a yes or no if you knew that a stallion is an adult male uncastrated horse. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? How many of y'all know that a stallion is an adult male uncastrated horse? Did y'all know that? And so it's not just a horse, which that's bad enough. A horse is a horse, of course, right? It's not just that it's a horse. It's that it's an adult male uncastrated horse. That means it's big, strong, masculine. And also it is hypersexual. It wants to, right? That's what an adult male horse does. So it's not just a male horse, Sarai. It's an adult male uncastrated horse. So apparently from the definition I've seen, and maybe I'm wrong, tell me where I'm wrong, but if you are castrated, you're no longer a stallion, right? Stallions, if you think about Rocky Balboa, he was called the Stallion because the stallion was like, the alpha male.
So I wanted to dig down this rabbit hole, and I knew that my comments were going to offend some people. And because there are people who, unfortunately, we will worship anything that white people put on TV. We will look up to anything, no matter how toxic, no matter how unhealthy it is, no matter how embarrassing or how bad the racial stereotype is, no matter how insulting it is to our people or to our women. We just love it anyway because of money. It's all about money and fame. Right. So when people have money and we say, okay, white folks paid their money to do this, it must be good. And this is a problem that we have. This is a problem that it's my job to kind of bring up as a finance guy, that all money ain't good money. Making money to embarrass yourself or embarrass your community ain't good money. Now, this is no disrespect to these rappers. They're very, very talented. I listen to their music. I think it's fine. There's no problem in terms of the talent level, but I think that you really want to process this because you're working against yourself in so many ways. Now, let me start with a simple question. I'm going to ask y'all a simple question. Give me a yes or no. How many of you dislike racism? Give me a yes in the chat if you dislike racism. Give me a yes in the chat if you dislike racial stereotypes. How many of you dislike racial stereotypes? Give me a yes in the chat if racial stereotypes bother you, if you don't think that they're fair, if you don't like it when white folks do that to you. You go in as a black woman and they think that you automatically know how to twerk. How many of you think that that's a terrible thing? Or you go in as a black woman, everybody assumes that you're strong. You a strong black woman. I'm a strong. Come over here, no. I'm a strong black woman. I'm a bend you over, boy. I'm a whoop your ass, oh no. Right? How many of y'all are a little offended by that? Anybody offended by this whole idea that black women are just, kind of these hypersexualized brutes? That are going to bend you over and take your booty like Diddy allegedly did, right? Does anybody kind of, have a problem with that? I do. Maybe you are okay with that. Maybe that's comfortable for you. Maybe you enjoy this, in which case we should probably talk. I don't enjoy these things because the black women I know don't necessarily need to carry around all that weight. In fact, with my wife, if I see her carrying something heavy up the steps, I say, look, I know you're strong, but I'm stronger. I know you are capable, but in this regard, I, as the man, feel that it is important for me to allow you to feel your softer side. I want you to get a chance to sit back and just know, babe, I got this. I got the suitcase. And she lets me do it. But it's hard though. It's hard because the world has kind of abandoned the black woman. That not all black women are able to have someone they can depend on. And that's why I challenge all black men who care about black women to really assert yourself in terms of making sure that you're there. Make sure you're present, you're emotionally strong, you're able to be that consistent, solid rock for the black women that you care about. Give me a yes in the chat if you are a man, if you understand that this is important. I need y'all to really internalize this, okay? So here's what I knew was going to occur. I knew that by sort of saying something that questions the status quo, I knew that I would have people that would come in and not necessarily be able to debate me on the issue. I get it. Maybe I'm intimidating for some people, but they don't debate you. What they do is they'll say something mean to you. They like one guy came in and said, he said that was a granddad comment. And I said, yeah, I am 52 and I am a granddad, but maybe your granddaddy knew something. Maybe your granddaddy wasn't a dumbass. Maybe your granddaddy actually knows a couple of things that you need to listen to. Maybe if you listen to your granddaddy more, you wouldn't be in the situation that you're in. I don't know. I'm not judging. I'm just saying that maybe we need to listen to our granddaddies and grandmothers. And I said, look, if you don't hold it against me that I am a grandfather, then I won't hold it against you that you're 25 years old who don't know shit. How about that? How about this? You don't hold it against me that I'm a 52-year-old man who knows a couple things, and I won't hold it against you that you are 29 years old with horrible credit, or that you or with no money in the bank, where you're not happy with your woman and your life ain't right. I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying that maybe part of the reason that you're struggling is because you don't listen to your granddaddy. Okay, so here's the deal. I think that in these conversations, one of the things we got to stop doing is making them into ignorant discussions. And what do I mean by that? An ignorant discussion is where we don't actually debate. We don't sort of express free ideas. We don't go back and forth and kind of lay out our point of view. We just come back with these simple-minded, teenager-like responses. Because you got a lot of 40-year-old teenagers on the internet. You be hating, dog. You be hating. Is that all you got? Come on, man. You need to give me more than that. My brain needs something to chew on. And you be hating. That's a three-word response that indicates to me that you don't have you don't have a legitimate reply, that you can't defend your position. That makes me not respect you. Now I want to respect you, which means that if you come to me and you say, hey doc, I think that another way to look at it is like this, that's fine. So the reason that this rapper calls herself a stallion is because she means this and this and this. And because here's the thing, here's what you got to deal with, here's what you got to understand. The racism that we complain about so much, a lot of it is really a two-way street. It really is. Right? Racism is it's a two-person tango. You know, a lot of y'all think racism is simply in the hands of white people. That if white people simply change their behavior, then everything will get better. Or if white folks just stop being mean to us, then everything will get better. Well, what I'm saying to you is that sometimes maybe you're mean to yourself. Sometimes because of money, there's that word money. You guys know I'm a financial scientist. So when I see money impeding on your ability to be a free thinking, liberated Black person, I jump in. That's when I go I have to come in and say, wait a minute, what are you talking about, man? You know, so what I'm saying to you is that when you fight against those, like the Frances Cress Welsings and the others who have been consistent. Tell me, let's give a shout out to Frances Cress Welsing. Let's bring her into the room. Give me a yes if you know who Frances Cress Welsing is. Do you know who Frances Cress Welsing is? She's a woman who's far greater than me. She's an amazing woman. She's not the kind of woman you're ever going to see celebrated by the music industry. Frances Cress Welsing is not the kind of woman that you're ever going to see celebrated by corporate America. Frances Cress Welsing is not the kind of woman you're ever going to see celebrated at major, even HBCUs. Howard University fired this woman. Why? Well, why would you fire a woman who wanted Black people to have dignity and to be dignified? Well, a lot of it's because they weren't ready for what she had to say. And she's the kind of person who spoke consistently on these issues. I ain't the first one. And so I appreciate y'all giving me credit for speaking on this issue. But just know I am not the alpha of this conversation. I'm not the omega. I'm none of this. I'm not the first. I'm not the last. I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm just one of a lineage of people who have said, wait a minute, just because white folks is putting money behind it, don't make it right. Just because they got some Negro on stage don't mean that's a successful Black person. Just because that person was on your favorite TV show, that does not mean that what they're doing is okay. And so really, if you dig into this, here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to lay out some pieces to this conversation that I hope you will consider so that you'll just kind of understand that everything that glitters ain't gold. And just because it's twerking, that don't mean it's working. Just because it's twerking don't mean it's working. So let's start here. But before I do that, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This podcast is on Spotify, and I have a few podcasts on Spotify. I actually do a daily update on the stock market. So if you look up Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, you'll find that. Also, I have another one called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. So feel free to go to Spotify, and you can find my name. And also, my website is BoyceWatkins.com. So if you want to look at some of the stuff that I have in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to BoyceWatkins.com. Okay, so we were talking about Megan Thee Stallion and Glorilla in particular, but not because I want to pick on these two rappers, right? What we really want to talk about is hip-hop and the continuous stereotyping of Black women and where these stereotypes may come from. So when you see imagery of women that are in a position where they are forced to be masculine and hypersexualized, the thing that you have to understand is that this is a phenomenon that is particularly preserved for Black women. Now, let's go through some of this. I'd like to bring my wife in on the conversation at some point as well, because she has done some extensive work on the stereotypes of Black females that make it hard for all Black women. So here's a short list of some of the stereotypes they have of Black women. First, there's the angry Black woman. This is a stereotype that portrays Black women as naturally aggressive, angry, and confrontational, disregarding their legitimate emotions and concerns. There's the image of the strong Black woman, the stallion. I'm a strong Black woman. I'm a strong Black. Come over here, boy. I'm a strong Black woman. There's that stereotype that Black women are super strong, that Black women don't feel pain, that Black women are just that they can lift tall buildings in a single bound. There is also the stereotype of Black women as being hypersexual. They call it the horse stereotype. And so this is the stereotype that Black women are definitely, that they're down to sleep with whoever. If you got $10 in a bag of Cheetos, she's going to give you access to the good stuff. And this is another stereotype that we have to confront and deal with as Black people. This is one that we claim that we're against. Now I'm going to ask y'all a quick question as we go forward. Give me a yes if you agree that these stereotypes are bad. Give me a yes if you agree that it's wrong to have a stereotype that Black women are angry. Put a yes in the chat. Give me a yes if you agree that it's wrong to have a stereotype that Black women are hyper masculine, that they're super resilient and endure limitless hardship without support, often leading to the emotional and physical needs being overlooked. How many of y'all think that that's a good stereotype, or that that's a bad stereotype? Give me a yes if you think it's bad. Yes means bad. All right. And then give me a yes if you think that the hypersexuality stereotype that Black women are twerking and licking and chewing on any body part that you want, and no matter what you offer them, and ready to just drop it like it's hot, all this other stuff. How many of y'all think that that is not that is a problem, or am I the only one? Does that make me old fashioned that I'm looking at this with some sort of concern? Does that mean that I should be ignored because they're paying you money to degrade your community and embarrass yourself this way? Does that make me old fashioned? If that does make me old fashioned, then screw you. Because I'll tell you what, maybe I am old fashioned. Maybe I do remember a time where there was work to try to protect our women. Maybe I think it's maybe that makes me old fashioned to kind of think, gosh, man, why y'all just acting like our women are just these big muscular hoes? Like that's what we kind of get, right? You're like hypersexual, but you're also like this big brute that can whoop anybody's ass. What else? There's another stereotype. Another stereotype is the welfare queen. This was something that was heavily leaned on during the Reagan administration. They put an image of a black woman getting welfare, and everybody thought Black women were taking all the welfare money. There's the image of the gold digger. And then there's another one, the image of the mammy. And the mammy image is more of an Aunt Jemima-ish kind of image. It's like, okay, I be birthing these babies, and I be out here just, taking care of the youngins, and I be breastfeeding your chillums, that kind of thing, right? And actually what a lot of people would say is that Oprah Winfrey made $1 billion fulfilling the mammy stereotype. And that's just a reality, that Oprah was kind of seen as everybody's mama. And then you have, movies like The Help. If you remember The Help, did anybody give me a yes if you remember that movie, The Help? Did you see The Help in terms of like what that looked like? And that was, two Black women who played maids, and they were serving white females. And that was, kind of the whole premise of the movie, right? And you have Driving Miss Daisy and movies like that, right? So there's an image of the Black woman as kind of the ultimate mammy, the mommy substitute. And these are images that can be rode to the tune of billions of dollars. One of the things that's interesting about money, and you guys know I'm all about money. I talk about money every single day. In fact, we do financial awareness training every single morning at 10 a.m. That's a free class for anybody that thinks that you have to pay money to be in the Black Business School. You do not have to pay money. This is a 100% free class. And in financial awareness training, one of the things that I try to do is to help you understand how money moves your society, how money shapes your life, and to be conscious of money, to understand the difference between good money and bad money, to understand where the money's at so you can get it. To help you see the money. If you can't see the money, you'll never be the money. And so really, when you look at these stereotypes, one of the most dangerous things about these stereotypes that I think as Black people we have to understand is that these stereotypes are really harmful for all of us. These stereotypes are harmful for the rest of us, but profitable for those who are willing to fulfill those stereotypes. If you get in front of that audience of non-Black people, and you behave in the way that they expect you to behave, then they are going to pay you well for that. And if you make the mistake of believing that because you're being paid well, that means that what you're doing is working, that what you're doing is good, then you're going to be contributing to the demise and the embarrassment of your own community. Do you understand that? Give me a yes if you follow that argument, that money is a deceiver. Money is not evil, but money can be evil. Money is very powerful. Money can incentivize you to do things that you would not normally do. Money can put you in a situation where you embarrass your whole family, but and you go full throttle with it because you think you're winning. Megan Thee Stallion thinks that she's a successful Black woman, and I'm happy for her. I'm happy she was quote unquote successful, but she also got shot in the foot by her boyfriend. Like that. That's not, to me, that's not success. That's not a good life. She's probably traumatized and terrorized and scared half to death, and I don't blame her. It's very, very sad to me to see these things. Glorilla, sure, you're on stage, but look at what you have to do to get up there. You can't do what the white females do. You can't go up like Adele and just sing and show your talent. You can't go up and do what that white lady, what's the girl's name who made Taylor Swift. You can't do a Taylor Swift. They would never let you go and do what Taylor Swift does. You got to go twerk. You got to stick your tongue out. You got to tell everybody about your sex life. You have to go be above and beyond in this, what I would define as a type of minstrel show that we are pushed to pursue, that Lizzo participates at full throttle. Lizzo's interesting. Lizzo's special. Let me tell you why Lizzo is special. I'm going to give you at least 3 reasons why Lizzo is a very special woman. Let me break this down. I'm not even being sarcastic here, but maybe I am. Okay, let me just stop lying about that. Lizzo is special because Lizzo fulfills multiple stereotypes at the same time. That's just, I mean, that's amazing. That I really am impressed that Lizzo is able to fulfill multiple stereotypes at once. Lizzo fulfills the mammy stereotype because she's the big black woman who all the white girls love. They always love that big, loving black mammy type. She fulfills the hypersexual stereotype. Every time you see Lizzo, she's always twerking. She's always doing something sexual. And it's very unfortunate because it's getting her sued. Did anybody see that? How many of y'all, give me a yes or no if you saw Lizzo's big lawsuit? Did y'all see that lawsuit? Lizzo's being sued for a lot of money because apparently they pay her to pursue these insane shenanigans. And the bigger of a clown, the bigger of a buffoon that she is, the more money she makes. But the problem is that you can't do those things in a workplace. When you read that lawsuit, it's really disturbing. They talked about women on the job. Imagine going to work and your boss tells you to go and push a banana out of your hootie hoo. Like literally, she literally, allegedly, this is what they were kind of saying that she was doing, was they said that she was telling her employees to spit a banana out of their private part and all kinds of other stuff, right? So this is not something that you would expect on the job. This is something that you probably could take to HR. How many of you got a job? How many of you, if you went to work at Walmart or Google or Target or wherever you might work, or UPS, how many of you would go to HR if your boss said, I'm going to give you a raise if you stick this peanut into your coochie cooch, right? A lot of you would probably do that, right? So this is what Lizzo's dealing with. And this is quite predictable. It's unfortunate because it reminds me a little bit of what's happening with Diddy. The reason it reminds me of Diddy is because what happens in this industry, by the way, this industry is not owned by black people. Y'all do understand hip hop is not owned and run by people that look like us. Do y'all know that? How many of y'all know that? How many of y'all know that hip hop is this industry where we are the props? Hip hop is an industry where we are the commodities. Hip hop is an industry where we are not the owners of anything. The owners are people that look like that. They're people that, and in fact, there's an article here I'm looking at in the LA Times, and they said that top music industry executives are still overwhelmingly white and male, according to a report at USC. So according to this report at USC, the hip hop music industry is run by a lot of white males. And it says here, after a year of public displays of introspection concerning diversity and inclusivity in the entertainment industry, a new study from USC tracking the race and gender of top executives in the music business shows how much work is yet to be done. The study from USC's Annenberg Inclusion Initiative, released Tuesday morning, spells out just how stratified the music industry remains in its executive and professional ranks. This is in stark contrast to the popular music's leading streaming and airplay charts, which are regularly topped by black and female artists. The study surveyed a broad range of 4,060 executives at 119 music groups, record labels, music publishers, live promoters, radio companies, streaming services, and other major and independent music firms. It found that the top executives at 70 leading music companies, 86% were men, 86% were white. Did y'all hear that? Let me absorb it. Give me a yes. Sometimes I get excited. When stuff gets me going, I talk really fast. How many of you are concerned by this? I mean, process this. These are the people that are running the industry. Give me a yes if you agree with this statement, that while they're telling our women to call themselves gorillas and horses, right? Remember, a gorilla is a big, hairy, brutish, super strong animal. And a stallion is an uncastrated adult male horse. So while they got black women running around here, looking like animals or calling themselves animals, do you think that they're doing this to their children? What do y'all think? Do you think that they are putting their girls, their daughters out here, having them look crazy like that? You say, baby, you ain't nothing but a big old glorilla. You an angry woman. You a mammy. We want you to be the ultimate hoe. We want you to be the gold digger and the welfare queen. We want you to fulfill every negative stereotype there is, and we want you to embarrass our community. Do you think that they're doing that with their kids? and I'm going to answer. I'm going to say the answer is no, and the reason the answer is no is because I want y'all to give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. Can you name the white female version of Lizzo? Can you name one single white female? There's more white. Now, pay attention. Now, there's more white females in America than there are black people. Do we agree on that? So, if there are more white females than black females, then you would expect that there would be 10 or 20 Lizzos. If the ratio is about 8-1, white to black, you would expect there to be 8 Lizzos for every white Lizzos for every 1 black Lizzo. So I'm not asking you to give me 8. I'm asking you, give me one. Just give me one white female who is just as famous as Lizzo, who is obese, shows up to Laker games with a booty out, wearing a thong, and twerks in public at every chance she gets. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna do the Jeopardy countdown and wait for a moment and allow you to tell me. I'm gonna give you time to think about it. Tell me one person who is the white female Lizzo. Give me a yes or no. Can you think of anybody? Okay, so you can't think of anybody. All right, so let's do another test then, because I clearly must be out of my mind. I mean, on my Twitter, somebody told me I was out of touch and I was a grandpa, and I don't know what I'm talking about, because what they do is they get mad. They'll be like, "You're a so-called doctor, and you think you're better than everybody else. You're a so-called doctor, and yet you're stupid." I'm like, "No, I'm not a so-called doctor. I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm a PhD doctor. And my PhD, you can look it up. It's from The Ohio State University. So no, I'm not a so-called PhD. I'm an actual PhD. So just so you know, and I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. There's a difference. Financial influencers just talk a lot. I do talk a lot, but also I've got 20 years of I got my PhD 20 years ago. So please shut up. Just shut up and listen. All right. So let me ask you this. Can y'all name who is the white female version of Glorilla? Glorilla, let's do Glorilla and Megan at the same time. So can you, and also I want you to give me a yes or no. Is there a single picture anywhere on the internet of Taylor Swift doing a pose like that? Give me a yes or no. I mean, seriously, there's got to be one, right? Because apparently the racism ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm making things up. I'm being delusional. So can you think of one image of Taylor Swift? This is Megan Thee Stallion. She made a guest appearance on a Marvel show. Now, and she was teaching the She-Hulk how to twerk. Is there? I mean, can you name like who's the white female version of Megan Thee Stallion? Who's the white female that has a name that is similar to an adult uncastrated male horse? That twerks at every available opportunity, constantly takes pictures with her tongue out. Who is the white female Cardi B? There's her album cover. What's it called? Gangsta Bitch Music Volume 1. Is that the name of the? Yeah, she's sitting there. She got her legs spread wide open, and she's sucking on a liquor bottle. Would you say that's just a glowing image of the black female? Like, would you say that this? And again, remember, the people that are running the industry, you ain't seeing no pictures of their daughters out here like this. They're like, no, we don't do that sort of thing. That's for the Negroes. they like this sort of thing. They like to be seen this way. And I want you to just kind of think about this. I want you to just really kind of process this. This is what they're doing to the image of the black woman. And then I got to go on Twitter, and first people that argue with me are not even the white folks. Even the white folks look at it and they're like, what the hell are y'all doing? There's lots of non-black people who look at this and say, why would you let people misrepresent your community this way? And I'm gonna tell you why it happens. It happens because many of us are financially desperate. That's what it's just financial desperation. That's what that is. When you're economically desperate, you will do anything in order to get money. And so one of the things that I think allows people like myself to make a contribution is that I like to train you on how to make sure that your children understand wealth and money, so they don't have to embarrass themselves to get money. I don't want my girls out there doing stuff like that just so they can get a nickel. I don't want them telling struggle stories. And this is really where it's all of our responsibility, right? It's not me beating up on the black women who do these things. It's more so all of us talking about just what's required for us to fix this. It's me challenging even black men to say, come on, man, we got to stand up and defend ourselves and defend our women. We can't have them out here desperate like this. And in fact, I'm gonna read some stats to you that will help you to connect the dots in terms of the imagery of the black female in hip hop and what's going on with the black female in society. But before I do that, do me a favor. If you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. As you guys may or may not know, every single morning I have a free class. It is called Economic Awareness Training, EAT. And so what I do is I teach you how to eat because I want you to eat. I want you to eat, and I want you to eat healthy food. That means I want you to make your money in a way that is good. I don't want you to have to do desperate things for money. I'm a finance PhD. That's my profession. And so if you'd like to join us, the class is 100% free. You can text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. You can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you live out of the country. If you live out of the country, go to drboyceelevate.com. If you're in the country, just text the word morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation to our economic awareness training because this is what's going on, right? What's going on, the reason that we are embarrassing ourselves in this way and the reason that we're cheering this on is because we don't always know exactly what's really happening. I'm going to tell you like this. When we talk about economic awareness and financial consciousness, I'm going to tell you who's very much economically aware. The people who promote these images are extremely economically conscious. Cardi B is economically conscious in her own way in one particular sense. For a Cardi B, if you notice, most of her lyrics, most of her music is about money. Like, in fact, I think she has a whole song about money. So as a finance professor, of course, that perks my ears up. When you're rapping about money, it's like, okay, you love money, you want to get money. So my question then becomes, how are you getting your money? Because all money ain't good money. So what Cardi B does, unfortunately, and this is not her fault, because I think she's actually a smart lady. I respect talented lyricists, and I consider her to be a talented lyricist. They have a level of intelligence, and you actually see, believe it or not, just to give her credit, Cardi B's really evolving. If you notice, she allowed them to use her in the last presidential election, where I guess Biden did an interview with her and she endorsed him. Well, this time around, she said she's not voting for anybody, and that shows me that she spent time processing and thinking about what she wants to do politically and how she wants to use her power. So I have nothing against her, but if you listen to her songs and listen to the lyrics carefully, and this is something that I do, when I was on the Breakfast Club 4 times, I didn't go in there blind. I don't go in not knowing about the culture that I'm speaking about. A lot of people that think that because I'm 52, I don't know what's happening in hip hop. You're silly. I've followed hip hop for 30 something years, so I know everything that's happening in the space for the most part. I follow these things very closely. The difference is, though, that I process it very carefully. I listen to the lyrics. I listen to the messages, because remember, these are the messages that are being given to our little girls. And whether you like it or not, with great power comes great responsibility. Whether you like it or not, these images do matter. Whether you like it or not, the way we portray the black woman around the world is the way people are going to view the black woman around the world. Am I right or am I right? Do you agree? What do you think? If you're portraying images of the black female in a way that is highly inappropriate, then people are going to meet black women and assume that this is who you are. This is the stereotype that you fit. And so with this pursuit of money, because that's all, it's all about money. That's why I'm talking about it as a finance professor, because this is all about money. When you're pursuing money in this way, in this reckless, irresponsible way, it's a little bit of a contradiction for you in one hand to say, I hate racial stereotypes. And then to say, I don't want to be mistreated, or to say, I don't want you to see me as a stereotype. But yet at the same time, you're making all this money promoting the stereotype. Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope you let me know if you follow what I'm saying, because sometimes I don't want to get too deep on people, but it's true. So if you think about the images of the black woman, let's go through them really quickly. The stereotypes: you've got the angry black woman, the black woman who's just pissed off at everybody and everything all the time, who is this unlovable creature that nobody wants to get close to because she's angry, and that's one stereotype. You've got the mammy stereotype. That would be the Oprah Winfrey. That's the one who be birthing all the babies and breastfeeding all the kids and all that. You've got the hypersexualized whore stereotype, which is that black women are just all about breeding with no accountability. They just want to be babies' mamas, and that's it. And then you have the gold digger and the gold digger / welfare queen stereotype, right? All she wants you for is your money, and all she wants to do is pick up a welfare check so she can take care of her babies all by herself. Now, let me let me throw in one thing that does happen with this, and this is unfortunate, is that when you have these images of the Black female that are sort of perpetuated through society, I think that it does give this horrible, highly inaccurate image of the Black woman as being this unlovable, unwanted creature. That, you know, that okay, she's not really a person. She is a stallion and a glorilla. And gorillas, nobody wants to love a gorilla. Like if you look at a stallion is an adult castrated, an adult uncastrated male horse, a big strong male horse that wants to have sex with everything, and a big hairy gorilla. Nobody wants to cuddle up with that big hairy ass muscular gorilla, which is the connection I made. When you call yourself Glorilla, it's like, why would you want to be a gorilla? I don't get that. And then you have the stallion. Nobody cuddles up with a stallion because the stallion is going to screw you. That's what stallions do, right? So ultimately, these stereotypes all connect, and these stereotypes are promoted by people who run the music industry who do not look like us. And so to me, the enemy is not the Lizzos. Lizzo got really mad at me, and Lizzo made comments and started getting into fights with me. But the thing is, I'm conscious of these things because I'm a little bit older than her. I understand the game. The game is that people like this pit people like me against the Lizzos of the world. So when I come along and say, come on, sweetheart, you're beautiful, you're talented, you can play the flute, why you got to twerk while you're doing it? Why you got to simulate sucking a man's penis in order to get attention? Why do you have to humiliate yourself that way? Why are you showing up at a Lakers game with your booty out where little children got to go sit on these seats with your juices all over the seats? Like, why do you have to do all that? Why the clown show? Why the circus? When I say these things, then what they do is these people get in her ear and they say, oh, there goes the patriarchy. There goes. They use one stereotype against the other. They pit the Black man and the Black woman against each other. Give me a yes if you agree. They do that. They'll come in and because they control the media. They don't just control the music industry. Pay attention now. This is all financial. This is a financial lesson you will never forget. This is a financial class right now that we're having. I hope you understand how this is a financial conversation. It is their control of wealth and money that allows them to do this. So what they'll do is they'll use media. So when Lizzo got mad because I basically said, I don't understand why this lady's got to be out here humiliating herself in this way. So what the media then did, pay attention now, this is a true fact. They then perpetuated this image all throughout media, through the entire Associated Press. Thousands of publications pretty much wrote up the article as Lizzo tells off sexist Black male professor, or they didn't say Black male professor, but she tells off sexist patriarch professor when he says blah, 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 right? So they're pitting me against her when I'm the one who's protecting you from all the nonsense. I'm the one who's warning you that, look, if you keep acting like this, you're going to get sued, girl. They're going to take everything you got. They're going to do a Diddy and a Bill Cosby on you. They pit us against each other when I'm the one who says, no, come on, you're better than that. They pit us against each other when I say, I know they're telling you to go twerk and sexualize yourself, but I think that you can do more than that. I think you can sing. You should be able to do what Adele does. Adele ain't got to twerk. Adele ain't out here putting stuff in her mouth. Adele ain't out here sticking her tongue out. Adele just shows up and sings. That white lady, Taylor Swift, she ain't not one single thing that Lizzo has done on stage that Taylor Swift has also done. Taylor Swift does not have to do those things. Taylor Swift can go and just be a human being and make $1 billion. Now, is it wrong for me to want that? Does that make me the villain? Or are we dealing with a world where people, because they have their money and their power and they control the music industry on one hand and the media on the other? I think that what happens here, I don't think I know. They pit the Black male against the Black female. So when the Black male shows up, this is why, ladies, this is why sometimes it's hard for brothers to step up and show support and protection. It's hard because then you get people in your ear that will tell you that I'm the enemy or that we're the enemy, when really we're the ally. Really, I mean, you really think Russ Weisenberg or whoever runs the music industry label, you really think he cares about your best interest? You really think that these people are sitting around saying, golly, I really want to see strong Black families? What do y'all think? Do you think these people sit around and think, and they have conspiracies at some point? They're planning something. They're conscious of something. They're thinking about something. When they have their meetings, they're talking about something. So do you think that in their meetings, I want to ask y'all this question. This is a consciousness exercise. Do you think that when they're sitting down, when Rothenstein and Heiselberg get together and have a meeting, do you think that they're sitting around saying, gosh, how do we reduce violence in Black communities? Yes or no? Do you think that when they get together, they sit and they say, gosh, you know, we really want to make sure we really rejoin the black family because these children really need a father in the house? Do you think that that's what's happening? Do you think that they sit and they say, gosh, Bob, I was looking at these statistics on black wealth, Bob, and I noticed that African-American wealth has been on the decline, and that's a problem. We've got to fix that. You think they're thinking about that? You think they're thinking about ways to create financial security for black people, stronger families, better neighborhoods? What do you think? Or do you think that they're sitting around saying, okay, how do we get so-and-so to twerk a little more so we can make it a little extra money? Oh, people loved it when you got on top of the table and was shaking your booty and we really we want to put you on TV so that you can be as outrageous as possible. So you can go out here and really outsell your last album, because we want to make money. We don't really give a damn what the societal implications are of your behavior. We just want that we want your stereotypes to show up to work every day so that we can profit from those stereotypes, and the negative externalities and the negative outcomes or the negative side effects of your behavior, that belongs to you. That belongs to you people. You people have to figure it out, because we're not doing that with our kids. We're not going to let our girls go out here and act like this, but we'll let your girls do it all day. I don't know if people, I know this offends people, and I know people don't want to hear this, but whatever. Hate me if you want to. I don't give a damn if you hate me. I don't care if you hate me. If you hate me, that ain't going to affect me. What the only way you can affect me is if you prove me wrong. Can you prove me wrong? Can you prove me wrong that I just made a bunch of points and I laid it out very carefully and very clearly? You can't prove me wrong. That's why you get mad. You're not used to accountability. You're not used to somebody saying all money ain't good money. You're used to a world where it's money over everything, money over hoes, money. I'll die for money. I'll kill for money. Money, power, respect. I get money. I get money. Get money. That's literally the mindset. And my thing is, like, it's okay to get money. I mean, shoot, I'm a financial scientist. All I've done was study money for 30 years. But at the same time, money can turn you into something that you're not supposed to be. Money can destroy you as quickly as it can build you up. And I don't know if we think about that enough. And that's one of the reasons we have so many challenges. That's why these stereotypes persist. That's why your son might get shot by the cops, because a lot of times the cops have a negative perception of black males and they're scared of him before they meet him. Maybe that's why if you look at the stats, let's go through some quick stats, because I want to make these points really quick. If you look at unmarried rates, as of the recent data, 48% of black women in America, adult age, are unmarried. In the 1960s, before integration, only 28% of black women aged 25 and older had never been married. By 1980, this percentage rose to 40%. By the 2000s, it was 42%, and in the 2010s, it was 45%, and the number has continued to go up. So now it's up to 48%. So every decade in the last 50 years, the percentage of black women that are unmarried has consistently grown. There are studies that show that this also links to things like the Biden mass incarceration epidemic. When they put so many of your men in prison, it broke down your families in twofold. One, because your men were in prison, so they can't marry you if they're locked up. But then number two, these men that are supposed to be raising your sons are not there to raise your sons, so your sons are not growing up to become men. Let me know if you're following that. I need yes confirmations to let me know that you're getting what I'm saying, because I don't want to talk too fast. I don't want you to gloss over that point. When you don't have the fathers around, when the fathers are not raising your boys, that's when you get these she-males out here. That's when you get these bearded babies out here. That's when you get these 45-year-old teenagers from. That's where they come from. They come from the fact that they never had a father that was kicking them in the ass and forcing them to be men. That's the reality. That's something, for whatever reason, people don't want to talk about it. Maybe it's politically incorrect. Maybe it's not a warm, fuzzy conversation that you're looking for, but the world ain't warm and fuzzy. And so, generally speaking, the breakdown of the family is directly connected to the breakdown of the African-American male. A lot of this occurred through hip hop. I believe, as Ice Cube has alluded to and others, that there was a conspiracy in the 80s and the 90s to take out opportunities from the black community and replace it with drugs and guns. And then they had music that glorified the drugs and guns, which caused your men to lose who they're supposed to be, to the point where they became butt naked, crazy, ignorant and crazy and violent and ridiculous in terms of the things that we celebrated. You should not be looking up to the drug dealer more than you look up to the scientist. You should not be looking up to the hustler and the thug more than you're looking up to the person who takes care of his kids. There's nothing about Russell Wilson, who's taking care of baby Future. If you know, Russell Wilson married the singer Sierra. There's nothing about Russell Wilson that on any planet would make him into some sort of a simp, except for a culture that has been bastardized to the point where you celebrate extreme amounts of black male irresponsibility. Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you've seen this. Give me a yes if you've noticed any of this. So effectively, what has happened is that both the black male and the black female, in terms of our self-image, our image of each other, and the image that is seen by the world, has been just chopped up and poisoned in so many ways. Poisoned through poisonous, toxic culture that is not controlled by you. It is run by people that run companies like Paramount Global, people that run Universal Music Group, people that run these other record labels. It's the people that run the media, and they will. And the reason you can't see it, pay attention now. The reason you can't see what is being done to you and what's being done to your family, done to your culture, done to your community, is because it's all covered with money. Money is this crazy thing that I meditate on it a lot in terms of understanding what it does and where it's at and how it works. Money has a way of putting perfume on a pig. You understand what I'm saying? Money is where they take a piece of crap and they put it and they tell you that it's chocolate cake. They take a big pile of doo-doo and they put icing on it and they put little candles on it, and you will bite into that big pile of doo-doo like it's a delicious chocolate cake. And because that's what somebody told you, and you'll be like, damn, this thing stinks, it's nasty. But damn, but then the person next to you says, this chocolate cake is so good. And you will literally sit there and eat a big pile of doo-doo that's chocolate cake because you see everybody else eating the doo-doo thinking that it's chocolate cake. But that doo-doo that they're serving you, that's not your birthday cake, bro. That's not your the delicious cake that you think that it is. That's really doo-doo. That's what it stinks and it's nasty because that's what it is. And so when you look at the culture, that's what they did with the culture. They call it the culture. And I keep telling you, I've been saying this for 20 years. I said, that is not our culture. That is not who we are. We ain't all growing up trying to be like Rick Ross and these really immature, baseless, weak men with no substance. Like, that's kind of what hip hop produces. You know, the Diddy's of the world. I've been saying stuff like that about the Diddy's long before the world decided that Diddy was a bad guy. I said, what in the world makes you look up to this guy? He talks a lot, doesn't get anything done, really, not for the black community. He's not even really the leader of anything. He's a guy who works for these people where they sell this vodka, and you somehow think that that's some sort of model of black success. And now that model of black success is the same guy that you're vilifying now and saying, oh, he's a terrible person, isn't it? I'm like, well, why? You couldn't see that before? Oh, I get it. Oh, that's right. You were hypnotized by the money because you think all money is good money. So anyway, I'm going to make my final point on this. If you could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. And yes, Mashawn, I am live right now. Sometimes I don't go live. Sometimes it is a recording, but right now I am live. But then again, you may be looking at the recording and then think that I'm in the recording saying that it's live, because sometimes I'll play it again. But also, if you want to get started on your economic journey in the Black Business School, we have 176,000 students worldwide. A lot of our classes are low cost or free. We are the Black wealth experts of America and the world. We're better at Black wealth than any other group in the country. We partner with scientists and thinkers from all walks of life in our community to solve our problems. And I believe this is more effective than any politician. It's more effective than any public policy. It's more effective than any entertainer. We're getting it done. So if you'd like to get started on your journey, you can go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market. That's where wealth is being built. I can help you get started there. We have people that can do real estate. We have people that can do entrepreneurship. Whatever you want to do, we got you. We also are the only institution out here that's really aggressively educating Black children on wealth. One of the secrets to wealth that a lot of people don't know, and this keeps your kids off the stripper pole and keeps them out of the streets and out of the silly situations, is that if you teach your children about wealth, or you do things like the Black Wealth Master Plan, where you invest just $5 a day for that newborn baby, well, then what happens is that your child gets to a point where by the time they're 25 years old, they are financially secure. By the time they're 25 or 30 years old, they're not out here desperate for money. They're not signing bad record deals because they can't pay the rent. They're not out here doing things that are going to embarrass themselves because they don't have enough money. The Black Wealth Master Plan, which is 100% free, is free to the community. And I keep repeating that because I know that there are people who don't believe that we can solve this problem. There are people who don't support anything that's Black. There are people who will go along with bad ideas from the white community, but will ignore good ideas from the Black community. But I can tell you it's 100% free. It's Black Wealth Master blackwealthmasterplan.com. I made an ebook on a $5 a day investing plan. And what I explained to you is that if you do this for your newborn child, if you love your child enough to invest for them from birth, if you care enough to prepare a plan for them, then by the time your child's 25 years old, they've got a couple $100,000 in the bank. So I want you to think about this. So let's go back. Let's talk about this topic. And the URL is blackwealthmasterplan.com. So feel free to go take a look. If you go back and you look at some of this ridiculous imagery of the black female that's being pushed throughout hip hop, I want you to ask this basic question. Do you think, give me a yes or no, do you think that Megan Thee Stallion would be, exploiting herself in this way and doing just anything to make a dollar if she was financially secure, if her parents had made a plan for her? I read Megan Thee Stallion's whole bio. I read her whole life story. I don't think her daddy was around. I think her mama was a rapper. I think that there was financial struggle. She signed a bad contract. She ended up suing the record label because she said she got exploited. But the reality is that they didn't make her sign that contract. So what made her sign it? Somebody made her sign it. What made her sign it? It was financial desperation. That's what made her sign it. That's what made her do it. The devil made you do it. The devil made you do it. The devil is in the struggle. The devil is in the poverty. The devil is in the scarcity. That's where the devil's at. Y'all got to understand. And so you got rappers that are out here listening to the devil. They're being driven by the devil. And I'm not talking about this from a religious standpoint. I'm talking about when you got beautiful young women like Glorilla taking pictures like this. I mean, literally booty cheeks spread out just so I can get attention. There's very rarely a black child that's raised with financial security who is not struggling to pay the rent, who will go to such desperate means to get attention and to get a couple dollars in their pocket. There's rarely a child with economic intelligence and financial security who will sign a record deal that basically becomes a deal with the devil, where they're stuck and they're locked into a terrible contract like Megan was, and they find themselves humiliating themselves in order to get paid. So I need y'all to kind of help me with this. Give me a quick yes, if you can, to let me know that you understand the connection here. Let me know if you understand why economics is one of the solutions to this problem. That if our children are raised in a way where they can make money the right way, they can make money in a safe way, they can make money in a way that's going to benefit them. They don't have to go sign horrible, imbalanced, exploitative, racist contracts from people who look like this. They don't have to go to these people. Because I'm going to tell you like this. Here's what I want you to understand. Pay attention now. I need y'all to listen. All the people that are in this picture, these music industry executives who are mostly non-black, mostly male, I bet every nickel in your bank account and mine that not one of these individuals has a daughter who is out here twerking for money. Not one of these individuals in this picture tells their child that if you go sign this horrible, lopsided, exploitative deal with the devil contract with Universal, that's going to get you out the hood. Not one of them is having those conversations with their kids. But we think that is part of being black. We think that we're supposed to be in the struggle. We think that Cardi B, I like Cardi B, actually. There's a part of me that really likes her. Sometimes she gets on my nerves, but there's a part of me that really likes her. And here's what I like about Cardi B. You know what I like about Cardi B? This is a moment of honesty. I like Cardi B because she's honest. I appreciate the honesty. Because the honesty really is where she really tells you the things that she did for money when money was dry. She talks about how she used to do Bill Cosby's on men. She used to take advantage of men's lack of sexual discipline. And so a man comes in the club, he's trying to get some. She would lure him into a hotel room, and then they would drug him, and they would take all his money and maybe take some things that money should not buy. They would take his money, and she would get a guy to come in, and if she didn't like the guy, she'd have the guy come in and do a ditty on this man. That's what she used to do to get money. She talks about this, which is fascinating to me. I'm really fascinated by the fact that no one ever really thought to say, okay, she should probably be prosecuted or held accountable, or she should be canceled for this. Isn't that interesting though? Let's pause in that moment. Doesn't anybody else think that that's so strange? That, like, imagine if a guy said that. Like, imagine if Diddy was like, yeah, I went and I drugged and raped somebody and took all their money. Like, do you really think that would just be overlooked? Like, oh, well, that's okay. He was just doing what he had to do to survive. Or do you think that people would say, okay, let's do a deeper investigation? So I want to just point that out to you in terms of looking at some of the biases that do exist in our society. I find that really fascinating that people just overlooked that statement. and no one sort of said, okay, wait a minute, that's worse than what Cosby did. Nobody said that, right? But anyway, with Cardi, if you listen to her music carefully, which I've done, she raps about money. She got a whole song about money. Money, I need money. I like money, right? And how does she know to get money? Well, she basically gets money by offering her good stuff, right? You know, I know, again, call me old fashioned. I sound, somebody on Twitter said I sound like a grandpa earlier, and that made me feel kind of bad because I am a grandpa, and I'm like, dang, what's wrong with being a grandpa? Is that bad? I thought grandpas were wise. I thought grandpas know a couple things, and I'm gonna just tell you like this. I kind of feel like when you talk about money, that there are some things that really just should not be for sale. I don't know if that makes me weird or old fashioned or makes me uppity, but I kind of get concerned when I hear a person who's rapping, who's like this role model for young black girls, who's considered to be black excellence, black girl magic. And she's literally rapping and saying that if you want access to the bag, just take your clothes off and go catch STDs from random nasty ass men and unwanted pregnancy. I really kind of think that maybe as a community, we may want to reconsider that public policy if we ever want to be successful as a people, if we ever want to have the stable families we deserve. And it's very unfortunate because, again, because I am a father of daughters, when I see desperate women, unfortunately, being forced to do desperate things to make money and being told to do these things by people who control their finances, that makes me say, gosh, where's your daddy at? Because I think your daddy is supposed to protect you. So this isn't just a problem for white folks. It's not just a problem for black women. It's a problem for all of us. It's really a problem that all of us have to think about and all of us have to address in our own way. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the topic. I'm sure I offended somebody. I always do. If I offended you, that's good. That means that I got you to think. And I hope that we can agree that that even if we disagree, we can still be friends. So give me a yes if that's okay. If you didn't like everything I said, that's okay. Chalk it up to the fact that I'm not perfect and not everybody's going to agree. I just think that we need to have conversations about this because this ain't the way. This is not going to get us where we want to get to. Everything we talk about eliminating racism and creating freedom in the community, there's nothing free about selling our little girls' bodies, so they can make a couple dollars. There's nothing liberating about having people embarrass themselves from our community just so they can pay the rent. There's nothing good about any of this. And I really personally think that these should not be seen as models of black success. What these are is when you see these degrading images of our people, those are examples of epic amounts of failure. That is the failure of the community to protect our girls. That is the failure of society to do what is right. That is a failure of the family, the black family. When the family fails, that's when you get people saying, okay, I'm going to go twerk for whoever can help me pay a bill because my daddy ain't around to help me. And that's what I generally see when I see these kinds of things. Remember, Megan Thee Stallion, again, think about this, process this for a minute now. I need y'all to really be conscious on this with me. She's supposed to be living the dream. Like, this is the example of extreme success. This is what all the rappers aspire to. And I know a lot of rappers. I had a conversation with a rapper. He was very good friends with a rapper in LA named PNB Rock. And PNB Rock, do y'all remember PNB Rock? Give me a yes if you remember him. PNB Rock got shot, I think, in the middle of a Denny's or something. It was a Denny's or Roscoe's or something like that. And he was in this restaurant and somebody just somehow, I think his girlfriend tweeted his location or something from what I read. And next thing I know, this brother got shot in front of everybody. He got shot in this restaurant. And I was talking to a young rapper about this. And I said, it was Jay Ortiz. I don't think he minds me saying his name. Jay Ortiz right now is on tour with a rapper named Kevin Gates. And I talked to Jay and I said, are you sure you want to go in this industry? I said, because, most people I know who are successful as rappers in certain genres are not happy people. They're not safe. Megan Thee Stallion achieved all the success a rapper could achieve, but she got shot in the foot by her man. Like, that is traumatic as shit. I know I'd be traumatized if my wife shot me in the foot and I gotta keep on going like nothing happened. Oh my God. Now, again, it's controversial, right? There are people debating whether or not he did it and all that. Well, I know he went to prison for it. And then you go into there's another rapper. She actually got discovered on my page. I'm not making this up. There's a rapper named, y'all know Young M.A.? Young M.A. is out of New York. Young M.A. literally got discovered on my Facebook page. And she's and I'm not making this up. She actually said this in interviews. And I'm very happy for her because she's super talented. But I feel so bad for her because if you listen to her music and you see the headlines on this poor young lady, she's going through extreme problems when it comes to her mental and physical health. She, you know, and the thing is, and the reason that I believe this is happening is because you've got a lot of undiagnosed, untreated trauma in the Black community. You also have a lack of guidance for these young people. When these record labels get a hold of them and they start paying them any amount of money to do any ridiculous thing that will embarrass their family and their community, there's nobody from our community who's in their ear saying, come on, man, you don't really need to do this to make money. Or no, you don't want to completely sell your soul. So in Hollywood, people go off to Hollywood and LA and they have these big dreams about making money. There's that word money again. I keep bringing it up because in case you're wondering why a finance professor talks about these things, and because they dangle a couple of dollars in front of you, they get you to do things that lead to lifelong regret. And this is offensive to me because I think that the impression that others have of Black people is these people will do anything for $1. And I'm gonna tell you like this: every community ain't like that. The people, their community, these people in this picture, I bet you anything that there are some things they will not do for money. They will not abandon Israel for money, for example. There are certain things they will not do for $1. So the question I want to ask you is, what do you have in your community that is not for sale? I think that's the question I leave you with today as we finish up this conversation. What do you have in your community that nobody can buy? Or is everything for sale? Are your daughters for sale? Is her body for sale? Is your dignity for sale? Like, what do you have in your community that is not for sale? And if you can't think of that, if you can't answer that question, then you're always going to be a slave to money, because money can either liberate you or it can turn you into a slave. And this is what you're dealing with. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. This podcast is on Spotify. So if you want to listen on Spotify, just go to Spotify, look up Boyce Watkins. I do have several podcasts on Spotify. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. The other is called How to Make Money Without Working. And I'm also creating something called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I'm going to give daily assessments of what's happening in the stock market and stuff like that for those of you that are interested in pure investing topics. And as you know, I like to talk about culture. In my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that I talk extensively about what a good economic culture looks like, specific steps on how you can establish that in your family, and ways that you can break generational curses financially. So if you'd like to take a look at that book, I can even autograph it and send it to you. One of my girls is going to actually mail it to you. So we do have a family business with my wife. You can just go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. Also, I want to remind everybody that October 25th through the 27th, we have the All Black National Convention that's going to be held in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. The All Black National Convention is the largest gathering on earth of intelligent Black people designed specifically for us to solve our problems as a community. So we welcome all families. We welcome all intelligent people from all walks of life. We welcome all the therapists and the teachers and the activists and the attorneys and the doctors and the professors and all the people that care about our community, that want to solve this problem, that are sick of this shit, that want to make us better. So if you want to join us in Chicago, or it's outside of Chicago, it's right outside Chicago. So Lombard's a really nice place. Feel free to go to all, and Chicago is too. I'm not saying Chicago's not, but you know, Chicago is a little bit mixed. I ain't gonna lie. Feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys. So I'm going to get out of here, and God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. Also, tomorrow morning, we are going to get up at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week, because we're serious about this. We are not playing, and this is 100% free. And it's called Economic Awareness Training. If you'd like to be invited, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I will invite you to our financial awareness training. Text morning to 87948, or if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So thank you so much for listening. I appreciate y'all 100%, and I just love intelligent Black people, because y'all let us have the conversations that need to be had, and I appreciate y'all putting up with my outrageousness, because I know sometimes I might say things that may sound radical, but just know that my heart's in the right place, and I want to say it in a way that's going to make our lives better. So take care. I'll talk to you soon. Love you. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down beyond that.
Demons through life and how you can work through these things. Remember when I was mentioning to you all that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is, in my view, the greatest impediment to Black wealth, because to build economies, you need trust, and traumatized people don't. Traumatized people cannot trust very well. Traumatized people also can't even trust themselves. They don't come through for themselves as well as they could otherwise, because when you have all these extra emotions you're carrying around, this extra baggage, it really makes it difficult for you to reach your fullest potential and become the person that you're supposed to be. So this is one of the reasons why I think even with our kids, we want to work very, very hard to help them shape their identities and at an early age, so that they don't have these impediments that keep them from becoming their very best selves, right? So I personally think even things like racism, I know that racism in Kentucky, growing up as a Black kid in Kentucky, really sort of gave me a weird inferiority complex that I was constantly fighting, where I would be shadow boxing. I'd be fighting battles that didn't even exist, because I was so traumatized by this idea that I was going to be treated differently just because I was Black, and I know that even as I got older, there would be situations I would walk into where I didn't feel comfortable, or I was dealing with all these excess emotions that kind of blocked me from being able to really just do my thing and to react to things in the right way, in a measured way. It's like when I was teaching at Syracuse University, I remember dealing with white kids, and it sometimes conflicts would emerge because maybe I'd get offended by something somebody said or whatever, instead of me just dealing with the issue. Now, I think that we might have, speaking of dealing with the issue, are we back? Do we have audio?
Yes, I have audio. I figured it out.
Okay, great. All right, very awesome, very awesome. All right, so babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do? I assume most of y'all know this is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and I'm going to mention this really quickly. My wife is not just a therapist. She is a therapist that trains other therapists, so she's really good at what she does. Also, she is, and I got to give props to the Black woman next to me. I hope that's okay. She is one of the few, a very small percentage of PhDs. First of all, only less than 1% of the population has a PhD, and that percentage is even lower when you talk about people that look like us. But then even beyond that, a small percentage of PhDs become full professors at a university, right? So she's really rare in her field. She's one of the best around. I watch her every day in terms of the fact that she listens to therapy trainings just for fun. I've seen her read books hundreds of pages long on the subconscious mind. So she's really a great partner in terms of being able to understand what's really happening with our mindset and our money. So with me saying all that, babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do, and everything else? Because I have to lay it out there. I want to lay it out there because I don't want people, because there are a lot of people on the internet who sound good but don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I know you put in 20 years of work, 30 years of work into this stuff, right? So to me, I think there's a difference between somebody who has been studying something for 20 or 30 years versus somebody who just got it one morning and decided to start a podcast, and so because it really can cause you, it makes the difference between getting good information and bad information, or scientifically proven information, versus just something that came off somebody's hip. So anyway, I'll let you go ahead and take over from here. Why don't you tell them about what you do and everything else?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Alicia, and I am a social worker. I like to present myself as a social worker first, because that's my background in my training, and I work as a professor in the Department of Social Work at a nice institution. So that's what I do. I do train other adults who want to change their career and become a social worker, many of them, and I also do a lot of supervision for individuals who want to get their license. So I'm a licensed therapist, and so I help sign off on other individuals who have completed their degree and they also want to become a therapist, a licensed therapist as well. So that's some of the things that I do. And I also have my own private practice, and I do a lot of work, particularly with a lot of your students, Boyce, but also some other people as well. So I work with families, I work with couples, I work with individuals who have these demons attached to them. I love this whole, what is it? You said financial demons
Yeah,
that you're going
financial
to talk
demons.
about today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So,
yeah. Go ahead,
mhm.
please. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I think I love that whole concept. And, I'm not going to say demon in my practice, but I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. How do you get rid of demons? Like, what is it? The exorcist? I
Mhm.
should be like the priest and the exorcist to get rid of the demons inside of you. So, I love
Yeah,
that. I love that whole
yeah. Well,
concept.
yeah. Well, let me lay this out. I don't think I've never seen that term financial demons used in any other setting in any textbook or anything. But but that's the goal of the Black Business School and our financial therapy department is we're not here to just simply replicate what's already been studied. We want to go deeper. We want, we're the black wealth, the black wealth surgeons, of America in the sense that, to solve a serious problem like the racial wealth gap, you really need to do that surgery. You need to do that specialist focal, very, very deep focused specialization that's going to allow you to figure out from a nuanced fashion, like what's really happening here, right? So the term financial demons is basically something, or you can call them money demons, either one, whatever you want to call them. It basically comes from any fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that can really undermine and sabotage your financial thinking. Now, I want you guys to give me a yes or no. Would you say that there are money demons in the Black community? Do you think that there are fears when it comes to money that plague us, anxieties, just stress that comes when it comes to money? Are there negative beliefs that hold us back? And also, the thing about these psychological barriers is that they might come from past experiences. I want you to think about the past experiences that you've had or that you've seen other people have that may affect their decisions when it comes to money. Social pressures like keeping up with the Joneses, following whatever you saw them do on BET, ingrained beliefs. Do you think that there are any money demons that relate to ingrained beliefs, maybe cultural baggage or social norms or generational curses that relate to money that keep us broke, that keep us struggling? And the thing is that here's the thing about a money demon. A money demon, it can show itself in the form of stress, poor financial decisions, or maybe even avoidance of financial responsibility, right? For example, maybe the guy who would love to get married and have children, but he doesn't because he's afraid that he cannot provide for anybody other than himself. And give me a guess if you've seen that before, right? So I want to kind of dig in what's in just a point of confession. I know my wife she always goes too deep into stuff like that. So I don't want you talking about me, but I'm a confess a financial demon I had about marriage. When I was 28, I met a nice lady who was older than me, who was financially secure, and I did not pursue the relationship because I said I'm broke. I only I only make $1,000 a month, and she was making probably $10,000 a month, and it made me feel very awkward. She had her own house and a nice car and all that, and it made me just feel like, gosh, this is not cool. And I don't think that was her at all. That was really me. Now, mind you, I'm glad I didn't marry her or date her or anything because I got to marry you. But still, like, I think little financial demons like that are things that we kind of overlook in terms of sort of seeing how our relationship with money shapes how we make decisions. So let me ask you this, babe. Based on what I said about financial demons, in your practice as a therapist, do you see a lot of money demons pop up in terms of maybe fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that may sabotage the thinking of the clients that you see and things like that? Or what in your experience as a therapist? I know you can talk about individual cases, and I don't want you to do that, but how often does that come up?
Well, financial demons is what, and other types of demons, we can take it in terms of your thoughts. That's what gets you into my office.
Mm,
It's the results, it's how it shows itself. And that's when people tend to be like, okay, I need to seek some help because I can't function every day. The stress is so overwhelming that I can't continue on with what's happening in my life. And so when it starts to become overwhelming, it's the consequences of attaching yourself to these financial demons. It's an attachment that you have to them, and it's a thought process. And the more, and it's interesting because with financial demons, the more you feed it, the bigger it gets. And you feed it in two ways. The first way you feed your financial demons is by avoiding it, is by just saying, you know, you need to open up your credit card bill and you need to look at what you spent last month, which is what we're going to do after the month of May. It's crazy, right? You know that you have all of these issues that you need to deal with and you're avoiding them and you're not addressing them. And so what happens is that short term, you feel a relief, but long term, it ends up getting worse. So that's how the financial demons grow. Number one, by avoiding. And the second way financial demons grow is by fixating yourself on what you don't have and comparing yourself to others and say, I don't have this, I can't do this. It's this rumination that you have in your head about what you can and cannot get, what you think that you think. It's what you think that you cannot have. And that's the second way you feed these demons. These demons actually are energy that lives off of you. It attaches itself to you and it grows based on your fears.
Okay.
It's like the movie It. You ever see the movie? I love the movie It because really it is a perfect dramatization of what happens inside of us. You have to remember, ain't no devil in terms of how I see it in my work and how I see life in general. There is nothing outside of you. There is no devil. There is no demon. The real demon is your thoughts. And if you look at the movie It is a representation of what happens inside of all of us when we start feeding this demon. And that clown, it got bigger and better. It fed into their insecurities and it grew until one point in this movie. And it's when they stop and they turn around and they face that clown and they start beating that clown up and they start attacking it. And that's when the clown shrinks down into nothing and just goes away. It's the same horror film. All the horror films that we have is nothing about how it's nothing but how something gets attached to you. But Hollywood makes it seem like these scary people are doing something to you. There's nothing outside of you that's against you, really, other than your mind. And I really do mean it in terms of racism, white supremacy, believing that the white man is all that and they got everything and they're the desirable people. That's mind control. That's them feeding us the demons of this other thing is better than we.
Wow. Okay. So, so one of the things I'm gonna lay out a theory here is one of the theories I have is that based on what you're saying and based on, movies like It and stuff like that, or maybe the movie Smile. You and I saw the movie Smile, which, Smile's a really creepy movie where basically people, you would witness somebody like doing something crazy, like cutting their own throat with a big smile on their face, and they'd be doing this. And it was a real creepy thing. And what we realized when we saw this movie was we said, oh, this movie is really about trauma. It's about how trauma is contagious and how that causes us to, that traumatized people can traumatize other people, and it becomes almost like a virus, right? So it almost seems like with money demons, one aspect of the money demon concept is that you're really also talking about, in my opinion, these preconceived beliefs that people have that really come from these generational curses that are passed down, right? Or perhaps a money demon might be a trauma that you experience because somebody financially traumatized you. Let me give you an example. I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. When you loan money to somebody that you trust and it's your cousin and you give them your last few dollars that you had stacked up to pay the rent or the mortgage, and your cousin just, ghosts you or disappears and doesn't want to pay you back. And then every conversation becomes awkward, after that. They yell at you and cuss you out when you ask for your money back. And then, so at the end, you lose your money and you lose a loved one. That's very traumatic. And I think that can become a demon, because the way I see that demon manifest is people, they transform. It's like the demon possesses you now. Right? You used to be Mr. Loving and trusting, and I want to help everybody. Then you become, this is why I don't loan money to relatives. I don't care. I don't care what's going on with you. I almost feel like that's a transformation, right? Almost like a demon possessing you. I mean, what do you think, babe?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't recommend people loan money to anybody, really. I think that you should, if someone is in a dire situation and they really need money, you probably should just think about what you're comfortable parting ways with. What's an amount? All of us right now should think about, okay, what amount of money can I part ways with where it's not going to make a big difference to me? And that's how you need to think about um, working with people who are close to you in terms of money. Just give them the money. Just say, enjoy yourself. I hope everything is okay, because listen, when you start you loan somebody money and you see them walk around with a new pair of shoes on, it's always going to create a dynamic. It's going to be like, okay, so this person can't give me back my money, but they can buy a new pair of shoes. Just, it's always, I recommend just try to avoid loaning somebody money anyway. But think about that. Think about how you feel when you have worked hard and you have been successful, and there's other people in your family who's not been successful. I mean, that's also a money demon as well, because there's this guilt that comes that you feel like survivor guilt, and you have made decisions and you have decided to structure your life in a way where you have success, but you don't understand that you worked really hard for it. It's not luck that got you where you are. It's, for many of us, it's hard work. And you start looking around at everybody else and you're successful and other people aren't successful. I mean, that's exactly, those thought process is also can be a financial demon as well, because you think, you know, why me? Why am I so successful and other people aren't? So that, and you see it with a lot of celebrities, and definitely you see it with a lot of, especially when you talk about athletes who grew up in the neighborhood where it was a lot of poverty, and they become successful and they bring all their friends along. Now, it's okay to deal with it that way as long as you have good boundaries there. But it's other people who need to work just as hard as you. And they also need to, you know, also show and prove that they have this, you know, this ability to be able to come up with you. So I think it's beautiful to come up, you know, bring everybody who's available and who's willing to do the work, but you still have to do the work, and there's no substitute for that.
Well, you know, it's funny, and I think this is a good opportunity for you and I to see things from different perspectives. First off, when you said use that word recommend, like I recommend people do this.
I
One
do
thing I
recommend.
always,
That's just
one
my
thing
recommendation.
well, no, one thing, yeah, one thing I always tell everybody is I don't give financial advice. I don't, because you have to have a license for that. But then also, I don't want to tell you what to do. I'd rather establish a framework for you to use to make decisions. And I want you to just make sure when it comes to taking risk, because everything's risky. Money's risky, love is risky, trusting people is risky. And where I believe where I find that people tend to be the most upset, at least I am. I know the times I'm most upset is when I was taking a risk I didn't know I was taking a risk with. I was going into something where I didn't know what it was. It's like if you're dating and you're expecting a relationship to lead to marriage, and the other party thinks it's a one night stand, then the problem is not so much whether or not a one night stand is better than a long term relationship. The problem is that there was a misunderstanding. People didn't know what they were getting into, and I bring that up because when I think about loaning money is an important part of a functioning economy. You have to loan money for an economy. If the banks all stop loaning money tomorrow, the entire US economy would crash in a way that was permanently damaging for the next 40, 50 years. Like if all the banks just said, we quit, we scared, we don't want to loan money to nobody because y'all don't be paying nobody back. The economy would not function anymore. You have to have lending. Whenever you look at wealthy families, when we were talking about that segment of India where they own all the hotels, 40% of the hotels in America, they loan each other money. They do. The difference is that they have a code of conduct where they have a process that they go through. If you don't pay somebody back, you don't pay back cousin so and so, oh, they're going to come get you for that. You're going to have to deal with that. And so to me, when I think about loaning money, I look at it as obviously you shouldn't loan money to everybody. And then also you have to know what you're getting into, right?
But
Because
that's not a personal loan. What you're talking, I'm referring to personal loans. What you're referring to is like business loans, and I think that's different. You should make a different.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. You're right. You're right. But
Yeah.
what I will say too, though, is here's where I'm gonna definitely agree with you about loaning money. Why you should be skeptical about it. Remember this: most of us are pretty much products of our habits. Our life is a manifestation of the choices you make, the habits you have, and the way that you think. Like if I weigh 400 pounds, you can look at me and pretty much guess what my eating habits probably are, right? Most of the time, right? It doesn't I'm not dissing anybody, but that's just true. Or if I'm in really great shape, you can look at me and see, or if I live in a big mansion, you can see that I probably did something financially that got me in that mansion. So when you see a person, and how many of y'all, give me a yes or no, give me a yes in the chat if you can think of a relative who always has financial problems. Give me a yes if you think, I want you to think about that cousin who always is behind on the rent,
And
who's always
go up to them. Don't go up to them and say you got financial demons or money
no, no,
demons.
no, no,
Don't
no. I'm
say
not
that
saying
to
that. No, no, no.
people.
But let me finish this. Let me finish this let me finish this analogy. Then I'm gonna hand the ball back to you, babe. I want you to give me a yes if you can think of that cousin who's always behind on the rent, who's always an inch away from being evicted, who's always got a trauma story, a scary story, who's all and doesn't even know that their role in the process. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always temporary. It's always just this one time, right? And so really, to your point about not loaning money to people, you got to understand that it was their bad financial habits and choices that got them to where they are right now. So, by definition, to some extent, at least 8 times out of 10, when you make that loan to that cousin who's always struggling financially, that is a bad loan because that person in your mind should have bad credit because you can see that they're making bad choices. So your odds of really getting your money back are probably much lower than you think. But maybe you can't see that because they sound so convincing when they tell you it's just this one time. I'm gonna pay you as soon as I get my check on Tuesday, and it's really Uncle Rerun's fault. I don't have any money. So my point is to say that that's where I agree with you. That maybe in that situation, again, it's not me telling you not to do it. It's me saying make sure you know what you're getting into. So if I know I'm loaning money to a deadbeat or who doesn't know that they're a deadbeat, I'm not going to tell them they're a deadbeat. They're already feeling pretty bad. I don't want to make them feel worse. Then I might loan that money knowing that it's a gift. So you say, hey, I need $1,000 by Tuesday. I might say, okay, here's $150. Here's my contribution because I'm not prepared to give you $1,000 or $500 or some number that's really going to set me back. And I think that's where the trauma. And you can give me your thoughts on what I just said, babe. But I think that's where the trauma kicks in is where you loan that person an amount of money you're not comfortable giving away, and you need that money back, and then they don't deliver, and then you're scared. Now you're the one who's financially unstable because you were climbing up a ladder. You reached down to pull them up, and they pulled you off the ladder. So now you're freaking out because now both of y'all in financial trouble. That's what I've seen happen many times. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's so fascinating that okay, so I'm gonna put my I'm gonna speak from the position of the lender, of the person who has seen the heartache in another individual. They've connected to that and they've decided that they need to be the hero in somebody else's story. They themselves feel like they need to be the hero in someone else's story. So in that sense, the loaner, the individual with the money, is in an up position. And then they feel like I can help this person out, not really to help that person out, maybe, but also it is a feel-good moment for them. So there's a lot of individuals who use their money and their position of power, not necessarily to help that person, because sometimes you cannot help somebody by opening up your checkbook. Sometimes when you look at situations and you see somebody in these dire situations, you cannot help them by opening up your checkbook and just writing a check. If you could write a check and help people out of their misery, it would be so much easier. It depends on how you look at the situation and how you assess the situation, because sometimes other people's sort of issues is a way where you can jump in and be the hero so that you can feel good. So you really do, it's a dynamic process. You really do need to think about what is driving your behavior, that you feel like you need to save everybody. And ultimately, Nobody can save anybody. And I hate to put it that way. As a therapist, I want to say that I can help save everybody, but I really don't think I can. I know that what I can do is I can help people. I can give them the map and I can give them the compass of how to have a successful relationship, how to be healthy in their interactions with other people. But it's up to them to use all the evidence-based practice that I know, because that's what I operate on as a therapist. They can use those things. They have to, outside of the sessions, do the work. They have to decide, okay, I'm going to make a change and I'm going to face this demon, because all demons are negative thoughts. I'm going to face my negative thoughts about this situation. I'm going to look at it directly and I'm going to shrink it down, face it directly. Someone wrote in the chat, the shadow side. They're spot on, whoever that person was. I can't remember their name, but that's the shadow side of you. And when you avoid and when you fixate on things, that is when that shadow grows. But when you start thinking about not what you don't have, but what you do have, and address that, that is what grows. I don't know, should we call it a financial angel? Maybe money angels. Money angels all around you. Abundance is around you, but you have to see it in your everyday life. And you have to empathize with other people who haven't quite gotten there. So I was saying that, interrupting you, I'm sorry, to say, you don't talk to somebody and say, you got a financial demon. That's not what you do to other people. Because the point of this on Sunday morning is not to save anybody else. The point of this is to use these tools that Boyce talks about every morning, is to use these concepts and incorporate it into your own life. That's the point. You can send people the link and ask them to join, but it's up to them if they're going to click on the link, if they're going to listen to this, if they're going to incorporate all of this into their life.
Well, okay. So, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that we're talking about money demons today, and money demons are pretty much any sorts of fears, anxieties, negative beliefs about money that sabotage your financial well-being. In fact, let's do a quick poll. I want everybody to give me a yes if you can think of at least one money demon that you may have that keeps you from reaching your goal. Give me a yes if you have one fear that's really held you back. Give me a yes if you have maybe some anxieties that hold you back. Give me a yes if you have some negative beliefs about money that were passed down to you that have held you back. Maybe, like, for example, you should go to college and give $200,000 away of your money so you can get a job that you hate. Again, I'm not saying that this happens to most people, but this is one belief that maybe should be adjusted a little bit, not because college is bad, because I don't think it's bad, but because maybe that isn't giving us what we want. Also, I want you to give me a yes if you have some sort of psychological barrier that maybe comes from a past experience that involved money, maybe a past trauma, maybe something related to society pressures, pressures in terms of what you do with your money, how to use your money. In fact, I'm gonna lay this out, babe, and I want you to kind of take this in the direction of one limiting belief about money that plagues a lot of people. Have y'all? I don't know if y'all have ever heard me talk about this, but I brought it up a long time ago. One time on SNL, they did a segment called Black Jeopardy. And my wife is laughing because she knows how it just irked me so bad. And they had Leslie Jones, the comedian, and she was on this show called Black Jeopardy. And in Black Jeopardy, I remember they had two black people and a white guy. I think the white guy was Tom Hanks. And so if you remember, in the show Jeopardy, what they do is they ask you the question and then you give the answer. So the question was something like, they give you the answer and then you state the question. That's what I meant to say. So the answer was, your boss wants to take $50 out of your check every week for your 401k. And I think Tom Hanks was, the white guy's like, you say absolutely or whatever, right? Like you put, you want to invest. And Leslie Jones goes, and she says, you better give me my money so I can buy me some scratch offs. And that was really, it didn't make me laugh, right? I'm sure people thought it was funny because they're like, yeah, that's what black people be doing. We be spending our money on scratch offs. Yeah, well, that's why you ain't got no money in your 401k, right? Because somebody told us that makes sense. But they're kind of positioning us for a lot of long-term financial anxiety I've seen people who become millionaires off their 401k, but by maxing it out at an early age. You max that thing out at 22, 23 years old. When you hit retirement, you're very wealthy. And remember that you don't just get the benefit when you retire. You're financially secure for a good 20 or 30 years even before retirement, because you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting over to the side in case you lose your job, in case you really need the money, in case you want to buy a home, in case you want to quit your job, or in case something bad happens. So let me ask you about this, babe. So what is your assessment in terms of what I just said about that Black Jeopardy thing? I feel like that's kind of a money demon, that some parts of our culture, what we call the culture, it can be a little bit anti-wealth, because you don't see a lot of wealth coming from the culture. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really sad display. And I know so many people that would do that, so that's why I would chuckle a little bit when I saw it. I was like, I chuckled initially, and then I was like, oh, that's pretty sad. That hurt. I mean, to me, it just really hurt, because she is representing Black women when she's on SNL. Any Black woman on media represents subconsciously all Black women. So for her to say that, she's representing in the minds of other people, and in our minds as well, on a subconscious level, she's representing how we feel about ourselves, and a part of us that just want instant money. And a scratch off, that's exciting. I love going to the casino. That's exciting, quick money, but that's not long term. And it's sad when you think about it the second time. So your initial reaction is to giggle, but then you think about it more and you're like, dang, that hurts. It really hurts that that's what we put our nest egg in, spending our money at the track. I had an uncle who would be at the track all the time, spending his money. I mean, if he had invested, he would have, before he passed away, he could have left his kids some money, some actual money. And it's sad, because that is a money demon in our culture. And it's so fascinating how money demons are really just negative thoughts and beliefs about money, and thinking that we don't have enough, and thinking that we can't do enough. And money demons is also in how we spend. You see it in how we spend. We want to have social approval and respect of others. And unfortunately, we live in a culture where you are respected if you have, and not only if you have money, but if you spend it in this elaborate sort of way, you get this social approval and respect. And that's the thing where that's the sad part about it. Because I mean, I know millionaires that walk around and they just have on regular t-shirt and jeans. You wouldn't even know they were millionaires, but they walking around and they're just happy with themselves. They don't feel like they need to have to flaunt it, or go to the club, or go to VIP section and spend a ridiculous amount of money on the weekend. It's just insane what people do. And that's us running a program. We're running a program that's been given to us and reinforced by SNL. Thank you, SNL, for reinforcing that in us. It's terrible.
Well, it does create kind of this weird awkwardness where, when you start doing things that are healthy, you start doing things that are smart and savvy and embrace delayed gratification over instant gratification. And it's really unfortunate when you run into somebody who is so possessed by their own money demons that they literally accuse you of not acting Black, like you acting white, and and that happens a lot. You have people that make healthy choices, and then somebody says, oh, you think you white, or you think you better than everybody else, and I know I've gone through that. I don't know if anybody else has ever gone through that, but I've gone through that. If you
It's crazy.
yeah, just even when I mean, just when I just think about, like, even when I created this platform to sort of do what we do, I remember I would say this is the home for intelligent Black people. And you remember when Kwame Brown, the NBA player, was like, you uppity, you think you better than everybody else. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with being intelligent? Like, would you feel better if I said this is the platform for stupid Black people? You a sellout. What are you talking about? Like, that you don't like the word intelligent? Like, that was so strange to me. And I really would say that is a self-esteem issue. If you think that being black means you're supposed to be ignorant, then just go sign yourself up for slavery. I mean, you would do well in 1702. Massa would love you. You would do quite well on the plantation you are under all these constant threats. There are so many people that want to control you, that want to extract things from you, they want to harm you, they want to incarcerate you. They don't even they want your son dead. They want to own your entire family. So why would you go into a battlefield like that where threats are everywhere and then want to be ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid? That don't even make no sense. That's completely illogical. And so circling back to just money demons, babe, when I see a money demon, I think of it like the movie The Exorcist, where the demon possesses you.
Yeah.
And in my view, when you have not healed, when you have experienced horrific amounts of trauma as a child, like lots of us do, and you're carrying all this with you, and you explain to me, by the way, my wife is a certified trauma specialist, right? By the way, she did get a certification. I remember you got the certification because she talks to me a lot, and I try my best to listen, and you were telling me things as you were learning them. I remember you telling me about how trauma like literally kills you, how traumatized people have all these physical health issues, mental health issues. And a lot of us, once you understand trauma, you can identify traumatized people when you see them. It's that person who's going to cut you out over a bowl of Cheerios. Maybe it's that person who sprints away every time they run into a healthy relationship, right? Just whatever. Or who takes a molehill and turns it into a mountain, whatever. And it's kind of like one of these things where these demons do possess us. And if you imagine me being possessed by a demon, I'm not really who God meant for me to be. I'm who Satan meant for me to be. I'm who the devil wants me to be. I'm showing up and I'm like, that demon may come from, some anxiety or some fear, or perhaps it comes from drugs and alcohol, some bad habits that I have. Maybe it comes from my failures of the past or things that haunt me. Maybe it comes from societal pressure. I was listening to my favorite rapper who told me that I'm supposed to disrespect women, stay high and drunk all the time, beat people up if they make me mad, and make poor decisions, right? But to me, that's what I see. I see the demons possessing us. And to me, to be healthy, you got to do an exorcism. You got to exercise. The more you exercise those demons out of your body, I think the better you are, like the healthier you are and the better of a human being you are, not just for others, but also for yourself.
Yeah, it's so crazy. You're talking about the financial demons. I remember going to college and I had this white boy in one of my classes, and he had on like dirty gym. He had on old gym shoes. And where I come from, like, why would you be wearing old shoes? And in my mind, I'm making fun of him because he got on these raggedy shoes. But as I got to talk to him, I'm like, this man is wealthy. And in my mind, it's like, why would you have all that money and still wear these? Like, you should get a brand new pair of shoes. I was like, you need to go now and get the shoes, because I cannot understand. Like, in my mind, it was just like the first thing I would do if I had money, or if I came from a family with a whole lot of money, is I'd have on some nice shoes. I would not walk around like that. And I think, like, in white boy land, maybe that makes him feel more wholesome and more genuine. I have no idea, but I couldn't understand it for the life of me. And I'm just looking back on that. I'm like, what was wrong with me back then? But that was where I came from, And so I think the best way to get rid of the financial demons is, number one, to recognize that it's there. Most people don't understand how they don't reflect on what they do and how they spend their money and what they feel like it's important. So I really do think that we need to reflect. We need to reflect on instances and become very self-aware, be able to connect the dots. Because listen, Boyce just talked about trauma, and I just want to say something about trauma. Trauma is not because a bad thing happened to you. That's not trauma. Trauma is when something happens to you and you disconnect from how you feel, and you disconnect and you can't connect your current behavior with what's happened to you in the past that's triggering you. You don't understand that. That's when it shows up as trauma. So the best way to get rid of the financial demons is self-awareness and insight, is being able to understand. You could do the exorcism on yourself. Basically you do. I ask questions like, tell me what happened. Why did you react so strongly to this? what was it reminiscent of? And you have these conversations in a place to process all of these unfortunate things that happen to you so that you don't disconnect from it and you walk around as a traumatized person and spending your money impulsively on these things meant to cover up the pain that you feel inside.
Mm. Well, and it is that covering up the pain makes sense, particularly when you consider that money is a drug. Money, receiving money makes you feel good. Not having enough money can create anxiety, just like a drug.
Or the belief that you don't have enough money.
Say it again. Oh yeah,
the belief that you don't have enough money.
There we go. And it's like if you imagine how a crackhead must feel when they can't get no crack. There's a lot of anxiety attached to that, right?
Oh, but let me tell you, nobody is better at getting money than somebody who's on drugs. They are really good at manipulation.
Yeah.
At manipulation. They are. I mean, I have seen just remarkable performances from people who are on drugs, manipulate others to get money out of them. It's their entire life. As soon as they wake up in the morning, they're like, how am I going to get my next fix? Who am I going to call? What sad story am I going to tell so this person can give me some money? What do I need to do? And they execute. Nobody has more clear vision and execution than a drug addict. It is really remarkable what they do.
Well, I'll tell you, it's you are right. I mean, when I think about the financial crackhead, though, like just the person that that has various financial addictions where money is used as a way to ease certain pain, it makes you think about the study by Professor Andrew Lowe at MIT, where he talked about how money affects the part of your brain that is also affected by cocaine. And so, to me, I'm also thinking about it in terms of just this idea that that making certain choices that may not be healthy for me allows me to heal pain that exists because I'm carrying these demons around, and the demons have to be fed. So the demon might be a gambling addiction. The demon might be fear or anxiety. I think other demons. One demon that plagues a big part of the community I've noticed is scarcity. Scarcity, when you talk about scarcity thinking versus abundance thinking, a person who thinks in terms of scarcity is going to fight you over resources. They're going to compete with you when they could collaborate with you. They're going to hate on you when they should be congratulating you. Because why? Well, because they see whatever you're getting, whatever you have, whatever you're doing as a reflection of why they don't have what they want. Or you getting something means there's less of it for them. You get a good man, she's upset because she can't get the same thing you get, or you're doing well and making money. Well, now your success reflects on my lack of success. So to me, an abundance mindset might come from. I would argue that a less traumatized person is more likely to have an abundance mindset and to say, look, there's enough for everybody. I want to see you win. I'm happy for you. And I've seen this just even in terms of just even business. When I would think about collaborating with someone, it's mutually supporting each other. But then I see them and I'm like, wow, this person's really competing with me. Like they feel that they can only be successful if they tear me down or something. And I just think that to me, that's a demon. The scarcity mindset. Remember, Europeans brought that scarcity mindset to Africa. And you saw what they did to Africa. The Africans were open and trusting. They said, look, there's plenty of fruit. There's plenty of gold.
There's an abundance in Africa.
Right. There's plenty of lumber, whatever you want. We got it. And the Europeans.
And that becomes part of your culture. I mean, just think about how the Europeans came in and just invaded Africa. It's because, think about Europe. It's a cold rock. Nothing grows in Europe. Nothing's colder. I mean, I enjoy Europe for the culture and everything, but I just do not. That place is it's cloudy. It's always cold in my mind. Like I've never been to a beautiful tropical, beautiful vacation in Europe where the weather was great. Like the people are great and the culture and everything, but the weather is just not always. Take a jacket. You can be in, January. I mean, July, June. You're gonna need a jacket in Europe. So I mean, that part was just kind of unusual for me. And then I start thinking about the climate and how everything is just so nourishing. The soil, everything, like you throw a seed somewhere, it's going to grow, and there's an abundance. So that's what's put into our culture as Black people. And I really do think that we need to actively work on getting back to who we are as originals. I'm talking about as indigenous populations. You know, I spend a lot of time sitting with the indigenous mindset, and I love spending my time meditating and focusing on the music of indigenous people. Nothing is more uplifting than listening to music and sounds that heal the body, that not tear us down. So, you know, all day yesterday, sorry, boys, had to listen to my indigenous music that I had to play, but it's positive. It's beautiful. It tells you you can do it. And all of that has an effect. It all has an effect on how you see life. So I love taking out time in this westernized society and sitting with Native American tribes and listening to the indigenous, because I know that's who I am originally. I'm so connected to it that I know it. I'm getting
All
off
right.
into this woo-woo, boys.
So it's okay. It's okay. So if you have a question for Dr. Alicia, put your question inside the Q&A section, and we're gonna go through the question. Make the question short if you can. That way we can get everybody's question. Also, Alicia's website, she sees clients on an individual basis. She sees couples. She also sees families. So if you'd like to go take a look at what she does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And if you go to drboycebooks.com, she has workbooks on things like financial anxiety, and some other things that relate to relationships in particular. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, we have a whole section on love and money. We call it the Love and Money Lab. And you can go in there and dig in and find stuff that can help you not just have healthier relationships, but maybe deal with what's going on internally when it comes to your finances and all that stuff. Because you gotta fix it, you gotta heal if you want to grow, if you want to evolve and become a better person. So let me just sort of jump back to the guilt. I've heard you talk a lot about guilt and shame. And
Oh,
one thing I've noticed in terms of a money demon that can affect a lot of people is maybe guilt or shame about mistakes that were made, right? Give me a yes in the chat if you have financial mistakes that are just embarrassing. Give me a yes in the chat if you have come back from a terrible credit score, or you're trying to come back and you're just so ashamed of it, you don't even want to look at it. Or maybe you're so far behind on certain bills, you're just like, oh my God, I can't even, I'm not even gonna open it. Or maybe you have shame about maybe you're an investor and you have shame. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna tell you what, I'll start off by admitting my source of shame and embarrassment. I'm embarrassed by the fact that I didn't just hold on to my Bitcoin back in like 2014, 2015. I think I sold it and then I made all these adjustments, and I'm like, boys, all you do, all you do is sit on it. Just you were doing too much. Right? So I make mistakes. We all do, right? And that mistake I made was more so driven by some of the things that I talked to you all about, which was basically, I think as the market was moving, I said, okay, well, maybe this Bitcoin thing isn't going to work out. But I know people, starting with my wife, who literally bought the Bitcoin in like 2015 or 2016 and didn't even look at it for 6 or 7, 8 years. And then next thing you know, I think you made $100 investment. It turned into almost $1,000. And that is the best way to invest. So that's a source of shame and embarrassment I
no,
have.
I feel guilty because I couldn't find my password. I had to reset my password to go back into my account. It had been so long since I've been in there. That's
Yeah, yeah,
funny.
yeah. And I think that there's just a lot of there is a
Yeah.
lot of shame because you maybe for a lot of us you start off struggling financially, you don't always know what to do. You make mistakes for emotional reasons, maybe because you have a short-term temporary problem and you handled it in a way that had some long-term implications. Maybe your student loans leave you feeling a little bit guilty and angry because of whatever. So what about guilt and shame? How did tell me about that in your practice, and when you confront that when somebody's just feeling really guilty and bad about mistakes they made in the past that they can't go back and fix, how do you even approach that?
Yeah, I mean, well, guilt and shame are two different things. And from a clinical perspective, guilt is basically when you do something wrong and you feel bad about that particular act and you work to try to correct it. So suppose my scenario I like to give is, suppose you are there's an office building and you work at this office, and everybody parks, everybody's coming in and out of the parking lot and everyone's parking. So if you drive into this parking lot and you hit somebody's car, as you're pulling in. You hit the side door, it's a little bit of a dent. It's what are you going to do about that? So guilt says you feel guilty. You say, you know what? I am going to go into the office. I did this. I'm going to go into the office and maybe talk to the receptionist and ask the receptionist, do you know whose car this is? And if they do, maybe they connect you to the person, the owner of the car, and you go up and you say, hey, I just hit your car. Here's my insurance information. I'm really sorry about that. Boom. That's guilt, right? Where shame is something where, shame is where you think, what is wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. Maybe that's the first time you've hit a car or something. Or maybe you've hit a bunch of different cars and then you're just like, oh my God, there's something wrong with me. Why am I getting to these car accidents? And it kind of can carry itself out in a sense where you don't necessarily feel guilty, but you may tell yourself, what do you tell yourself in the midst of that shame? Where some people can say, you know what? I'm not going to feel shame because I don't get into car accidents. This is a one-off. But shame happens when you say, you know what? Maybe I've been hitting people every time I pull into a parking lot. There's something wrong with me. I need to kind of fix it because I need to start learning how to drive better, or I need to figure out how to pull into this parking spot better. Now, the thing where unhealthy shame comes in, where I talk about it in my office, is where you feel shamed and what you do with it. You say, you know what? I think there's something wrong with this person. Why would they park their car that way? I wouldn't have hit them. You're not taking responsibility for what you've done. Okay. You say, you know what? I never would have hit them if they hadn't been parking their car sideways. So what's wrong with these people in the way they're parking? See, I wouldn't have done it. You take no accountability and no responsibility because you can't deal with the shame. It's too powerful for you to deal with that shame because it's tied to so much insecurities. And I see that a lot in my office, particularly with romantic relationships where you've done something to your partner and you shouldn't have done, and there's so much shame attached to it. You feel like such a terrible person that you cannot apologize to your loved one by something that you did. Your actions caused someone else to feel this way. You need to feel guilty about it. But some people come from such a place of shame in a clinical sense that they can't take responsibility for what they've done.
Okay, wow, that's giving me a lot to think about. Okay, so shame
No
is
accountability.
okay, so the shame might appear as me sort of creating a belief that something's wrong with me because I did something for which maybe I should feel some sort of guilt.
It's
So
your
it's almost like,
behavior. It's not being able to disconnect. You disconnect, I did something wrong with I am wrong. It's the
okay.
behavior attached to that. And what you do if you feel level of shame, and a lot of it is parenting. That's just parenting that instilled in you, there's something wrong with you. Okay, you make all children make mistakes. And as parents, we need to correct their behavior and say, I love you dearly. You're a beautiful person who made this mistake. Let's see if we can fix it, right? That's what you want to give your children. But when you say, what's wrong with you? You must be stupid. People calling you names and putting you down. You have so much shame attached to that when you're an adult, you can't have relationships with anybody because you're making mistakes and you're not accountable to it. And some people call it narcissism and it is a narcissistic trait, but I don't want to put it in those words because that's a clinical word. All of us, we shouldn't be using that on a daily basis, but it's just not being able to say, I behaved in this way and I need to make it right.
Okay, so put that in the context of money and money demons. Like, so
Yeah.
are you saying that my shame of mistakes I made for which I should feel guilty, that internalizing that shame can create a demon that might affect my choices going forward? That because I'm ashamed that I kept a bad credit score, I see myself as financially irresponsible, and because maybe I don't want to deal with the shame, maybe I avoid certain things. Like, because it almost sounds to me like you're saying the shame isn't required. Maybe guilt is okay, but shame is not required because shame is almost like that internalization of guilt to say something's wrong with me as opposed to something's wrong with what I did. And when you carry that shame, that becomes the demon that possesses you, that then causes you to engage in avoidant behavior because you don't want to confront the shame, or you don't want to confront the bad feelings that may come with that
Yeah,
shame. Is
because you
that kind of
feel
what you're
so
saying?
ashamed, you fall apart every time you make a mistake. No one expects you to be perfect, but you put that on
Mm.
yourself, this level of perfection that you have on yourself because you're too ashamed. You're too ashamed, and you make a catastrophe just because you had a bad month or something. It's not a catastrophe. Things ebb and flow all the time. That's a universal law, right? The Hermetic principles. You also study Hermetic principles. It's a law. What goes up is going to go down, and you have to be able to figure out how to ride the waves without internalizing it and thinking there's something wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. Now that's that. I think I get that concept. I know that professionally, kind of dealing with something that it feels like shame is what allowed me to really do what I do. Like I remember when I would go on TV and do stuff, you're always so scared in the beginning that you're going to make a mistake or say something stupid or get
Mhm.
something wrong. And I remember just kind of saying, just because I get something wrong doesn't mean I'm not qualified.
That's right.
Just because I make a mistake doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. Everybody makes mistakes, and
Mhm.
nobody's any better than me. Other people make mistakes, and they don't. It's not the end of their careers. They don't walk away in shame and give up. You just keep coming back, right? So that to me is really, I almost feel like what you're saying about guilt and shame is also connected to self-love. Like in my view, this was literally my processing. And again, I'm not a therapist, but I think that we are our own best therapist. So what gave me a lot of confidence, not fake confidence. I don't have to pretend to be confident. I really am confident in what I do and what I know. What gave me confidence was not this false belief that I'm perfect. What gave me confidence was having enough self-love to forgive myself when my imperfections show up.
Uh-huh.
When my flaws pop out and I do something stupid and I say, oh man, dang, I really messed that up. It's all right. We're gonna go right back at it because I
Mhm.
love Boyce. And if you love something, you'll never give up on that thing. You'll
Yeah,
never
and
give
you
up on that person.
and you apologize. You're good at apologizing too, Boyce. You can say, "Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. How can we make this right? How can we
Yeah.
make this right and let's just move on?" You know, that is beautiful. Nothing's worse than when somebody does something and they go into this place of shame and they never apologize. They say, "Well, I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't have done that. I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't done that. I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't just on me. If you hadn't done this," where you start to just in your mind, because the shame is so painful for you, because
Mm.
it's of course reminiscent of how you were treated when you were younger. And you start seeing that person as a parent. And you start saying, no, I wouldn't. And you feel like you need to defend yourself instead of just saying, yes, it was a mistake. I did it wrong. I feel sorry. Let's move on. You know, and
I do agree,
that's the
but
beauty
I'm
of
gonna
it.
tell you one area where I'm going to challenge that a little bit is sometimes I feel like I need to defend myself. There's like if someone comes up to, and I get it, I hear what you're saying. I want to hear your perspective on this, but if somebody comes up and says you stole my purse and I didn't steal your purse, my first reaction is going to be like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm sorry that you think I stole your purse, but I didn't do it. Right.
No, well,
And
what you
so,
say, yeah.
go
Mhm.
ahead. I want to hear your perspective on, but that's, I think defending yourself is okay too in some situations. Like, I don't think being defenseless works, right? What do you think?
No, I mean, you asked them the question. You say, okay, wait, you think I stole your purse? The best thing,
Mm,
it's a reaction to be defensive. All of us get defensive, but you have to stop yourself and you have to say, okay, what information do you have that makes you think I stole your purse?
mhm,
What information did you gather to make you conclude that I stole your purse, and hear that person out?
mm,
Because that is where a lot of problems can really be dissolved between individuals, is the other person doesn't feel like they've heard the other person out. So you hear the person out and you say, wait, you saw me on video? Show me the video. And then you look at the video, you'd be like, what day? I wasn't here on that day. I wasn't
mhm,
in the parking lot. Maybe it's a video of the park. You hit my car. Okay, well, oh, there was cameras out there. Show me the camera of me hitting your car, because I really want to hear how you came to this conclusion. Do that instead of defensive, because it's
mhm,
these beautiful conversations that are never had between individuals, and they just start fighting each other, and it escalates. It doesn't have to. And in the
Okay.
moment where you really feel defensive, that's a signal to yourself to stop and say, How did you come to that? What information did you gather? Because it could be that that person really did see a video of you stealing their purse, and then you can clearly say, yes, I totally understand why you thought it was me. But guess what? I wasn't even there. That was somebody else that look like me. Let me show you. I totally get, let's work together and find out. I don't know. You don't have to work together with somebody to find out who stole their purse, but you can definitely give them some empathy.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and it's funny. It reminds me when Oprah said a long time ago, where she said, everybody just wants to be heard.
Yeah.
And I think that was a really wise thing for her to say. And so I think that really that, all these emotions you mentioned, guilt and shame and everything else, sometimes can make us dismissive of other people, and that doesn't work. And then sort of circling that back around to the financial stuff, um, in terms of money demons, I really think that being able to have a healthy way to process those feelings that we may have, the guilt and the shame of bad financial choices and
Yeah.
just the outcomes, I think that goes a long way in being your best self and being able
Fix
to,
it.
yeah, being able to, right. So either you can fix the past, or maybe you can't fix the past. But either way, I think self-love love is powerful. Love goes a long way. And I think, and I would encourage you to love yourself enough to say, God is not through with me yet. I ain't perfect. And y'all have heard me say that. Y'all have heard me say, look, hey, just chalk it up to my imperfections. Because I know I'm good at what I do, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I worked so hard to become good at this. But at the same time, that self-love is huge in that, because you never become perfect at anything. And so don't give up on yourself, so don't give up on yourself because you got a bad credit score. Don't give up on yourself because the student loans have buried you. Don't or you feel like they buried you. Don't give up on yourself because you don't know everything you need to know. Keep pouring into yourself. You are the best investment you will ever make. And then one of the other best investments you'll ever make is the people that you love and the people you care about. So you pour into them with knowledge and preparation and information and everything else. And then eventually that turns into resources. It turns into action. And that's how you succeed financially. That's how you get rid of those money demons, and you start operating on a higher frequency. And that's what economic awareness is all about. Economic awareness is partly driven by self-awareness, driven by consciousness, being aware and conscious of all the things that might keep you from getting to where you want to get to. So dealing with the money demons, I think, is something that we all have to do. So, babe, I want you to get the last word. I want to mention everybody, Dr. Alicia Watkins. Her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So feel free to go to her site if you want to see what she does as a therapist, and she meets with couples, individuals, and families. So that's coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, I have this book called Financial Lovemaking, and she and I actually created this 5-day love challenge. If you guys want to take a look, if you go to boyceandalicia.com, remember that, babe? We
I
did that
do
about
remember that.
about 3-4 years ago, but it's really good. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. You get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. And also, if you want to get other resources from Dr. Alicia, you can actually text the word love to 87948. So she does a lot of good stuff on relationships, and in addition to financial therapy. So babe, I'll let you get the last word. Any parting thoughts you want to share?
Yeah, I'm really thinking right now, even making a financial mistake doesn't make you a financial mistake, right?
Yep.
And I think that when I say you can correct it, you can just say, "Oh, that was terrible. Let me fix it by adjusting things. Things need to be calibrated in your financial life all the time, and take out time to focus on your finances. It doesn't have to be every day, Boyce. Boyce talks about finances and focuses on it every day, but that's fine for him. Okay. But I really do think that you should schedule whatever's comfortable for you to just fix it and stop ruminating on the past. That rumination, and really get to the point where you can process things and you feel like you processed it out, these terrible things that have happened to you financially, and you can get to a place where you can have compassion for yourself and you can have grace for yourself, but you now know better, and now you can do better going forward. Absolutely. So that's what I would tell people.
That's
Yeah.
right. All right. Awesome. All right. Let's do better, be better. Let's fight
Know
off the
better.
demons. The money demons hit all of us. And so if you want that, just sort of a quick summary of the money demons you may want to investigate. And maybe this is something we can go deeper into. Maybe we can develop
Yeah.
a class around this or something. But I would just to give you some ideas on where you might look for those money demons. One might be scarcity, having a scarcity mindset. They may cause you to have insecurities that they get in the way of progress, like jealousy and or competing with people that you should be collaborating with, guilt over spending or things like that, or maybe debt or mistakes that you made in the past. Guilt and shame are big factors. Also, maybe anxiety over things like debt or income or financial instability. Financial anxiety is very big. If you go to drboycebooks.com, Dr. Alicia has a workbook to help you work through and analyze and become aware of any financial anxiety you may have. She did a whole financial anxiety workbook. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and you can scroll down to the love and money section. Maybe a fear of failure. Anybody got a fear of failure? You know, just I'm good. I'm scared to go start this business because I'm scared this business is not going to work. Well, I get that. Everybody feels that way, and it's really hard to imagine putting a lot of time and money into something and having not work out. It's tough. It's embarrassing, and you don't get a lot of support. You know, you don't have a lot of people in the family saying go go go. You have a lot of people sitting back saying I can't. I'm just waiting for that Negro to fail. When they fail, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna tell them why they did. You know, and it's always the people that ain't doing nothing that do the most talking. So having a process to sort of get to that point is, I think, a really big deal. And actually, if you want to look into like a business that you can start that doesn't fail, again, go to drboyceprime.com. Those are a lot of Prime members are in this class right now, and you could say something in the chat. Drboyceprime.com. I think that whole idea of starting your business by selling stock options is really, in my view, the most effective, most superior way to starting a business, or the most superior method I've ever seen, because the business is highly liquid. It doesn't require any work, and you start making income from day one. You just need a capital base. So if you want to go take a look at that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. It is highly efficient. It is literally how I make my money. Errol's, and I see Errol, James, I see you all. So yeah, so feel free to just talk to the other students that are in the class. I like that better than the other method, because the other method was you throw a bunch of money at it, you work your butt off, you wait a year or two, and then maybe you make some money, right? And that's really a hard way to get ahead. So to me, I was like, oh gosh, I should have been doing this when I was 20. So teach this stuff to your kids so they can do it when they're 20 instead of wasting 20 or 30 years like the rest of us did. Other areas where financial demon or money demon might show up might be maybe you avoid making plans because you're having trouble dealing with instant gratification versus delayed gratification. Instant gratification and the dopamine release, the good feelings that you get from sleeping and chilling when you could have been working a little bit, or eating the wrong foods when you could have been eating healthy, or just making unhealthy choices when you really want to sort of think about the long term. I think that's a demon too. That instant gratification is another type of demon that really affects so many of us in our lives. It affects all of us. It's a demon that I fight every single day. Do I eat a salad, or do I put my hand in that bag of chips? And my wife will tell you right now, I got a bag of chips next to the bed. So some of these demons don't ever really go away. It's a daily fight. So literally sometimes that inability to focus on the long term, to have that higher level of consciousness required for you to focus on the long term, to me, that's a demon. You know, that's another type of demon. And I know I'm saying too much, and I don't know if my wife has something to say in response to that, but
I probably do.
literally all of us we have our higher selves and we have our ghetto self. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you got the higher level of you where you're just doing everything right. You're getting up in the morning, you're handling your business, you're making plans, you're getting it done. And then you have the other side that's just lazy and don't want to focus and doesn't want to do the right things, doesn't want to even eat right, doesn't want to save, wants to spend, right? So really, this is why I actually started doing this money in the morning financial consciousness thing, because what I realized is, I said, if we wake up every morning and we commit ourselves to being our best selves, that gives us a much higher probability of success. Because remember, being the best does not always mean that you're always at your best. Like I'm pretty good at this financial thing. Some people would say that I'm one of the best, but I ain't always at my best, and neither are you. None of us are. So my goal is every morning to convince you to find the best version of you and make sure that person shows up for work every day. And that's how you're going to win. That's how you're going to succeed. That's how you're going to overcome all the demons, the cultural demons, the psychological demons, the emotional demons. That's how you're going to fight the battle. And the battle never ends, but you will win because you're built for this. Babe, did you have something else you want to say before? Because I know I said a lot. Did you have something you wanted to
Well,
end
we'll
this with?
save it for next time.
Okay, all right.
I
Well, I'm
don't
gonna
want to
say
get into a loop with you.
all right. Well, I hope that you will give Dr. Alicia a digital round of applause, digital thank you. I know she's my wife, but I'm sorry. I'd like to give my wife props
Thinking
for how hard
about.
she works. She elevates me because she's super disciplined. She's in that. She got me to join the 5 a.m. club, and we get up every morning and go work out. And I'm inspired by her work ethic. And I always tell people, some of these sisters out here just kicking butt, taking names. And so you're a wonderful ally in this game of life. So thank you very much for joining me, babe. I really appreciate your time. And also her website, one more time, is coachingwithdralicia.com. And so if you want to see what she does as a therapist, feel free to go there. And or if you want to get some free material from her, you can actually just text the word love to the number 87948, and there's some stuff that we can send you out that way as well. All right, so have a good day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, every single day, 7 days a week. We do money awareness, financial consciousness training each morning. So make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87. And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm gonna tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. Like, and I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident, right? Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor is not, I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this, or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them, and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something. But I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and didn't get up on time. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get you always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's b the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So b the number one b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that. When Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now here's where I'm going to sort of lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of Black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the Black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell Black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on 2 little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. if you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if you, it's one thing to be losing the game. It's one thing to be struggling in the game. It's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, hey, man, how you been doing, man? Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving. Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making six figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt and you better go make something happen. Because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? You know, man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan and just again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say, because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. And as long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God or what, and so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go, you ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. It was like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not gonna do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just gonna wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own, and my life is terrible, and I'm sad. I said if I listen to this song every day, I'm gonna be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially with hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in, like I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things, and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis, and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things. But you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low, to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression. And it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged, because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain, and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, um, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even though those of us who are the most educated and the most capable literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job, or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained, so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. We get it. But you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time, because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he's a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And so generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost, that we end up selling and giving away, because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively, a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term, code switching? How many of y'all have heard people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual in order to survive in corporate America, and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well, just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security. But really, you're not secure, because the minute they discover that you're really black, or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins or Dr. Claude Anderson, or even, God forbid, a Farrakhan, they're going to come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing. We want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's, because we're black, they're not letting us do this, and because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet, there's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country, you find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're gonna come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell them Damn, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer. And somebody said that's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, you're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. We don't got nothing because you took it all. Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me? You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. Like, and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that. The Korean community is so gangster about their economics. They won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not who made you think that who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I would never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all Black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? they can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move, and that you default on that debt, so your credit score is now in the garbage. And then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody, because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody, because Lord knows I would not do that, because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware, and I want you to just understand, so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture, so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them, so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody, or anybody who's smart should be in college, or that college is the only pathway to success, or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans, that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job, again, should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making 6 figures, who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills, and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives, and we were having a family financial meeting, and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a 6-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices, and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male, who was in his early 30s, who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down, where we were talking, and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000, and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, 3 or 400 Bitcoin that's I think that might be worth over few million dollars. And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, like because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin, with all the education, with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money, like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange, because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated Black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. And but in my mind, it's kind of like it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I want if I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of, because you're well behaved, right? And you're talented. They come in, they taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation, but another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. Um, and he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, think about this, a person, imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon. Who's going to survive? Who's going to have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there. I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free Black man or a free Black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it is because, like, if you want a raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like, I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that. And I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now. Right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't. I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is it goes back to that word I love to use called options. We I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're gonna eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. In fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was given to the teenage Black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, I'll pay the rest of your rent but you're going to have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in the checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention is going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then. Take care. The wonderful Patillo family. I have so much. Y'all are on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Patillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Patillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives, those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families, if we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. Even if I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. You know, he was in my wedding. And so I remember, it's kind of talking to Willie, and I said, man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there. A lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? RIP to Bushwick Bill, but basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money, like you got to go get a degree in accounting and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? That will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses so you're just to know that you're following me, because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together. And it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other, it costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see, in economics, we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Right? Put it in the chat. What does poor, P-O-O-R, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire. You could be running a business with your cousin. You could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision, because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you're going to love it. and it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. You combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. That's what's, I mean, I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery Store, everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing, anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We would take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com, and the discount code is today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out, and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids. Financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see, we have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing, money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot of financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also, and she's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillo's. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillo's, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillo's is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillo's gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillo's is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillo's, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillo's is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillo's so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that, like, when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm going to do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually going to look at Portillo stock, and I'm probably going to buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillo's is now trading at 1022. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillo's, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillo's. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. You have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, Number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. None. Nothing. I'll have memories though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only going to invest if I know for sure what's going to happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is, number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick, what's his name? It's like an Italian name. Stifel. I said Nick. Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of $23.99 and a 1-year low of $9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other. Crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. All they did was they just in this article they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that, that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo's stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, Or you could see it as, oh, wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market. I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that, right? So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody, and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady, and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. That ain't really gonna work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. And let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull, but then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy says, "Don't shoot me, I'm an American." And he said, "You're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you?" Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of Americans. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade, and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers, where everybody wants to be a buyer, everybody wants to get a piece of the action? What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls, so we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch. It's almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that, not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your situation as a market participant? What changes that economic DNA? It's the price. The price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, $16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced at $7.27. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as $11 or $12.66. So if you bought at $12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at $12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by Reddit, the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 200, 300, 400 years. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal, because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way, way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL players going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had 2 scandals. These are the first 2 in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number 2, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something, basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones, though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're going to burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years, the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like, that's the first thing you got to understand, is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers, pretty much, or the Redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in, and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, 12 bucks? Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say, we're going to ride with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right. So what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling. And that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, wait a minute, you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too, because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead. Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down. It does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling. for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this $8, $9, $10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good, because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa Real Estate Fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this, so the slow kids in the back will understand. All right, so this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is, number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because this stock could go right back to $3 a share, game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion, is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, yeah, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is $7.35. If I buy it, if I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means, number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm going to buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or $1,100. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case the stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like, you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading / gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. Now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at $7.35 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, $45. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like, even if I bought a put, the price is $7.35. So even if I bought a put with a strike of $5.50, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well. And it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long-term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare-up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week. It could last for a month. It could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made as long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred. and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, it did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions, and then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right. So let's see. Naomi says, hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them? Okay, Naomi. All right. So let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28 cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50 cent, sorry, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you're going to end up losing money. As long as you know that, that's okay. Actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm going to move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options, stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are, I want to say about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the moneymaker grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically the stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So, if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock, because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump, because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment, in my opinion. All right. And by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom, in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list, and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the portfolio power play and the Black Stock Market program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so, again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much just, I said, but this is not investing advice, but if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week. And it really changed everything. So this to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing. And I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you, so that they can go take a look if they want to. DrBoycePrime.com is where you can log in. DrBoycePrime.com. Okay, so let's see. Next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new moneymaker grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com, and there is the moneymaker grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the moneymaker grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two, and then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do 5 questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks on the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks on the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol. URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now, I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this, I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for, let's say, they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price. They would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is 3 stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number two, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number three, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, what they're saying is that you need that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from the 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, 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 wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow. Huh. Wow. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating the squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Let's pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says this stock has recently experienced elevated volatility. So that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then it's kind of, you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay. So there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Okay. Next question. Let me answer a few more questions. Then I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though, is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, That's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for the stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. One more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right, so let's see. Brandon says, "Are you still selling options on Marathon Digital?" Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned NVIDIA because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018. And we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw NVIDIA shoot up, I said, oh, I wonder if I own any NVIDIA. And I looked and we'd bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something. And it was worth like, I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again. And we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just, I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Yeah, I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform? And do I need to have a separate account for each of them? No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talked to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table. in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is I said, keep being the same person you are, keep going above and beyond for everyone, because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. You know, like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, I'm talking, when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you and we bought this for you. We don't do none of that because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus because I don't want to, money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have car notes that are more than $600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly $350,000 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other Black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about, that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money or go to a Diddy party and try to tell her monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really, they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Sierra Papa Yankee. If and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in, buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which is $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also, by the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like, there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right. So put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're going to take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school, or taking that money to invest in real estate, or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, "Why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in?" It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips, though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that, and he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now, typically. Now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest, but you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, "My Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce?" No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Moni's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, if you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. 60%. I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat, unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trust that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're going to love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com, the code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're going to like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. There's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just, I mean, I just make the list. I start getting excited. You know, I start salivating. I like Pavlov's dog. And also, we're going to have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day. I will see you all very song. Lean back, lean back, lean back, lean back. You remember that? Okay, so Fat Joe, who is I guess a good rapper. You know, I wasn't a big fan of his music, but he's interesting, right? He's now kind of started doing a lot of commentary. He's talking about a lot of different issues around different topics. And a lot, what I've noticed is that a lot of rappers these days have kind of become like storytellers. You know, they've started sort of telling these tall tales about, you know, when they were younger and their exploits. And again, some of the stories are true, some of them are exaggerated. I don't understand some of the stories being told because some of them get you indicted by the feds. You know, you're on Vlad TV telling everybody that you played a role in getting Tupac killed. That's probably something I would have kept to myself. But then again, though, the social media is all about people sort of fighting for attention. You know, they just sort of fighting their way to see if they can get people to pay attention to what they're saying because maybe they feel that they're losing their relevance or something like that. And some of these outlets are owned also even by Black people. I like, for example, Club Shay Shay has kind of emerged as a really big platform. And so Cat Williams went on Club Shay Shay and did one of the most highly viewed interviews of all time. And as a result of that, Club Shay Shay kind of became this place. It's become this place where people do like a whole lot of gossiping. There's not a lot of really constructive, thoughtful dialogue. It's more so, how can I tear down people so that I will get attention and everyone will watch my interview because I'm really desperate for people to listen to me. Whatever. So anyway, that's just my observation, and I'm sticking to it. So that Joe shared something really interesting, and I'm going to put this interview or this conversation, a piece of this interview on the page on the screen so you guys can watch it. It's on my Instagram. I have two Instagrams. I have to have two because I had one and it had a lot of people, over 500,000 people, and one day it just disappeared. So as a backup, what I've started doing is actually putting up stuff in more than one place. So my first Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. My second Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money. So if you follow either one, you will find me there. And so I just want to share that just because, you know, they take you down and stuff and it sucks and it makes you mad. All right. So anyway, all right. So here's the piece of that interview I want to share with y'all, because I think this is a really interesting financial consciousness exercise. So so give me 1 second here. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Wait, no. Wait. Come on, internet. Don't be messing up on me. And I'm gonna play this, and I hope you guys can hear this. Okay, right now nothing's happening here. So come on. I had it was right there. It was right there. All right, let me try again. All right, let's see here. Okay. Oh, and where can you buy my books? Yeah, you can go to drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. I have a whole series of books called Black American Money. And my latest book, my bestseller, is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So if you want it signed, I can sign it and ship it to you. It's totally up to you. So thank you for your interest. All right, so here is Share sound. Here we go. All right. So let me know. Give me a yes. Hear this. I'm gonna play this a couple times so we can really think about this. I want you to consciously think about what you're hearing on the screen. All right. So I'm gonna play this right now. Give me 1 second as I hit the button. There's a button to turn. Here we go. All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. Wait.
Dinner every night is $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street for the Coochie Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there. I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
I got I had $1 million something dollars. I'm eating dinner every night. It's $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street for the Coochie Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there. I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So were y'all able to hear that? Give me a yes if you were able to hear that interview. Okay. I want to make sure everybody heard it. Natasha, Calvin, thank you, Barbara. Good to see you. Good morning, by the way. Okay. So let me tell you about what I saw here and why I thought this conversation will be a good thing to discuss for our financial consciousness training today. First off, I want to say that I think it's really, really wonderful and beneficial that Fat Joe is telling this story and telling it in an honest way. I like the fact that he's reflecting his honest emotions in terms of how he felt when he went to the bank and the teller didn't have the money that he thought the teller would usually have. And he's like, I thought we was rich, stuff like that. I appreciate that. I really do. And I appreciate that because one of the things that one of the misconceptions we have is that if you have made mistakes in your life, you have nothing to teach a young person. That if you've ever screwed up, gone to prison, went broke, did something wrong, whatever, that you have nothing to share, you have nothing to add, nothing of value to offer. And that's just not true. That's just not true. Actually, when I think about when I grew up, the people that I learned the most from were my uncles, who literally would be sitting there with a beer in one hand and a joint in the other, saying, "Boy, don't do what I did. Don't you don't want to be like me. Don't do what I did." And that actually is good information because because I'm looking at this person, I'm thinking, man, like, no, you're right. I don't want to grow up and be like you, and I'm glad we agree on that. I don't want to be a drug addict. I don't want to be. I had an uncle that was a pimp. He was a pimp, and he had some time with drugs, and he just a lot of chaos in his life. And I noticed this when I was 9. I said, man, this dude's got a lot of drama, and he was broke. And when he would say, "Don't be like me, don't do what I did," I listened. I paid attention. I said, I don't have to touch the fire to know that it's hot, and you can learn from people like that. You really can. So I appreciate the fact that Fat Joe is sharing with everyone the mistakes that he made. And I want to acknowledge that. Now the second thing I want to point to is I want to kind of explain to you why rappers are just really bad with money. In fact, rappers are not. I'm not talking about all rappers. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying they're all bad, right? But I'm gonna say that most rappers, most of the quote unquote culture. And you notice in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk extensively about culture, Yes, I'm a finance professor. Yes, I can teach you about 401ks, IRAs, investing, tax strategies, whatever it is you want to know, but it's culture. Culture overrides everything. Culture overrides everything. Culture overrides everything. And you really have to think carefully about the fact that there have been people that have strategically and deliberately manipulated your culture. They have. You know, I used to watch BET ads. I had big fights with BET. I mean, I'm talking about big fights. You know, and I would, and the reason I would have these fights is because I remember they would run the ads for the BET Awards. You know, where you got pregnant ladies twerking in the aisles and everybody, you know, rapping about killing each other and everything else. And then the ads, which were by the way run by a company called Paramount Global. It wasn't. It's not a black-owned company. I hope that we all know this by now. They would always say, "This is for the culture. This is for the culture. This is for the culture." And I said, "Stop that. Please stop saying that word. Stop saying that this is culture. This is not culture. This is not culture. This is not healthy culture. This is not black culture. This is racist culture. You're sabotaging. Like what you're doing is you're using a weapon of mass destruction. You are spreading what I refer to in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I refer to these as financial STDs. You are spreading on a massive scale financial STDs that are deliberately designed to keep black people exactly where they are. Because not only, I mean, think about it like this. Think about this. How many of y'all know that there's a massive racial wealth gap where white people have just like 10 times more family wealth than black people? Give me a yes if you're aware of this gap, and give me a yes if it concerns you. So everybody put yes in the chat if you have seen the racial wealth gap. Now I want you to imagine this. Imagine this example. Imagine the Olympics are coming. I'm a track and field enthusiast. I'm a big fan of Sha'Carri Richardson and other people you should know about, like Fred Curley and just all these Noah Lyles and all these great Sydney McLaughlin and just all these Athene Mo, all these great athletes that are going to be competing in the Olympics. I used to be a track coach, and I was a mediocre track athlete, and I was captain of the track team because even though I was a mediocre sprinter, I knew a lot about track as a high school kid. I used to read books about track and field and how to run and all that. So I wasn't terrible. I was good enough, like a lot of black males, I was good enough at sports to think that I was good, but I really wasn't good compared to the best. You know, like I'll give you an example. One day all the football players came out to try to run tracks so they could be faster for football season. And we had to race, we had to have a runoff to make a spot on the relay team. And I raced all the fastest guys on the football team and I beat all of them, right? So I wasn't a scrub. I was not slow, but I wasn't really fast because our football team sucked and these guys were actually kind of scrubbish anyway, but they were the fastest scrubs, right? So I was good enough to be the best of the worst. But anyway, I love track and field. I'm a big track and field enthusiast. Now, imagine you are running in a race. So a race, we're talking about race, racism, racial wealth gap, right? And you're in a race, just like racism. Powernomics, Dr. Claude Anderson always talks about how racism is kind of a race, how races race against each other to compete for resources. You're in a constant competition. You're in a constant race. And so black people are behind in this race, right? They're like, everybody's way ahead. So imagine you're in a race and you're trying to win. You're trying to maybe not get a gold medal, but at least not get last place. Because if I show you every statistic on wealth, black people are in last place. Every statistic on income, we're in last place. And not only are we in last place, we have this dubious distinction of having a unique and very special superpower. And that superpower is that not only are we in last place, we are really good at just staying there. Like not like it's not like if you look at the chart, they'll show you, you know, Asian people at the top, then they'll show Jewish people way up there too, and white people, and then you have Latino people, and then black people will always be cuddled right down at the bottom, and that has been consistent for like 50 years. Like since integration and all this alleged progress that they tell you that you've made, these lies that they tell you in school about how America is so much better, we don't move. We don't move. We are really good at staying in last place. We are absolutely wonderfully good at making sure that we're always at the bottom of that barrel. I hate it. It drives me crazy. So here's what is interesting to me. So imagine that you are in this race and you're trying to win. You're trying to run, and as you're running, you're in last place. And then let's assume that somebody says, I think that you should turn around and run backward. In fact, but before you run backward, I want you to run around in circles And then after you run around in circles, I want you to run as fast as you can, and I want you to go in the other direction. And let's say we say, okay. And people say, yeah, that's what everybody's doing. Everybody's, let's say the race is that way. But they say, no. The culture says, everybody else is running that way. You need to run that way. That's what you got to do. That's what I see when I see what hip hop culture, which is owned by people who are not black, by the way. So I'm not blaming the rappers. Remember, the rappers are puppets. If a puppet says something stupid, if you ever get cussed out by a puppet, don't cuss back at the puppet, because the puppet don't have a brain. The puppet does not have free will. The puppet master is the one who's saying, y'all do know this, right? How many of y'all, did y'all know that when a puppet talks, that it's not really the puppet? It took me a long time to figure that out. Pinocchio is not a real boy. So the puppets are not the ones who are actually coming up with the words that are coming out of their mouth. It's the puppet master, the man who has their hand up their ass, right? Like, in a ditty-like fashion, telling them what to say. This is what I see when I see the music industry. Rappers don't rap about what they want to rap about. Rappers don't rap about things that are moving their spirit. Rappers don't rap about things that they believe are really important. They rap about whatever the record label tells them to rap about. That's just reality. And if I show you a picture, I can show you this. Just yesterday, when I was talking about the fact that it's really weird that we have female rappers like named with names that come after words like gorilla and then stallion, like Megan Thee Stallion. And I said, y'all do know that a stallion is an adult uncastrated male horse. Like, it's an adult male uncastrated horse. So not only is it a big strong man, but it's a man who likes to have sex with everything. And when you look at that and you combine that with the image, the misperception of the black women as being masculine and super strong and not feeling pain, and then also the way most of the female rappers are just kind of like always sexual, right? Like it doesn't even make it interesting anymore. It's like I just met you 2 minutes ago. I'm 2 inches away from your vagina. You're twerking on everything. You're twerking on the pancakes. You're twerking on in front of the children. Lizzo showing up at a Lakers game with a thong on. Just the female artists being forced into this position of servitude, where they are being forced to present themselves in a way that I don't think is authentic to who they truly are. I'm not saying that you're not sexual. You're supposed to be. That's what reproduction's all about. But what I'm saying is that when I look at Taylor Swift, and I see Taylor Swift sitting over there with her little blonde behind, making $1 billion. I've never seen Taylor Swift twerking. I've never seen her simulate sucking a man's blankety blank. I've never seen her degrading herself. So I'm like, how come the white girl gets to sit over and just sing and show her talent, but the black girl got to be doing backflips and swallowing bananas and all kinds of, it's crazy, right? So anyway, so remember this industry, and I want to make this clear because a lot of people think I hate rappers. I don't hate rappers. I love rappers. I really do. It's because I love them that I really want to have this conversation. It's because I love hip hop that I want to talk about this. So the thing about rappers is you got to remember this. Do not get so angry at them, for they know not what they do. Again, because when the puppet cusses you out, you don't cuss back at the puppet. So when people say, why are you mad at rappers? I say, I'm not talking to the rappers. I talk to their daddies. I talk to the people that actually control the money. There's that word money, financial consciousness. I talk to the people that have the money. I want to talk to the record labels. I want to talk to the people that are running these industries. Those are the people that are interesting to me. I talk to people that are on my level. I don't talk to the people who are still trying to figure it out. I figured a lot of things out because I'm 52. I don't really want to talk to the puppet. So I want to make that clear. So let's get back into this. So you have this thing called a racial wealth gap, and you're trying to catch up in this race. And you're running in this race and you're way behind. And then somebody says, no, everybody's running backward. You should stop, go in a circle 3 times, and then go backward and run as fast as you can in the opposite direction. So here's what happens. So remember, wealth is a relay race. Y'all do understand this, right? Give me a guess if you've heard me say this before. Let me know if you've heard me say wealth is a relay race. Wealth is a team sport. If you read books like Powernomics, that's what Dr. Claude Anderson says, that the building of wealth is not something where you stop and go. You start over every generation, right? That you can't win a race like that. It's a relay race. You run as fast as you can, you pass the baton. Then the person runs as fast as they can, you pass the baton to your child. Your child runs as fast as they can, they pass it to their child. That's how wealth gets built. So pay attention now. Here's what I want you to visualize this analogy. So when you think about the racial wealth gap, imagine you're in a relay race and you're way behind, but on the third leg, God blesses you. God blesses you. And let me tell you how God blesses you. Let's say God puts Usain Bolt, the fastest human being on the planet, on the third leg of that relay race. You'll follow me? You get okay. So imagine that you got Usain, and Usain, by the way, was so insanely fast He was the only man I've ever seen who could literally be run against the fastest human beings on the planet and be so far ahead that he could start thumping his chest and pointing to the crowd as he 20 yards from the finish line. I've never seen that before. That's scary. He's everybody else is trying to break 10 seconds. He's running 9.5 seconds, which is just insane. So anyway, so you got Usain Bolt on the third leg. Here's where you miss your opportunity. Here's where you lose. So two things. One, we know wealth is a team sport. It's a relay race. Number two, we know that you have to, in order to win the relay, you have to get the baton around the track. Do you understand that? If you drop the baton, you lose the race. Are we following this? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm closing my eyes because I want to make sure I center my brain on what exactly I want to share with you. So you have to get the baton around the track. And when you get the baton to Usain, he's going to really get you back in this race. So here's where you lose. Remember, the word poor stands for what? The word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. That means you get an opportunity and you throw it away. That's what being poor really means. That's another definition of poor. So here's where you lose. Two ways you lose. Number one, you don't, the culture, you're supposed to be going east. The culture tells you to go west. You're supposed to be running forward. The culture tells you to run backward, or the culture tells you to run in circles, and everybody follows the culture. This is the financial STD I was telling you about. It's a psychological financial STD. And then number two, a lot of us don't even get the baton around the track. A lot of us drop the baton before it even gets to the third leg. And so what do I mean? Well, do you know how much Black generational wealth is lost because people not even making a plan to pass the baton to the next generation? Do you know how many trillions and trillions of dollars of your resources have been lost? Because nobody said, hey, let's make sure we pass this baton. Let's make sure we got this ready for the babies. Let's make sure that we are good stewards of our economics so that in the next generation, our kids are going to be good. We lose trillions from that. So by the time little Usain is born, nobody passes him anything. He's starting from nothing. He's running a whole relay race by himself because his teammates dropped the baton. So those are two variables I want you to pay attention to. When you and your loved ones are running backward and running in circles, and when you're dropping the baton, then you're going to remain poor. That is passing over opportunities repeatedly. So even if God blesses you, God is frustrated as hell because God's sitting there saying, man, I keep on sending you all these people that have an opportunity to get you out this hole, and y'all just mess it up every damn time. Y'all worse than the damn Dallas Cowboys who blow it every year in the first round of the playoffs. So you've got a cultural problem. Just like the Cowboys have a culture, they have a losing culture. They have a culture where for 25 years they've been losing in the first round of the playoffs. So your culture is that every time you get the baton, you drop it. Why? Well, because think about this. Rappers are some of the people who have the greatest opportunities on this planet. Athletes are some of the people who have the greatest opportunities to build wealth on this planet. And when they get that opportunity, the culture supersedes all other interests, all information and education they could receive. Because the reason culture supersedes education and knowledge is because even if I have the knowledge, if my culture is bad, then I'm not going to use that knowledge. Like if I know, if you could tell me, you could force me, you could show me 10 books on how to lose weight. But if my culture says that I get up every morning and I drink a bottle of Henny and eat a bag of Doritos and two Ho-Hos for breakfast, then that's what I'm going to do. That's my culture. Think about it. Think about how many times you have people, they know exactly what to do. They know the right things to do, but they don't do it. Think about how many drug addicts you probably know who could sit there and they could tell you, if you say, you know, that crack is going to kill you. A lot of crackheads are very smart because crack stimulates your brain. So a lot of them can tell you, yeah, I know it's going to kill me. Yeah, here's what's going to, they know more about what the drug is doing to them than you do. But yet for some reason, they keep on going right back to the pipe. Well, that's because they formed habits and they formed a culture around these very bad choices. So we have, to some extent, when you talk about smoking the financial crack pipe, we have a culture that is heavily, heavily anti-economics. Why? Well, because one of the greatest ways to influence the Black community is through the rappers. That's why the politicians always want to talk to the rappers before every election, because they know that the rappers and the preachers are the ones who influence the Black community. They were the original social media influencers even before there was social media. So let me play this clip again. Some of you just came in, so I'm going to share this clip of Fat Joe, and I want to break down from a financially scientific standpoint what I'm seeing in this clip. Remember, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor, so I want to show you what I'm seeing based on the financial theories that I learned in graduate school and what's really happening here. And again, I want to also make sure I clearly and publicly thank Fat Joe for being so honest about this, because a lot of times people want to act like everything's good and everything's perfect, even when it's not. So I'm really happy that he took the time to even share this story. And I think it's a great way to allow these guys to contribute to the community in a productive way. So I'm going to pull this up. And actually, as I do that, just so you, in case you don't know, we have financial flashcards for your kids. If you want to go take a look in the Black Business School, we have a lot of good resources for your family. We also have books and stock market classes, stuff like that. So if you're interested in doing any of that, just go to drboycebooks.com or theblackbusinessschool.com. All right, so let me share this with you. I'm going to play this clip one more time so that we can really assess this and analyze this. So here's Joe talking about all the money that he wasted when he was rich. All right, and maybe he's still rich now. I have no idea. Here we go.
I've had $1 million something. I'm eating dinner every night. It's $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street for the Cucci Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there, I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there. I assume y'all could hear it. Let me know real quick if you heard that, and so I know I don't have to play it again. Give me a quick yes in the chat. Okay, thank you. All right, excellent. Okay, so here's a few things I want to point your attention to. Okay, so the first thing that was interesting to me is this is cultural. In hip hop, there's just a lot of extravagance. When my wife she finished this really long book on the subconscious mind. I don't remember the name of the book, but I remember asking her, I said, so what are the 3 things that affect the subconscious mind? I said, because I think somebody's manipulating Black people on a very subconscious level. And she said, the 3 things that manipulate the subconscious mind the most are symbolism, repetition, and trauma. Symbolism, repetition, and trauma. Symbolism, repetition, and trauma. And I'm going to explain to you how these 3 things appear consistently in hip hop culture, and it's been to the detriment of trillions of dollars in lost Black wealth. The symbolism is pretty much anything that represents a symbol. So, for example, the Panther for the Black Business School, that is our symbol to let you know what we believe in and who we are. We represent Black wealth, and that's what whenever you see that Panther, you know what that means. That means Black wealth, Black excellence, Black love, Black family, Black achievement, all these things, right? So symbols can do a lot of things, can say a lot of things. In hip hop, if you watch any hip hop music video, the symbolism is huge. Symbolism is everywhere. What is the symbolism? So let's do a financial consciousness exercise here. Give me some symbolism that I'm going to find usually in a rap music video. Let's particularly point to gangster rap. Gangster rap is unfortunately the toxic bastardized version of rap that was really heavily pushed by billions of dollars from people who don't love the Black community. You're going to see guns, right? You're going to see money. You're going to see lots of status symbols like a car, a house, diamonds, and jewels. You're going to see women, without clothes on. Maybe you're going to see the guy smoking something. Anybody ever seen an image? This is symbolic where he's standing and you just see smoke coming out of his mouth. You don't know what he's smoking, or maybe he's holding a cup and you don't know what's in the cup, but he's always holding the cup because smoking something, drinking something, holding the cup with the AK-47 in the front seat, the cocaine's in the back seat, with the women riding it on top of the Bentley with you, or whatever, right? All these symbolism. These are symbolisms this is symbolism that appears in the music video. So here's what I'm saying. You could have a nerd like me who could rap the exact same song as a gangster rapper, as a Rick Ross, and sound exactly the same. But if I'm rapping like this and I'm just sitting here as a regular guy doing the song and like, boss, Boss, cocaine, boss, whatever he's doing. Like I don't understand what Rick Ross is kind of weird. He's like 50 years old, but he kind of acts like he's 12. I don't understand these things, but that's sort of the bearded babies, the 45-year-old teenagers. That's kind of what we've been inundated with. It's kind of all over the place. Instead of, seriously, I hate saying it's true. Instead of taking leadership roles like men, instead of building industry like men, instead of taking accountability for a community like men and really creating, say, 100,000 jobs. Remember, Elon Musk is about the same age as Rick Ross. Elon Musk has created 1 million jobs. Rick Ross gets on Instagram and beats with other rappers and talks about how much money he has, right? So this is something that is cultural, right? So the symbolism's huge. So symbolism, that's there in hip hop. It's design. It's by design. It's the symbols communicate. A picture, it's worth not 1,000 words. I think a picture is worth 1,000,000 words. So when I show you the symbolism in the video, then you're gonna know. Okay, I'm hood like you. I'm street like you. I'm from the trap. I have street credibility. So even people that are not from the trap enjoy it. They say, "Oh, this must be authentic because look at all the symbolism that I'm seeing in the video." Floyd Mayweather. Oh my goodness! And don't bring up Floyd. There's a lot to talk about there. So what's the second thing that impacts the subconscious mind that brainwashes black people? Well, it's repetition. Repetition. What is more repetitive than music? What's more repetitive than an 808 beat that's boom, boom, boom? What's more repetitive than a song that with the same chorus where you got a 10-year-old, 9-year-old who's literally repeating lyrics like, like kill iggas, F itches, like whatever, right? Just smoke something, drink something, Molly Percocet, right? So you have all these really, really interesting tools that are used to break into the subconscious mind of even children. Their minds are very permeable. If I sat down with any kid in the hood and talked to them enough, or you brought them into class every day with you, that kid's going to want to grow up and become a wealth builder. They're going to want to grow up and become a thinker. They're going to want to grow up and become something amazing intellectually because I'm talking to them. These ideas are being poured into their brain. But instead, unfortunately, for a lot of our kids, the imagery and the symbolism and the repetition that's being repeatedly pounded, 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 pound it, pound it into their brain is everything that is anti-wealth, anti-freedom, incredibly self-destructive, anti-intellectual. So therefore, you are creating what my friend Speech from Arrested Development. Remember his song Tennessee, right? Anyway, Speech from Arrested Development, who's a friend of mine, he made a really great documentary called The Igga Factory, and he made the brilliant statement that basically what they do is they mass produce unproductive, unintelligent, unhelpful black people. They mass produce men, mostly men, and a lot of women are affected by it now too, because you see what's happened with women in hip hop and stuff like that. They produce the kinds of people that are not going to want to be great husbands and fathers, because most of hip hop culture is very anti-family. It's not, it's like, why would you want to be a sucker and get married and take care of your spouse and all that? It's mostly about sort of these excesses, right? Financial excess, sexual irresponsibility, stuff like that. What else? The third piece of what can impact your subconscious mind, the third component of mass brainwashing, besides symbolism and repetition, is trauma. Trauma is the third thing. So what Fat Joe is referencing in his story actually is financial trauma. When he says that one day I went into the bank and I didn't have any money, and he's like, I thought we was rich, and he says my blank hole was this tight. He said, man, I felt like a zombie. Well, that's trauma. That's financial trauma, by the way. That's my wife wrote a whole workbook on financial trauma and how to deal with it. Financial trauma, financial anxiety is a huge problem in the Black community, and really undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of the number one reasons that you can't build economically, because building an economy requires trust. Traumatized people don't trust nothing. Traumatized people are easily triggered. Traumatized people who have undiagnosed, untreated trauma, they have a hard time staying married. They have a hard time doing business. They have a hard time remaining friends. They have a hard time calming their asses down when something bad happens, because you're so scared of being re-traumatized. This is why, again, one thing that we've done in the Black Business School that I think is very, very powerful is we've worked with therapists to encourage everyone to heal. Everybody that wants to do better, you have to heal, because if you don't heal, then it's going to be hard for you to work with a group of people. It's going to be hard for you to partner with that awesome black woman who wants you to be better. It's going to be hard for you to be cool with your homeboy, even when you feel like somebody might have done you wrong. It's hard. Take it from me. I'm high on the trauma scale. My wife showed me that. She had me take the ACEs, ACES, the Adverse Childhood Experiences test, to see how high I was on the trauma scale. She said, "Boyce, if I'd known your score was this high, I don't know if I would have married you," right? Because I was traumatized. A lot of us were. So trauma is something that has to be healed, because trauma is another add-on element to the financial STDs that get spread through the community. And these financial STDs, I explain them extensively in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I don't know if the term financial STD has been used in any other books. I have no idea. But this concept came to mind because I thought about it. I said, not only is are financial STDs rampant, but you can also spread trauma like an STD as well. Traumatized people tend to traumatize other people. Like, think about your crazy relative, or think about somebody in your life who has really hurt you. Think about somebody who borrowed money from you and didn't pay it back, and how pissed off you were, and how that made you not want to trust anybody, and how you now walk around saying, "I'll never loan money to relatives." Or think about the girl that hurt you for no reason, or the man that disrespected you and made you feel bad about your life, or the friend you had who double crossed you, right? A lot of times the people that do these things are traumatized people. So traumatized people tend to traumatize other people. There's a really good movie called Smile. They pretend like it's a horror movie, but it's really not a horror movie. It's actually a movie about trauma and how trauma can spread from one person to the next. So anyway, those are the three things that can impact the subconscious mind. And if you look in terms of what happened to the Black community with the war on drugs, where they replaced the jobs with crack and drugs, and you think about places like South Central LA, which was ground zero for this, what I consider to be a social experiment, where the crack, the drugs, and the incarceration all sort of arrived in a very nice neighborhood. You think about this, right? So in the drug era, which still affects us to this day, because that's why a lot of your kids walk around here crazy, because they didn't have good parents. Their parents were all hooked on drugs, or their parents were in prison. In general, you tended to have one of three things kind of happen. And the first one is drug addiction. So give me a yes if you or someone that you know is addicted to drugs. Give me a yes if you or someone that you're close to became addicted to the drugs that were flooding the Black community, particularly in the 80s and the 90s, and really still to this day, but it started kind of back then. All right, so give me your yeses. Okay, so a lot of you have been hit by the drug epidemic. Now I want you to give me another yes if you have someone in your family that's been hit by the second part of this wave, which was incarceration. Where people, give me a yes if you have someone in your family who's ever been either incarcerated for drugs, or addicted to drugs. One of those two things. Right. So we had people in our families who were either hooked on the drugs or sent to prison over drugs. I have both. I have both. Both of my fathers, my stepfather, who's really my real father, who really raised me, and my biological father were both drug addicts. My biological father went to prison. I believe it was for drugs. I got to double check that, but I know he had a drug problem for a very long time. This is very common. And then, so think about this, right? So everybody around you is either being hooked on drugs. Sorry, I forgot about. What are you doing, Boyce? You forgot about the other thing. How about the people that just died? How many of you have a relative who just got killed? Like, little Pookie got shot in the front yard of his grandma's house. So-and-so got killed when he was sitting in the car. Your girlfriend got killed because her boyfriend was a dope dealer, and she was sitting in the front seat, and the other dope dealers appeared and shot your girlfriend in the head, or your friend in the head. How many of y'all got friends like that? How many of y'all have somebody in your family who just got killed, just ain't here no more? Anybody, any homicide in the room? Anybody experienced the trauma, the extreme trauma of, maybe, I don't know, Boyce, let's see, maybe like 1996, when my best friend, my best buddy Greg, that when I go to see him on Tuesday, and then Thursday night he gets shot in the head in his living room in front of his daughter. Anybody else go through something like that? Like this is Greg Wilkins, that's his name. They didn't talk about it in the newspaper because a rich white lady got killed the same week in Louisville, Kentucky, and so the media kind of ignored his murder because, of course, he's a Black male. Of course he deserved it. Right now, so that's what you have. So you have either people that got addicted to the drugs, you have people that got sent to prison over the drugs, you have people that got killed over the drugs, and then you have the rest of us who just survived, who are just crazy as shit because of what we went through, because you had to watch all this. You had to deal with all. So you got the survivor's guilt, you got the trauma, you got the sadness that hit your heart when you think about all the people you love where they went down. You have all the frustration that comes in when you look at somebody that got caught up in drugs, and you think about what kind of person they could have been if they had not been introduced to drugs. You have the frustration. Now at my stage, I have friends whose sons, smart, amazing kids, good kids, great kids, who got caught up in the culture. This is the culture. This is the bullshit culture they're collaborating with these racist people that run the record labels to promote a culture that is pushing drugs and drug addiction, drug use, drug selling, incarceration, and murder onto the community. And y'all sit here and act like this is Black excellence. We celebrate this crap. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? I'm sitting here and I'm frustrated because I'm thinking about two young men I know, both of them 22 years old. I knew these kids when they were 14, and they were sweet, they were intelligent, they were good young guys. And then the culture grabbed them. So they go and they start smoking and drinking, right? When I'm sitting there, of course, when I saw them, I'm saying, no, you got to go to school. You got to work hard. You got to be successful. You got to do your best. Of course, I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. They're not hearing me because every single morning in their ear, they're hearing an 808 beat saying, smoke something, drink something, Molly Percocet, kill that nigga. Right? That's what they're hearing. That's the culture. So the culture, and I don't give a damn what you think. Stop telling me that it's just music. If you tell me that it's just music or it's just entertainment, I'm going to shut the door in your face because you clearly have never studied psychology. You've never studied sociology. You've never studied peer pressure. You've never studied the subconscious mind. So sit your ass down and take this lesson. Sit down and listen because the evidence is all around you. Of course, it's not 100% the fault of hip hop. I'm not saying that. Of course, it's not the rappers. It's not anti-rapper. Of course not. I'm not talking to the rappers. The rappers are puppets. I'm talking to the puppet masters. I'm talking about the people who run Universal Records. I'm talking about the people that run these studios, Sony and all these other Warner Music. That's who I'm talking to. They put billions of dollars into the destruction of Black people through culture. It's damn near as bad as slavery. I don't know if it's not as bad as slavery, it's damn near neck and neck. It's terrible. And I think about these two young men that are in my brain right now. When I met them, they were 14. They were good kids, and I did everything I could to share a message with them that was going to empower them. And then the culture grabbed them. One of the boys started using heroin when he was 16. He's using the heroin, which goes up to fentanyl and everything else. Now he is so strung out that his own mama can't even give him her address. His mama cannot. Imagine that. That's your only child, and you can't even invite that kid to your house because he's going to rob you. His mother is afraid of him. The second one, same thing. Really, and when I hear these stories, I'm like, wait, what? Are you kidding? What? No, not him. So process this. This is where your wealth gets lost. Because let's start with the basics. These are two young Black boys. In China, they considered having a son to be a wonderful victory, not because daughters are not incredibly valuable and precious. They are, but the son is one form of wealth. Do you understand? That son, if he's raised properly, if he's trained properly, same thing with the daughter too. Not dismissing daughters. Daughters are amazing, but and I'm talking specifically about sons because hip hop tends to really impact the thinking of Black males in a way that's very anti-family and anti-productive. So that son of yours, if he's raised properly, if he's a hard worker, he's a hustler, that is the person that can help save the family. That's the guy when you're 70, 80 years old and you can't halfway walk. That's the one who's cutting the grass and talking to the doctors and making sure you get to your appointments and helping to pay the bills. That's an asset. That's a financial asset, among other things, among many other things. I'm an asset to my parents. When I come home, my parents tell me, they say, we feel better when you're here because you can help us take care of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. That's my job. So imagine if instead of me showing up and helping out, and paying off the house and making sure bills get paid and working on the estate plan and talking to the doctors. Imagine if instead of me doing that, I showed up scratching hey mama, can you get a couple nickels, mama? I need. Let me hold something, mama. Can I get $20, mama? And then mama says, Boyce, I'm tired of you coming in here hooked up, hyped up on crack. You need to get up out of here. And imagine, so my mama in her 70s has to muster up enough energy. This is real. That movies like Jungle Fever kind of show this, right? So instead of this old lady being able to rest in her golden years and relax and say, I'm glad my son is here, she has to muster the energy to fight against me and to keep me out of her house. Don't you never come back. You get out of here. That is so painful. That is so unfair. And this is what the culture gives you. Rappers like DMX should not be dead. DMX should be a billionaire who's run some major corporation that it has employed 100,000 black people. That's what DMX should be doing right now. DMX should be doing what Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all the white boys are doing. He should be alive and creating prosperity and possibility and opportunity for everybody. Instead, DMX is in a casket because DMX got introduced to drugs at an early age. DMX got sucked in by the culture. DMX was part of a culture that didn't just watch him destroy himself, but they encouraged him to destroy him. They rewarded him for destroying himself. The culture, if you are in a good culture, you should have other communities do have this. Other communities have interventions. Other communities have protocols and standards where they say, look, you're getting off the rails. You need to put down the bottle, or you're not taking care of your kids. You need to get your ass back at home, and we need to fix this right away. That's what a good culture does. A good culture does not look at a drug addict, alcoholic, sex addict, irresponsible man who's blowing all his money and say, yeah, that's lit, yo. That's lit. Did you hear his last album? Man, that's the culture, dog. That's the culture. What part of that is the culture? Remember, for many, many years, Diddy was the culture. For many years, Diddy was the culture. And those of you who've been following hip hop as long as I have and as closely as I have, you know that it was as easy. Stevie Wonder could see, even Stevie Wonder could have seen back in around 2008, 2009, that one day, if they ever really do a reckoning on hip hop culture, if they ever really go back and see all the crazy things you did all throughout the years, if they really go back and analyze the things that you were doing to women and even to men, and the behavior that you were exhibiting behind closed doors, if they really shine a spotlight on that, oh, all y'all going down. Now, and it ain't just Diddy. Remember, Diddy had a lot of friends. Diddy was friends with everybody. And it ain't just it's not just R. Kelly. Remember, R. Kelly had a lot of friends that would go hang out at R. Kelly's house. They were happy to hang out with R. Kelly. So we like to kind of act like it was just one guy and that it was isolated. No, it wasn't isolated. This is a culture. I saw this. I watched this. I watched DMX when he was 30 years old, and even when he was 30 and he's on top of the world, he's making all this money. I said, man, this guy, it's not going to end well for him. When he gets older, it's going to be very bad for him. And that's exactly what you saw. So stop telling me that this is the culture, because if this is the culture, then you have no chance. If this is the culture, you have no chance. You will never ever catch up in definitely not in the race for wealth, but you're also going to lose things that money cannot buy. That's the problem with the culture. So let me finish assessing what Pat Joe said so we can really kind of understand this from a financial consciousness standpoint. The other thing he talks about is he says, wait, I thought we was rich. It's because he was shocked to find out that he was broke. That is a lack of financial consciousness. When you're conscious of something, you're watching it. When you're conscious of something, you're aware of what's going on. Right? If I'm conscious of the clock, I'm staring at the clock. Time does not get wasted because I'm watching time go by. When I'm conscious and awake, I know what's happening around me. If I'm unconscious, I'm asleep, and you can victimize me. So a lot of us are encouraged to be unconscious. A lot of us are encouraged to be asleep. So Fat Joe, unfortunately, somebody encouraged him to be distracted by the drugs that exist in our society, the other drugs. And I'm not talking about just the crack and all that. I'm talking about the drugs that basically show up in the forms of weapons of mass distraction, the bling, the big booties, the parties. Right? I never understood. I said, why do y'all have to party every single day? Why, or the jewelry, right? Why do all of y'all culturally, who told y'all all got to show up at Jake the jeweler's house and go buy $100,000 worth of jewelry? what culture is this? Because I don't want to be a part of this culture because I think all of this is stupid. It makes no sense to me. But that became the culture, and that's what they do. You become a rapper, you got to buy 50 chains that with 100 pounds of jewelry around your neck. I saw a rapper get robbed, and they said he got robbed of $80,000 worth of jewelry. I said, who in the hell walks around with $80,000 worth of jewelry and then another 100,000 in cash? What culture are you a part of? Is that an idiot culture? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me. So effectively, he was talking about being economically unconscious. He said, wait, I thought we was rich. That means you're not conscious of what's been going on, bro. Your bank account's been dripping and draining and falling apart, and you're not even aware. Well, why are we not conscious? Well, a lot of times it's because we are distracted. And there is a deliberate effort on the part of those who control the culture to keep you as distracted as possible. And what are they distracted with? Again, the symbolism, the booty and the bling and the false status symbols, the luxury items, the Gucci and all that distracts you. And then all the while they're draining money out of your bank account. I guarantee you that while the rappers themselves are not very conscious, the executives for the record labels are extremely financially conscious. While you may not be aware of what's in your contract, oh, they know every line of the damn contract. Megan Thee Stallion, who, remember, Megan got upset. She sued or something because she said, y'all made me sign a contract. It wasn't. I know exactly what happened. You were distracted. You were distracted by the fame and the fortune and the twerking. And they were like, okay, on in section 7, line C, make sure we put a clause that says that blah 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 blah. Right? Like that's what's happening. So really at the end of the day, you gotta really ask yourself, like, what's really happening in the culture that leads us to these distractions, and why is that not present in everybody's culture? Well, because this culture was specifically designed for you. It was specifically designed to manipulate you so they can drain things from you. So economic consciousness, financial awareness is critical for anybody that wants to be successful or wants to protect the success that they have. In fact, if you are asleep at the wheel, it's even worse if you're driving a really nice car. If you're driving a really nice car and you're a really fast car and you're asleep at the wheel, then you're going to crash that car and kill everybody. So a lot of times what you find is that people that end up having all these resources, all this fame and fortune and everything else, they have people around them that encourage them to not be conscious, to not pay attention. That's why Hollywood has all these weird, crazy parties where they can get you to enjoy all the pleasures of the world, right? They lay out all the women and all the drugs and everything you want because they need you unconscious so they can make sure that they can manipulate you while you're not looking. And there are some people who are smarter than that, though. If you remember that story in that movie about NWA, Ice Cube, who has come on this platform, he told that story about how Jerry Heller, who was very financially conscious, he happened to be from the Jewish community, and he wanted to manage the group. And basically, Jerry Heller put contracts in front of all of them, and he gave them keys to a car and a check for $80,000, and he said, "You can have that car outside and $80,000. All you got to do is sign this paper." And so that was a deliberate effort to manipulate the economic consciousness of these young men because he said, I know what they want. I know all these black guys want. I know what they want. They want the booty, they want the cars, they want the girl, they want the money or whatever. So just give them some quick money and get them to sign their life away. That's what the devil does. See, the devil can bless you too. Shout out to D1, my friend D1, who happens to be a hip hop artist. He used that phrase. That does not come from me. He said the devil can bless you too. So the devil shows up with all the blessings, all the fancy things, all your heart's desires, and offers them to you. And then in the meanwhile, he's doing a ditty on you in the back, and you're not even aware of it because you're so caught up in the shiny object that's distracting you. So that means that consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be wants to be successful. Consciousness is critical for anybody who wants to protect their wealth. Consciousness is critical for anybody who wants to build wealth. So let me finish up with this Fat Joe interview. I thought it was really great. And again, I want to reiterate, I want to say thank you to him because I know people that know Fat Joe, and I don't want him to think that I'm dissing him or attacking him. I'm not. I think he would agree with me on a lot of these issues. So it's not me saying Fat Joe's a jerk or Fat Joe's stupid. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that because he made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. I like the fact that he's sharing this story because I think there's a lot you can pick out of this. So a few things that popped out. One, he talked about that he said he had 40 guys around him when he would go out and spend all this money. That's just a little financial fact. When you have money, people want to be around you. When you have money, girls want to sleep with you. Everybody wants to be your friend. And so next thing you know, all these people are kind of hanging around. And what money does is money makes it very difficult for you to be clear about who your real friends are versus people who are just around you because you can do something for them financially. That's just the reality of having a little bit of money. I go through that myself. I literally sat down, I talked to my wife. I said, I need to make a list of the friends I have who would disappear if they did not benefit financially versus those who would stick around if things really got hard. And unfortunately, the second list tends to be smaller than the first list because money can affect people's perceptions, everybody, including the person who has it. What else? Let's see here. He talks about and one thing that made me that his video made me think about when he talked about going out for lobsters and steak and everything else every single night and champagne, that made me think about when the culture in this other way. There was a BET show called Blew the Bag. And I bring up this show a lot because this really shows not only how Black wealth gets destroyed through bad culture, but also how we don't take it seriously enough. So there was this video, and I'll never forget this. There was some guy, he had like 6 kids with 5 babies mamas, and he lucked out. God blessed him. God helped him win the lottery. So he won the lottery. He won a few $100,000. And they said, well, what did you do with your money? And he said, I bought out the entire floor of an expensive hotel, and I had strippers and bottles and everything else coming in all night and for the entire week. And then at the end of the week, he said he had no money, and he's laughing the whole time. He's laughing. He's telling the story. He's like, yeah, we had fun that night. We did it right. He's laughing about it, and this is funny, right? And BET is presenting this story as if this is just a great, funny, interesting tale, right? That's what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about what this story really tells you. What this story tells you is that this was a poor man. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. This is a poor man, and he's a father, which is even worse. He's a father with six kids that are now going to live their lives in poverty because their father blew the bag. These 6 kids are going to grow up in misery. They're going to grow up working for white people, struggling, doing only God knows what to make money because daddy, when the universe opened up and gave daddy an opportunity to get us out of this thing, daddy completely blew the bag. Daddy got distracted. Daddy did not have enough economic consciousness to say, this is our chance. This is my chance to pass the baton. This is my chance to get out of my situation. This is my chance to make things better. Instead, daddy was sucked in by the culture. He was sucked in by the culture because think about this. I want y'all to answer me in the chat. What in the world would make a man say that when I get hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm supposed to have strippers and bottles? What's he imitating? What culture is he imitating? Where did this come from? Does every culture do this? If he was Chinese, do you think that would be the first thought that comes to mind? I'm gonna get strippers and bottles and hoes and fancy cars and like seriously, what was he doing? What culture was he imitating? He was imitating rappers that he sees on TV. He was basically having a flare up of the financial STD that gets spread through the Black community through mass media. You don't understand. See, when you study warfare, you'll know that when you conquer a community, first thing you do is you control their channels of communication. Or when one country invades another country, one of the first things they bomb two things that they tend to bomb first. They bomb the anything you use to build weapons that will help you defend yourself or fight back. They destroy that, so they destroy your ability to fight. That's why Black people like me are considered dangerous because the things I'm sharing with you are weapons that will help you to pull your economics together. So people like me are seen more dangerous as a rapper who's killed 12 people, right? Their Instagram page stays up, mine gets taken down because somehow I'm dangerous, even though I don't kill people or anything like that. The second thing that they do is they take out your channels of communication. They don't want you to be able to communicate with each other in an empowering way that's going to make you better or more prepared. So effectively, when you talk about the culture, the fact that they wanted to control hip hop, the fact that they wanted to use their money to conquer the space that was going to be most influential to your mindset, that was by design. That was deliberate. That's why the politicians would rather talk to a rapper about economic policy in the Black community than to talk to a scholar about economic policy in the Black community. They don't know that those second conversations, they're not ready for those. So effectively, what I would say to you is that when I saw this episode of Blew the Bag, what I really saw was I said, gosh, you didn't really just blow your money. You blew your kids' money. You blew generational wealth. You threw away the next 100 years of your family legacy because you were not conscious enough. No one had trained you to be conscious enough about the potential of the money that you have. Like, you weren't sitting with someone like me who says, well, you know, if you take this $250,000 and even if you invest like half of it, even if you spend the first half on strippers and stupid stuff, you just invest the first half and you leave it in a S&P 500 index fund. You know that money's, by the time your 2-year-old is an adult, there's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars there. There's going to be like $500,000, right? You do know that, right? Like just that awareness, that consciousness of the fact that you're not just looking at $250,000, you're really looking at several $1,000,000 if you manage it properly. Or when Antoine Walker, the NBA player, again, because of bad culture, blew $110 million, you got to understand an economically conscious person understands that he didn't blow $110 million. Antoine Walker threw away $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? He threw away $1 billion because if you understand how money grows, money grows. Money is a seed. Money is a seed that you plant. When you plant the seed's going to grow into something bigger. Every apple tree started off as an apple seed. So an economically unconscious person can see a big bowl of apple seeds and only see seeds. A smart person says, man, I see a bunch of trees. Look at how many trees we can grow with all these seeds. So we've got to protect the seeds. So with money, when you're blowing money, you're blowing possibility, you're blowing opportunity, you're choosing to be poor, passing over opportunities repeatedly. That's what poor actually means. So again, I'm the first person on earth to talk about all the different ways white people stole your stuff. I'm the first person to say we need reparations. We deserve that. I'm not voting for anybody that does not support reparations. I'm the first person to say, yes, there's a long history of other people doing terrible things to us and taking things from us for sure. But I'm also the first person to say that one of the things that they took away from you was your damn common sense when it comes to money. One other thing that they did to you is that they didn't just take what you had. They also destroyed your ability to replace the things that you lost. When they took away your families, when they took away your ability to get a good education, when they took away your healthy media that was actually going to help you grow, they didn't just put you in last place in the race. They didn't just put you in last place in the race. They cut off your legs. So now you're in the back of the race. Imagine this visual. You're in a race. Racism is a race. So you are in a race. The black man is racing against the Asian man. He's racing against the Jewish man. He's racing against the white man. He's racing against the Mexican. And you're in this race. Not only are you in last place in every metric of wealth, income, quality of life, education, everything else, but you're not only last in the race, but somebody chopped your damn legs off. And they got you running in circles and running backward. And that's what you have. You're running in circles. Again, not all of you are doing this. A lot of you understand where I'm coming from, and I appreciate you. You're not only running in circles and running backwards, but you ain't even got no legs. So you and your little nubs are just running in circles and running backward, and you really think you're doing something. And rather than us looking to the people that are actually moving forward, instead of us looking at the husbands and fathers that are succeeding for their families, instead of us looking to the mothers that are raising the babies the right way, instead of us looking to the teachers and the counselors and the leaders in the community, the activists that are doing the right things, instead of us looking to the smart business owners who are building black wealth, we're looking at rappers who don't do a damn thing for nobody but themselves. Y'all gonna put Diddy above every person in the community who's really got it figured out. And I'm gonna tell you, that is, to me, where we are messing up big time. Seriously, the fact that you're celebrating an idiot more than you're celebrating people that actually have real solutions is crazy to me. The fact that we've been trained to celebrate slaves more than we celebrate free people is absolutely ridiculous. The idea that you have people, and where this comes from, the reason that we end up thinking this way, I believe, is because we're caught up in this nonsense called integration. We're caught up in this nonsensical idea that somehow if we get white people to like us and give us money, that somehow that's a measure of black excellence. And what y'all don't understand is the power of money. You need to understand the power of money, because money is a drug that will make you think down is up and up is down. They'll make you think bad is good and good is bad. They'll make you think you're making progress when really you're running in circles and running backward, and they're chopping off your legs. That's what you're doing. You're in the race, you're running in circles, you're running backward, and you also are selling your legs. And you're celebrating the people that have no legs, that are running backward, instead of looking to the people that are long-legged, running fast, and really making progress. See, what y'all got to understand is that there's not one black community. There's just not. There is a segment of the Black community, and I see you all. I talk to you all every single day. There is a segment of the Black community that has it right. They have figured it out. They know the importance of family. They know the importance of knowledge. They know the importance of wealth and investing. They understand things that 99% of all white people don't understand. And these people are sprinting. Those are your Usain Bolts. Those are the ones who are grabbing the baton and running 100 miles an hour, and they're going to pass it to their kids who are going to run faster than them. Those are the ones who will create the possibility and the separation in the community. And these are not the people that are going to be endorsed by white America. They're just not. These are people that are seen as radical and dangerous and different. And what's so radical about you choosing to take care of your damn kids? Ain't nothing radical about that. What's so radical about you wanting to self-educate as opposed to leaning on a system that has failed you repeatedly? What's radical about you saying, I don't want to I'm too smart to spend my life working for Mr. Charlie. I'm going to go build something where I can employ my own family members and then employ their friends. There ain't nothing radical or crazy about that. You're seen as dangerous because you're undermining the very basic principle on which America was built. America was built on the fundamental idea that we can use Black people to get what we want and then leave them in the gutter. And there are people that do that, and those are the people that are going to be celebrated on TV. Those are the Negroes that are going to get the fancy jobs. They're going to get all the accolades. They're going to win the Grammys and the Oscars, and those are the ones that you're going to be tempted to look up to. And I'm just going to tell you, you got to look up to yourself, man. I mean, just the fact that you're sitting here on a Saturday morning, you're having this conversation with me, that you don't understand how powerful you are. You don't understand how heavy this is. This is heavy as shit. In fact, I don't think there's ever been a time in human history where a person, and I'm not even talking about me. I don't want it to sound like I'm talking about how great I am. I forget all that. I know I'm great, and I know you're great too. So we didn't got to say that. But I don't think there's ever been a time in human history where you had a finance PhD sit there and give you cutting edge financial information and knowledge and techniques that 99.9% of the population does not understand. And saying it every single day, doing 30,000 videos on this topic every single morning. I don't think it's ever been done anywhere. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have done it. I'm saying that it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. And the fact that you're here with me, it makes me say, you're doing it. You got it. You're figuring it out. You're going to win. Everything about so-called racism and everything that's out here in this society, about 80% of it, at least, is connected to economics. So when you become an economic master and you're really embracing these ideas that are non-trivial, they're not simple ideas. Like the idea, for example, the idea of training your 7-year-old on how to invest in stock markets and stock options. White people ain't doing that. Even Jewish people ain't really doing that. Asian, no community's really doing that on a massive scale. But some of y'all are doing that. And I'm just going to tell you that this, to me, that's the win, man. That's the win. Again, I don't. My background's mathematics, and in math, you have to really solve the problem. If there's a problem, you can't solve the problem by crying about it. In math, you can't solve the problem by saying white people did it. You can't solve the problem by sitting in it. You have to actually approach the problem and think about it and figure out which solutions work and which ones don't. And what I think happens a lot of times is that not only are we distracted, but we tend to be distracted by solutions that simply do not work. But I can tell you that some of the solutions that a lot of you are applying when it comes to your health, your wealth, your relationships are the ones that actually work. And I just want to be the one to encourage you to keep on going, because I don't think mainstream society is really ready. It may be in 70 years they'll be ready. Right now, they're not ready to really celebrate the Black family that's really doing all the things that are required to be successful. Chances are you're going to be seen as odd or extreme or too serious or whatever. And I would say there's nothing more serious on this earth than the enslavement of your children. And I want you to pay attention to how many people in our community sell their children right into slavery when they hit the age of 18. You go out into a competitive economy where money matters, where money drives everything, and they have no assets, no skills, and no ability to feed themselves. And then they have to go crawl across town on their hands and knees with their little nubs, because somebody cut off your legs, so they nubbing it. And they got to go over here with their little nubs and beg a racist to help them to feed their kids. That is a terrible, humiliating place to be. It is a very painful place to be. A lot of us were raised this way. A lot of us went through this. And I just want to keep encouraging you. If you're preparing your kids and yourself to get out of that hell, then I just want to say keep going. So anyway, that's all. I'm going to stop talking because I get into it and I just keep going. And my goal is to keep our conversations to 30 to 45 minutes, but I never do. I always go like an hour. My apologies. All right. So before I head out, I hope you'll allow me to mention that we do have the Black Wealth Mastery store. So all my books are there. The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power and stuff like that. My wife's books are actually there too. We have a whole section on things like love and money, and then we have a section on kids and money and all that. Also, last but not least, if you want to get started on your wealth building journey, blackmoney101.com is a good place to start. Blackmoney101.com. And also, if you want to be invited to our morning classes, these are free. You can come here every single day. We do this 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern every day. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you a reminder to let you know when we're going to go live so we can talk about these things. All right, guys. So I'm going to get out of here, and thank you for hanging out with me in this discussion. And maybe at the convention we can do a live sort of conversation on this. Maybe I'll prepare something and we can have a special session on this, because I really think that this economic awareness thing is really one of the keys to us being able to really overcome what's kind of going on. Like, before you solve a problem, you have to have an awareness of the problem. And I don't even know if we're aware of the problem. So if you're not aware of it, how are you even going to solve it? If you don't even know that you have a problem, you can't solve the problem. If you're not aware of the dimensions of the problem and what and how the problem works, and you ever reverse engineer the problem, then you're not going to solve it. So that's the goal every day, is let's gain some awareness. If we become aware and we're committed to solving our problem, then I guarantee you, on a family level, you can solve the problem. I cannot speak for everybody else. I cannot speak for the buffoons that we see on TV. I cannot speak for the nonsense that's being pushed in the so-called culture, but I can speak in terms of you and your family. And I can tell you, if you apply just specific, simple rules to your life, all this slavery nonsense and this strugglenomics that everybody else is going through, that won't be your problem. That will not be your testimony. So bless you. Good luck to you. And I wish you the very best. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning. So last but not least, if you want to join and get on the text list and join us every morning, just text the word morning to 87948, and also blackmoney101.com. That's that URL that I mentioned before. So I'll see you guys soon. Have a great day. Love you. Peace.
Chunk of the hotels in the United States, like 40% or something like that. And they're called the Gujaratis. And I was studying the Gujaratis because, as you all know, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, we talk extensively about culture. And I think it was because I was sitting there with my wife, and we were in LA, and we went to Universal Studios yesterday and everything else. And I was like, I'm really obsessed with culture and what happens in a culture that builds wealth versus a culture that doesn't build wealth. Like, what happens in a culture that's successful and versus one that isn't. Like, for example, if you know anything about sports, you'll know that sometimes what a team runs into is that even when they get the best players and the best coaches, they can't win because they have a losing culture. Right? If you're used to losing, then you're not in a position to win. They could give you the best players, they could give you the best of everything, the biggest budget and everything else, and you're just not going to succeed. And so I've been really interested in, what does a winning culture sort of look like, and how do we create that? Because what happens in a losing culture is that you throw away a lot of your resources. You end up just wasting opportunities. And you all know that the word poor stands for what? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly, right? So a lot of times when you're not winning, you think it's because no one will let you win. Every time we build something, every time we create something, they just come and they burn it down, right? Or you might think that you're not winning because they haven't told you what you need to know. Well, they keep the secrets from us. They don't tell us how to go make money. They don't. Well, sometimes it might be because you're given the opportunities, but because you're only trained to sort of see a certain way or view the world in a certain way, you're just the opportunities are literally walking right past you. And I really am convinced, honestly, that this is a big part of what we're dealing with. And what you'll also find is that, just to be fair to us, though, most of the cultures, like the one I'm going to describe to you, the Gujaratis, goes back very, very far. It goes back thousands of years to ancient times. So this is not something they came up with in a couple of weeks. So it does take time to build a winning culture. So what I'm going to do is read some of this to you. But before I read to you, I'm going to not be rude and say hello to a lot of you. I see Akila and Albert and Alicia, Sean. Good morning to you. April West, Atasha, Barbara, Barry, Brandon Butler, Yvette, Veronica, Michael Wilson. Good to see you. Deborah, Andre, Let's see here. John Jones, Esther, good to see you. Eric Bennett, Eric Donaldson, good morning, good morning, good morning. There's hundreds of you in here, and so I can't say everybody's name, but I just want to say thank you for joining me this morning. Zalinda, I know you could be sleeping, you could be Netflixing and chilling, you could be twerking, but instead you ain't twerking, you working. So congratulations to all of you for being smart and focusing on your own economic elevation. It will pay off. All right, so let me hop in and point out what I know about the Gujaratis, right? And again, this does not put anybody on a pedestal. It does not mean I think anybody's better than us. But the Gujaratis are known. They're what they call an ethno-linguistic part of India. I don't know a ton about India, to be honest with you, but I know that they're what they call an ethno-linguistic group in India, and they're really known for just making money. They're really known for business. They're known for entrepreneurship. They're known for just really being great when it comes to economics. And this does not. And this the first point I want to make on this is that this does not come from a business school. They didn't all go to Harvard Business School. This does not come from classes that they take. So you got to understand that the culture will override classes any day of the week. It's like basketball. If you have a basketball culture in your family where everybody played in the NBA, do you really need a class on how to play basketball to be a good basketball player? No. If you grew up in a family with Whitney Houston and she had her aunt was a singer. Give me her name. She's famous too. I'm sorry, I forget. It's early. I just had my coffee. But her auntie or her mama was really famous. Was it her mama or her auntie? I keep wanting to say Cicely Tyson, but I know that's not right. It's Dionne Warwick. Cicely Tyson doesn't even sing. See, that's how messed up my brain is right now. Dionne Warwick, right. So if you grow up in that family, do you need to go take a singing class to learn how to perform and sing? Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they took singing lessons, right? Maybe that's important. But in terms of just kind of knowing the culture of what it means to be a great singer, I bet you that even without classes, if you got Dionne Warwick and Whitney Houston in your house and every morning you're going over high notes and low notes and every other note, her mom is Sissy Houston, right? There we go, right? So there's a tradition there. There's a culture. There's a culture of singing at church, and that's why we produce the greatest singers on the planet. So really, my goal would be to kind of help us to become like what Whitney Houston and her family were when it comes to economics. Maybe I want to be the economic version of a Whitney Houston or Dionne Warwick or something, where because we're talking about economics every day, and this is why we created this class, because we're talking about economics every day, and because I know these things at a very high level, and we're just having conversations about it on a regular basis, and I'm showing you how to hit those economic high notes every single day, then you're going to go off and you're going to sing so well that all the Clive Davises are going to want to partner with you, and you're going to go out and just conquer the world. Right? Because the thing about it is that it doesn't have to be something formal. In fact, it's better if it's not formalized. It's better if it's very natural. So the Gujaratis, they're known for being really good when it comes to business because they have a business-oriented culture. Here are a few things about the Gujaratis. First off, I'll start with the big one. From what I've seen, the estimates are that the Gujaratis own about 40% of all the hotels in the United States. That right there should impress the hell out of you. That's amazing. I'm talking about, and not just the hotels and all that, but I'm sure many of you have noticed that maybe they have a special prominence when it comes to owning all the 7-Elevens, maybe, a few gas stations here and there, stuff like that. And whenever that happens, that kind of wealth accumulation happens, that kind of power happens. It's not by accident. It's not called just because the white man gave them all this money and they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. No, if you watch how a family like that moves or a group like that moves, they just move different. They do things different. They don't. They look at their resources different. So what I did was identify some variables that can kind of help you understand like what's the difference with a Gujarati versus say us and an African American in a typical African American household. Again, we're great at the things that we're great at. They're great at what they're great at. So the same way that there are things they could learn from us, there are also things we can learn from them. So here we go. Let me formalize some of this for you. Number one, there's a long culture of just being economically elevated within this particular community. It goes back, to ancient times, thousands of years. So really for us, the challenge we have is that a lot of our culture in the last few hundred years was a slave culture, and the slave culture does not create entrepreneurs as readily. It does not create business owners as readily. It creates slaves. We are from a slave culture, and it creates slaves. And if you look around in our community, we have a lot of people that are slaves. What does it mean to be a slave? A slave means you don't have freedom. A lot of us do not have freedom because you got to get up and go to work every day. You have to do what your boss says every day. You don't feel free to do what you want to do in your life. And so our slave culture produces a lot of slaves. I hate saying it. And really, when I think about slavery, I also think about things like mental slavery, the brainwashing, which is very, very deep in media, very, very deep in the educational system. This is a colonialist sort of economy. We are controlled. We are managed by other people. We're managed politically. We're managed economically. We're managed in a way where there are people that have a vested interest in extracting from us, taking things away from us. And that's just what it is. Now, the second thing that they do that creates an entrepreneurial spirit is they have a willingness to take risks. Basically, they're not scared to try to jump into new markets, jump into new fields. They're not scared to go start that business. And I want you to compare and contrast that to a lot of our families. Do you think that there is this enthusiasm toward starting that new business? Do you feel that people are supporting you emotionally? Everybody gets it. Everybody wants to see you win. Or do you think that it's kind of a different sort of energy? And I'm going to tell you, we know what we know what the answer to that question is. In fact, that was a dumb question. If you were in the same room with me, I would not blame you if you were tempted to slap me, because that was just a dumb, stupid question. Because we know what it is. We know that there's a lot of fear. We're driven by fear. Traumatized people are driven by fear. They have trauma responses to everything. So the fear keeps you from stepping out of your comfort zone. The fear keeps you from going after that new venture. The fear makes you afraid to walk away from a bad situation. The fear is what keeps you from pursuing what I believe could be and should be your destiny. So that desire to take entrepreneurial risks is something that tends to occur within a culture, but it's also easier to take risks if you're able to get the support that you need to know that if you fail, you're not going to just collapse and fall to the ground. You're going to have some people there to catch you. That's where the next point comes in. Community support. One thing the Gujarati community has is they have a community. Their community, what the Gujarati community has that the Black community unfortunately does not have, is they have a community. I don't even know if we can use the term Black community anymore, because sometimes I don't feel like we're in a community. Don't get me wrong, we have some pockets of good community, but I feel like we've lost community quite a lot. And they have a really tight-knit community with tremendous amounts of support. So what type of support are we talking about? Number one, financial support. We will buy from you. We will loan money to you. We will come and work with you, right? Financial support, very important. Number two, mentorship. I'm going to show you the game. I'm going to break the whole game down for you so that you don't have to figure it out on your own. I'm going to help you out. I'm not going to try to compete with you or take you out or hide things from you. I'm going to give you the game as much as I can so that when I give you financial support and give you the game, you're going to be able to go out here and do great things. How often do we see scenarios where people compete with each other? It's very strange. I can tell you that I sometimes I was really astonished to see people that, when I started doing more of the financial stuff online, and when I was doing it in the beginning, nobody else was doing it. And then other people came along and my energy was like, well, I'm supposed to help you. That's what I'm supposed to do. And I'm a natural teacher, but you'd be amazed how many people had a really competitive energy. Like we're going to defeat Dr. Boyce by competing with him. And I'm like, why are you competing with me? I'm not competing with you. I thought we were supposed to be be teammates. But a scarcity mindset, in a traumatized community pops off. And then also everybody imitates rappers. So it's like, we're the baddest and we're the boldest and we're the strongest and you're not. And it's like, I'm strong. I know I'm strong. In fact, I'm so strong that I don't need to tell you that I'm strong. And I don't need you to tell me that I'm strong. I know that I'm strong. And you're pretty good at what you do, so we should probably work together. I don't think that we have to box it out. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And it was kind of weird, you know. And I guess the only thing I'm thinking about is I remember somebody said this. It was really funny. I saw a guy who was talking about this. These guys that I really respect a lot from Earn Your Leisure, and they're good. They're really cool, and I love watching what they're doing. And one guy goes, "I'm glad Earn Your Leisure came and took over your block because you're just a jerk and blah blah blah." And I was like, "Take over my block?" I said, "What? Are we drug dealers now? Is that what you've been listening to Rick Ross and he's been telling you that drug dealing is the way to be successful as a black? Like, am I supposed to run up and do a drive-by? Is that what it is? Right? Is their death, is their demise going to increase my likelihood of success? No, no. The world is big enough for everybody to succeed. We have a tremendous shortage of black men that understand financial topics at a high level. So we need everybody on board. We need everybody doing this. This is not a competition. I've never competed with these guys. They're younger. They're 10, 15 years younger than me. What Dr. Claude Anderson never competed with me. Dr. Claude Anderson never said, when I approached Dr. Anderson, he didn't say, well, this young guy, he's coming in and he's going to take over my block and he's going to be the new Dr. Claude. No, Powernomics is going to be what Powernomics is going to be. Powernomics is going nowhere. There is nothing I could do ever to erase the significance of what Dr. Claude Anderson has done. And in fact, there is room to gain acknowledgement for what he's done. And then there's room for me to get my acknowledgement too. So when I approached Dr. Anderson, my whole energy was never competitive. I was never thinking, you're the past, I'm taking you out. Well, I didn't think that way. I was like, you know what? You cleared the path for me. And I think that the world needs to hear what you got to say. So let me help you as much as possible. But here's the thing. This is what you got to understand about collaboration versus competition. Just because you collaborate with others, that does not mean you can't also take care of yourself. Just because you collaboration does not mean you're giving things away. Collaboration means you're developing an ecosystem. I pour into you, you pour back into me. So me supporting Dr. Anderson, and y'all know, y'all seen me support Dr. Anderson, right? I hope you all have seen that. If you've watched probably more than 3 of my videos or hung out with me more than a week, you know how much I love this man. I love him like a father. It wasn't like it was all about taking care of him. I had to take care of the Black Business School too. And so because we had that right energy, I came in supporting him with everything I had. Guess what? He came and supported me with everything he had. And it created a beautiful relationship because I had Dr. Anderson tell me about how many people called him to tell him how much they love Powernomics, but did not contribute a nickel to anything he was doing. And I can proudly tell you that the Black Business School has contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Harvest Institute run by Dr. Anderson, to the Powernomics mission. When I got on the phone with Kanye West and we talked for 12 hours, my number one goal with Kanye was to say, take some of that money that you're spending on your daughter's birthday party and put that behind some Powernomics training camps so that we can train our people on economics at the highest level. I have simple formulas, simple methods, 3-step, 4-step processes that if we got millions of people to learn these 3 or 4 things, it would lift Black wealth by a couple $1 trillion within a generation. I could not talk him into that, but that was my goal. I said, look, if you do this, I don't care. I don't need my name on it anywhere. That's ego, brother. I don't need all that. I don't need that. I'm very comfortable with who I am. I don't want my name on it. We'll put your name on it because apparently you're into the ego stuff. Fine. Put your name on it. We can put your mama's name on it. We can put your daughter's name on it. I'm not putting Kim Kardashian's name on it. But we'll also give Dr. Claude Anderson the credit he deserves, but as long as we achieve the goal. And so what I don't really understand is this lack of collaboration that I see sometimes. And sometimes it's so disappointing. I had another conversation with a guy. I made a comment. I'm not going to even say his name because this stuff is, I don't get into that. I don't want to get into that. But I made a comment on his page or something. And he said something about the stock market. I said, yeah, my students and I were talking about that today. And he messages me, I don't know who you think you are. Maybe it's because you're a doctor or whatever, but I don't need you talking about you're here trying to steal my students. And I was like, I'm not stealing your. I said, no, you're welcome to come in my platform. I brought, Julian Gordon, a lot of people, I brought them in. They built entire businesses off of my platform because I know I can share and still be okay. I know that I can share, and you getting sunlight is not going to dim my light. I know that I am here. I'm going to always be here. So really, when you talk about a team, and this is, and I didn't mean to go on too much of a tangent with that, but when you talk about building a team, you can't build a football team if the wide receiver is mad because the running back gets the ball. You can't. You're not going to build a great team if the wide receiver and running back don't both understand that everybody can get the ball, and that's going to help the whole team to win. So we don't really always have a team like we should. We end up having these this tribalism and this competition, and I really sort of blame the toxic side of hip hop culture, because toxic hip hop is built on narcissism, selfishness, a lack of competition over collaboration, all these things. This is why everybody got so excited when they saw Drake and Kendrick Lamar destroying each other's careers. They love that. They like that stuff. And what I would have gotten excited about is to see Drake and Kendrick box it out just a little bit, just enough so we can have some fun, and then come together and say, okay, now that we've done this, we're gonna shut it down, and we're going to work together now and do something amazing. That would have been the kind of energy I wanted to see. You never win when you're destroying each other. So anyway, so let's go back to the Gujarati community. They're very tight knit. They support each other. Not that everybody in the community is perfect, but they give each other financial support, mentorship, and business connections. They don't hide the connect. They share the connect. Okay, so let's see, what else do they do? They have a culture of thrift and savings. They love to save their money. They're very conservative with money. Now, again, when you talk about the culture, this is why I get so mad when people say, this is for the culture, this is for the culture. I'm always like, well, what culture are you referring to? Because the culture that I see that's promoted in media, that's supposed to be our culture, is not conservative financially at all. It is not into wealth preservation. It is not into the stewardship and careful stewardship of resources. It is just throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, spin, 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 spin. But buy that new car that they are marketing on BET. Go to the club, put $10,000 in a stripper thong, and then go and buy a bunch of European items from people that don't even like you, acknowledge you, or respect you. That's what I see when I see the culture when it comes to our economics. Being thrifty and conservative is not celebrated on any level, and I hate it. It drives me insane. It drives me crazy. All that flashy stuff is goofy. It's immature. Any Black man over the age of 20 that behaves that way is an embarrassment. You should not, I'm not saying you can't enjoy your money. I'm not saying you can't get nice stuff. All I'm saying is this idea that I'm going to just show up and show out every time I do something, to me, that reflects some sort of emotional deficiency on your part. That tells me you need some therapy to know that you are precious and you are valuable, even when you ain't wearing that white European man's label on your ass. Seriously, you're valuable even when you don't have the Coach purse or the Gucci shoes or whatever it is that you feel like you got to spend your last dollars on. You cannot be so emotionally devoid or so emotionally incomplete that people can literally sell you your self-esteem because they're going to drain you financially. Let's keep going here. Another thing about the Gujarati culture is they are big, big, big on education. Education. They go to college, they get degrees in areas like finance, engineering, stuff like that, things that help them build. They expect their kids to make straight A's. They push them to be as educationally efficient and competent as they can possibly be. I want you to look around and I want you to see if education is at the top of our priority list. And I'm not talking about just going to school and getting the degree. I'm talking about going to school, getting the degree, being at the top of your class. Is that something that is really heavily part of our culture? Is that something that we celebrate more than we celebrate everything else? I don't know. I think that what sort of happens is that because our self-esteem is not quite there, we will think that just going to school and just being there, just surviving is good enough. And a lot of times I would see, I had this frustration in college, and maybe I was just built a certain way. I have no idea. I was very competitive because I played a lot of sports when I was young, and I like to win. I'm not a loser. And I remember that I studied really, really hard in college. And I remember I got into a fight with a guy His name was Pete, and I didn't like him. He was a jerk. And anyway, Pete called my girlfriend ugly, and that just burned me up. But I was about 21, so you know how that is. And I remember that I remember saying to Pete, because I was so mad, I said, look at your grade point average, you dumb MFer, right? That's how I talk. That was so bad of me, right? I shouldn't have said that. And he said something to me that was interesting. He said, well, and I can tell I got him because I got him real defensive. He was backpedaling because I was about to beat him up too. And he was like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm here. At least I'm on the campus. At least I'm here. And I'm like, yeah, you're here, but you ain't doing nothing while you're here. You're lazy. You're not reaching your potential. Who cares that you're here? Big deal. There's a lot of people that are here. Just showing up to the game ain't the same as winning the damn game. Just saying that I'm on the field, that don't mean you actually are scoring touchdowns. And I'm in my mind, it's like, no, we can score touchdowns. As Black men, we can do anything we put our mind to. Especially when you think about it. Imagine if you got in a basketball game and your coach is like, you need to play harder. And you're like, well, at least I'm here. At least I'm on the court. Well, if you're gonna just be on the court and you're not gonna try to win, then sit your ass on the sideline. Just go and sit down and go sit with the cheerleaders or something, because you're not trying to be a player. You're not trying to be a competitor. And again, when I talk about competition, I'm not talking about competing with each other. I'm not trying to, I do believe in fighting, but not fighting with each other. My competition is not another Black man in that light. My competition is the world. My competition is all the people that believe that we can't do it. My competition is when I was sitting in a classroom full of Asians and Indians and white people, and they expect me to be the dummy in the class because I'm Black. No, I'm going to show y'all what I got. I'm going to show y'all what I'm made of. I'm going to show you Black excellence. And Black excellence in the face of white supremacy is no competition. I really believe that. I believe that when we show up and we really show out in that regard, like we show in a way that's substantive. We're not showing out with the superficial and the fake. The superficial and the fake is when I show out and I think it's Black excellence. I remember Diddy did that. There was a video of Cardi B wearing some expensive outfit and he said, this is Black excellence. I said, ain't nothing Black, ain't nothing, there's nothing about a $5,000 outfit that indicates Black excellence. That's not Black excellence. No, Black excellence shows up in the form of hard work. Black excellence shows up in the form of excellent parenthood. Black excellence shows up in the form of just unshakable integrity. Black excellence shows up in the form of determination. Black excellence shows up in the form of extreme intellectual accomplishment. That's Black excellence. That's what Black excellence looks like. It ain't a Gucci bag. It's not a Lamborghini. That's not Black excellence. It's not a good job working for some white man somewhere. That ain't Black excellence. That has nothing to do with Black excellence, in my view, comes from things that are substantive. It comes from the things that God put inside you, that where you got to get up, grit your teeth, and bust your ass and go hard for what you want. That's Black excellence to me. Black excellence cannot be purchased at the damn Gucci store. So stop telling me that Black excellence, that you have Black excellence because you got a nice apartment. I don't care about that. Show me Black excellence because you fought through something, you overcame something, because you never gave up, because you taking care of your kids. Show me Black excellence when you went out here and you grinded and you built something for yourself and for your family. Show me Black excellence when you are taking care of people outside of yourself. Show me Black excellence in that regard. Show me integrity. That's Black excellence. Black excellence is not a Coach purse or a Gucci bag or a Range Rover. That's not. Sorry. Okay, let me keep going. All right, so here's another thing about the Gujaratis that led them to be able to own 40% of the hotels in the United States. They have a lot of family-owned businesses. Their businesses are family-owned and operated. And what happens is that they hire their relatives. They bring their relatives in so they'll buy a hotel. They'll bring their relatives in to help run the hotel, and then they'll save up money, their excess money, because they're conservative. So they generate a financial surplus, which allows them to build that capital base that we've talked about extensively. And then they go and they buy another hotel. That's how they expand. And so think about this though. Now I want you to compare and contrast that to some of our families, not all of our families, but some of them. We don't really kind of grow up expecting to work in the family business. We all grow up saying that if I do really well in school, then some white man will hire me for some fancy important job and I can leave my family. And even if the family members have a decent business going on or a business that has potential, Our kids don't want to work for, they don't want to run the family business. They want to go work for white people. That's what they want to do. And that's why a lot of Black businesses end up in a graveyard. That's why a lot of Black businesses don't survive from one generation to the next, because you have this love affair with white supremacy. You do. You really want to go and work for other people. And so what happens is that even in families where there is a potential to create an extraordinary family business, it's not like we're eager to come back home and work together. It's like we're eager to leave and separate. And so when you separate, you are diluting things. Again, this fist is very powerful. This fist is very powerful, but if this fist suddenly spreads out and becomes five fingers, then it's nothing. If I get into a fight and I show up with a fist, I can win the fight. If I show up with five fingers, all my fingers are going to get broken individually, because no one finger can punch in a person in the face and actually hurt them. So basically, instead of being a big mighty fist and using the family as an economic capital base that it's meant to be, understanding that when you got 4, 5, 6, 7 kids, you're sitting on multi-millions in wealth right there. Instead, we instead of becoming a mighty fist, we become five fingers, and maybe we become a slap. Maybe that's it. Maybe we can slap you, just kind of like do a little slap on you, but we can't really fight without the fist. Or, and really, generally speaking, we become five fingers because we're operating individually. So even a slap requires some sort of coordination between all five fingers, and we don't even have the slap. We have one finger is attacking you, and then the next finger attacks you, and then you just break the fingers one by one, and that's good old-fashioned divide and conquer. But the Gujaratis don't do that. They tend to form family businesses, and because they're conservative, they generate an economic surplus, and then they use that surplus to bootstrap and expand and to own more businesses. That's how they got to the point where they own 40% of all the hotels in America. And I saw someone mention the Jackson 5 father, Joe Jackson. Yeah, I don't know Joe Jackson in terms of what kind of man he was overall. I've heard the stories about him being tough on the kids. I personally kind of think that we should take that with a grain of salt, because I think media tends to vilify any strong Black father that is in a leadership role that brings the family together and has the kind of strong leadership required to do that. Again, I don't know, though. I can't justify everything Joe Jackson's ever done, because I'm sure he's made mistakes like a lot of people do, and maybe his mistakes were pretty significant. But if you're going to critique what he did wrong, then you must give him credit for what he did right. If you're going to talk about the bad things he did, then you got to talk about the good, and you have to talk about the fact that without Joe and Catherine working together, there would be no Michael Jackson, there would be no Jackson 5. John Boyd is another person that is in that vein, in that spirit, in my opinion. He runs that group Infinity Song, and Infinity Song, Victory Boyd is part of that family, but all the children are very talented, and they have a very strong family unity that led to the creation of Infinity Song. And Infinity Song is so talented. Right now, they're in Europe. They're selling out shows all throughout Europe. Victory is such a talented singer that Jay-Z signed her on the spot when he heard her sing. And when I heard her sing for the first time, I was like, whoa, oh my gosh, she's that talented. They performed at the All Black National Convention, I think 2 times. Yeah, 2 times they performed. And now they're so talented that even without Victory, they took their Michael Jackson and made him solo. And now the other children are touring without Victory, who was kind of their Michael Jackson, and they're selling out shows without Michael. You know what I mean? So it's like, imagine the Jackson 5 selling out shows without Michael. That's how talented that family is. And what I can tell you about that family is that they are very, very close-knit. They're very clear on who they are. John and I have had extensive conversations about how he said, as his family becomes more popular, more famous, he said, I need them tethered to their Blackness. So I met this family before they became as big as they are right now. And I remember that was the specific conversation John and I had. He said, one day my daughter is going to be very famous, and I need her to remember the Black community and never let go of that. And that was the formation of our friendship. And now it's happened. Now they're out there. Now they're world famous, and they haven't forgotten who they are. And I just have so much respect for that. And so ultimately, what I want you to pay attention to, though, is that it was the family-oriented nature and spirit that allowed them to say, you know what, my energy is best spent pouring into the family project. That the best way for me to use my time is to pour into the family business. See, a lot of us don't do it. A lot of us will abandon the family business if it gets too hard, or we don't, say, this isn't quite what I want to do. This isn't my passion. I get that to a point, but I kind of really think that there's a disrespect there. There's kind of like this idea that if I'm just sitting here working with my dad and my parent, my mother and my brother, that's not as relevant. That's not as real as me working for Nike or Google or Microsoft, right? And I really think that that's a mistake, because if you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to do it very well. If you don't value what you're doing, you're not going to want to be there. You're going, like in order for me to be a good husband, I gotta value being with my wife. I have to believe that being with my wife is the most important thing in my life. I have to know that being in this house is the best place I can be. I have to know that this is the best use of my energy. That makes me a better husband and a better father than if I was a guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to hang out here until I find something better. And I think that's kind of what we do. I think that we sort of do that, right? We'll hang out with each other. We'll work on our little business and our little family business until we get a real job. And then when we get a real job, that's when we all just kind of bounce out. And so what I want you to understand is this. This is something I'm going to say, and I don't know how this is going to sound, but because God's telling me to say it, so I'm going to say it, is you're not kind of meant to be like in a holding pattern waiting for white people to pick you out. You're not supposed to be like this backup substitute that they can lean on whenever. You're not supposed to be the white man's side chick, so to speak. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that you are precious and you are valuable, even if they don't want you. Even you are valuable, even if they've rejected you. Because if they've rejected you, then join the club. I'm a big reject from white America. I am. I've had people make fun of me. Well, Syracuse University didn't want you there. And I'm like, yeah, they didn't. They did. They were really doing everything they could to get rid of me. And in fact, I was probably blackballed from academia because of my views. And I had to come to terms with that, because it hurts our feelings when white people don't want us. Let's just be honest. We kind of grow up believing that Black success is white people validating you. They validate you. They give you a Grammy over here, an Oscar over there, maybe Employee of the Year, some fancy little position with a nice title, where you can go on LinkedIn and say, I'm the new executive director of micro widgets at blah, 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 white man corporation. And people are like, congratulations, girl. That's good for you. You done made it. You somebody now. You important. It's like, but again, I'm not making fun of anybody that has that position. Some of y'all got those good jobs. I'm not making fun of it at all. But it's like, to me, no, you were somebody before they selected you. You were important before they acknowledged your talent. And even when they stop acknowledging your talent, even when you're punished because you don't fit culturally with what they're doing, you're still important to me. I want to see your value. Again, remember, economic awareness. This is what we do every morning, 10 a.m. We do economic awareness training. Economic awareness is partly implied by your ability to see value even when it's not acknowledged by anybody else. You can see wealth even when there appears to be none. You understand? It's like if I'm a music mogul and I'm looking for talent, I don't need the world to tell me that a singer's talented for me to go hear that singer. I can hear the singer singing on the street corner for nickels and identify the talent as readily as I could if they were on the stage at the Grammy Awards. You understand? I can independently validate what's worthy and what's not. So what I'm saying to you is that I think that sometimes we lack the ability to independently validate our worth without needing, Mr. White Man to tell us that we done made it or to tell us that we're important, right? So when you get that, so I believe, again, this is me speculating, that when somebody gets that promotion or that fancy job and it comes with the nice apartment and everything and the nice car, that kind of says to us like, oh, they must be somebody now because all these other people are saying that they're somebody. And I really kind of feel like you have to have the ability to say, no, I am somebody, whether or not you acknowledge me, whether you acknowledge me or not. And in fact, the reason that this is important is because you lose a lot of value because you give away your best assets And then they see the value and they take that asset, that same asset you neglected, that you ignore. I mean, think about how many times we have had people in our community who were super talented, super capable, and weren't even acknowledged until somebody else said that it was okay. Somebody else said that they were important. So suddenly we believe they're important. Even Barack Obama. Barack Obama, did y'all know this? Let me tell you this. I told y'all about the time I was with Cornel West for a whole day. When I put out my book, It Takes a Village to Raise the Bar, I did an event in Brooklyn at Medgar Evers College. Cornell joined me, and we spent the whole day together. And I remember Cornell, he told the most fascinating stories. I love Cornel West. He's a wonderful man. And one thing I remember him telling me about a meeting where he and Jesse Jackson Jr. and David Axelrod and Barack Obama and a couple other people met in a hotel room. And the goal was to figure out, how do we get Black people to support Barack Obama? Why won't Black people acknowledge this man because they're so connected to Hillary Clinton? And that's amazing to me. Again, I don't care what your politics are, right? But that's amazing to me, considering the history, with Obama literally being probably one of the 3 or 4 most popular Black people in America. Years later, everybody loved him by the time the election came around. But there was a time where Black people just were like, other people don't see him, so I don't see him either. And then you all know, tell me in the chat if you know this, do you all know when Obama became popular, when he gained momentum? What had to happen before Black people really came out in droves to support Obama? He had to go win in Iowa. He had to go to white-ass Iowa. And from what I understand, maybe I'm not a political analyst or expert or anything, but it was really Iowa. When he went to Iowa and won in Iowa, that's when Black people really started flooding to support him. Sure, he had Oprah's backing, but I remember him getting the endorsement from Oprah, and Hillary was still blowing him away. Because I went on CNN, and I remember I said, this guy Obama, I said, Hillary might want to watch out, because it looks like this guy is really good. He's articulate, and because I remember I saw his potential. I don't worry about what other people think. I just think about what I think, because I trust what I think. And I said, this guy is going to be good. I don't know if he's going to be able to, catch up with Hillary, because that was a big gap at the time. But I said, I bet Hillary, if she's smart, she's paying attention to this guy, because he's a threat to her. And so lo and behold, it happened, later on. So my point is to say, I don't think that you should wait for other people to validate you or to validate the people you care about. You should validate them first, because then you can go and extract the benefits of that relationship first. If they have tremendous potential, you want to spot it before everybody else. It's just like investing. And like investing, remember, I tell you all how people invest the wrong way. People don't start buying stock until the prices start going up, which is too late, because by that time the prices are about to start going down. So you don't want to pick a stock after it goes up, because now there's a good chance it's going to start to go down. You pick the stock before it goes up. You don't invest when everybody else is investing. You invest before other people start investing. You don't run to the market when everybody's feeling good. You run to the market when everybody's feeling scared. When everybody's running away, you want to do the exact opposite of what the sheep are doing. That's called leadership. That is called confidence. And that is something that I believe is connected to how you feel about yourself. If you don't feel good about yourself, if you don't trust yourself, then you're going to be scared all the time. Life's too short to be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared of you. Don't be scared of your destiny. Don't be scared of taking a chance. You got to take a chance. And guess what? When you take a chance, you're going to fail a lot. You're going to fail so much, it's going to make you sick sometimes. You're going to have a whole therapeutic process just to deal with confronting failure in a healthy way. I fail all the time, every day. And when I'm really on top of my game, I fail twice as much as usual. Because I know now, and I know this logically, but you don't always know this emotionally, because failure hurts. Failure is kind of embarrassing. It makes you question yourself. But what I know logically is that the more I fail, the more chances I'm going to have to succeed. Every failure is a step closer to that first success. So yeah, get out there and fail. You got to do that. The road to heaven really is paved through hell. You got to go through hell to get to heaven. You got to go through the fire. It's just a requirement. It sucks, I know, but that's the only thing I've ever seen. If you can't go through the fire, then you never get the blessing at the end. All right, so let me keep going here. By the way, really quick, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, then you will get notified when we meet up for class and everything else. And also, the other thing I was going to mention to you is that in our store, I think I mentioned that earlier, we do have apparel. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get copies of my books. You can get flashcards for kids. You can get workbooks, things like that. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com if you'd like to take a look at that stuff. And you can use the code word book club, and that'll give you 30% off everything that's there. All right. So a couple more things I'm going to mention about the Gujaratis, and then we're going to finish up here. Is number one, or here's another thing. So remember, so with the Gujaratis in India, they own 40% of the hotels in America. We've already established a couple things about their culture. Number one, they're very family oriented. Most of the family members work in the business. They also have a community and a supportive ecosystem where they loan money to each other. They have what they call handshake loans. So they shake each other's hand. They make a loan. They know that the loan is going to be repaid because there's community accountability for stuff like that. And that allows them to grow their economic empire. They also have a massive diaspora, which goes a long way. And so by having people around the world sort of planted everywhere, they're able to sort of make their mark and benefit in all parts of the world. Now, here's a stat about their community that I think is really cool. They own about 22,000 out of the 53,000 hotels in America, which is about 40%. And also, let me see, I have some more notes here. Let me pull up a couple more things so that you can walk away with in terms of things you can implement into your own family culture. Let's see here. They have very strong community bonds. I mentioned that. They're also very adaptable. So they have a lot of cultural adaptability. They can adapt to different business environments. And in addition to being financially conservative, they're very much oriented toward customer service. So the Gujaratis in India, their commitment to customer service goes a long way, because if you serve your customer, then you can sell your product, right? So, and that really is something that has to be sort of discussed in the Black community, because there are times where Black customer service is kind of questioned a little bit, right? You have people that feel like Black-owned business or Black business owners don't respect Black customers, and then you have cases where Black customers don't respect the business owners. So this is something that has to be addressed. Also, you have ethical. They have a commitment to ethical business practices, which actually comes out of their religion. There's a lot of Hinduism, stuff like that. It emphasizes things like honesty and hard work. And the other thing, too, is that just from a cultural standpoint, hard work is extremely important in the family. And that goes a long way in terms of being able to be successful. And it's, things like persistence and all that. Now, here's the thing about Black people that I think is a huge advantage for you, is that you already know how to work very, very hard. I think Black people are the hardest working people in America because we were the only ones who worked for hundreds of years for free. And one thing that Dr. Claude Anderson speaks about regularly in his books, Powernomics and Black Labor, White Wealth, is that basically you have a scenario where Black people were trained extensively through various forms of indoctrination to be a very hardworking class of people that were subservient to whites. And also in that subservience, there was this goal of making sure that we never got bigger than our britches and started to compete with whites. So while Black integration was always an incredibly important part of that white agenda, especially we've always been integrated on some level. I would say the 1960s was just a different type of integration, but we were always part of the economy. We were always part of the community. They didn't want us to really go, but they didn't want us to have certain rights and certain amounts of power. So the thing about it is that now we're at a point where that power and that equality is something that you're going to have to actually fight for. It's not something that I don't think is ever going to be given to you through a government program unless you have the strength and ability to demand that, right? So like reparations, things like that, I support those things. But I think overall, it's going to require a lot of the work is going to have to be done by us in terms of figuring out what does an economically strong culture look like. So to kind of summarize this conversation, I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to overtalk this, but I want to give you some things to kind of walk away with. Number one, never forget how important and powerful family is. Family is really, really critical, but also you, in my view, want to think about family like an institution where within an institution, you're training people in the institution. You're giving them their values and everything else. And because values are more important than just skills. Because if I have a lot of skill, but the wrong values, then I'm going to apply my skills in the wrong way. So if I know how to shoot a gun, but I have poor values, then I'm going to shoot the gun at the wrong people. Do you understand what I mean? So these values that you establish in the household, that you always support your relatives and you don't steal from your family. I remember my father saying that to me when I was a kid. Or you always want to help your brother, or a family should always stick together. Little things like that, or every Black man should have his own business. Every Black woman should be financially strong and independent. Whatever it is, right? These little values really, really make a big difference in terms of how skill is applied later. Because one challenge that we have is that we have a lot of highly skilled people whose values, they're not necessarily bad, but they're not very pro-Black, pro-community, pro-wealth. You understand what I mean? Doesn't mean that these are bad people. But a lot of times that sense of purpose, really sort of having that family business or family wealth as a core value, as a core purpose, doesn't always exist, right? Maybe the core purpose is I want to be quote unquote successful, and success might be defined by I'm going to get this degree, get this kind of job, make this kind of money, and get this kind of respect from other people, where I think a better core value might be things like financial security. If you have financial security, then you can pretty much do whatever you want in America. If you have financial security, then that's when you get the best opportunity to feel free. When you have financial security, that is when your other aspects of your health are affected, your mental health, your physical health, your relationship health, all those things benefit when you have financial security. So that's why I go back to that point where I was making to you earlier. This was literally a finding that I came to probably in the last couple of years, is that a capital base is more important than a college degree. A capital base is more important than a good job. A capital base is more important than a Grammy or an Oscar. A capital base is that thing that allows you to truly navigate the world as a free individual. And the capital base is best built when it's a family effort that's done by multiple people over a long period of time and transfer intergenerationally. So the beauty of a capital base is that if I build a capital base for myself, I can just pass that down to the kids. So the kids are not roller skating on thin ice. They're standing on something sturdy and solid when they come into the world, which allows them to move a lot differently from those who are stuck. And if you don't know what I mean by capital base, we've talked about this in class, but it's okay. I'll describe it again really quickly. All capital base is resources, wealth that you can use to get your income. That your capital base could be shares of stock. It could be some real estate. It could be cash. It could be relationships. It could be intellectual capital, right? All these sorts of forms of capital come together, and that's what keeps you secure. And the reason that a lot of people feel financially insecure in America is because they don't have a capital base. They don't even have $1,000 saved to fix their car. Right, a large percentage of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and we think that that's the norm, but it doesn't have to be the norm. The Gujaratis aren't living like that. Okay, so let's learn from the cultures that are winning and not follow loser culture. And unfortunately, loser culture is heavily promoted to our people, and I think that that's a sin and a crime. Okay, so anyway, guys, I got to get out of here. By the way, if my wife, I have a book called Financial Lovemaking. I don't know if I mentioned this in class. But if you'd like to get a free e-copy of the book, you can go to a page where my wife and I talk about our podcast. We have a podcast called Pillow Talk. So if you go to boyceandalicia.com, that's boyceandalicia.com, you can get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote it when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. Also, don't forget that we support these great women that have things to say on Fly Nubian Money. And that happens every single day at 1 p.m. So if you'd like to be a part of that and see what's happening over there, just text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. They'll send you a notification when they go live. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list if you want to get notified when we go live for Economic Elevation. You can text the word morning, text morning to 87948.